Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, welcome. We are back. We are back with the main event of Wrath of the Gods. This is gonna be amazing. How is everybody doing today?
I can tell you one thing, Naka. I have caffeine coffee today, not decaf, so I'm ready to wake up.
Hardcore, hardcore. Iron Maiden is getting up very early for us today, guys. So please show some respect. Uh,
That's right.
um, we've got group stages today to cover. So the way this tournament works, there's a quick group stage, which is essentially 4 players per group, and then they go into a double elimination within the group. Then there's 8 players surviving that. There's 16 total at the moment, and yep, 8-player single elim at the end. Lots of best of 5s, and the finals will be best of 7, but that's for tomorrow. Today we're worrying about the groups. I'm gonna quickly show you guys how this all looks once my browser connects on my end. There it is. Cool, so we've got Demista versus Tunison, but we're having some issues. Tunison may be a no-show. Very unfortunate in such a big event. There are $12,000 on the line. The total event series was $15,000, so very shameful if Tunison isn't in fact here in time. He has 4 more minutes, then he starts losing individual matches by admin loss for lateness. Every subsequent 10 minutes is another one, so best of 5. He needs to be here by 14:40 GMT, basically. Otherwise, he's dead. So, as a result, we're covering Kenzie Maffey versus Grassengroom. Iron Maiden, what do you think about that matchup?
I think it's a little bit crazy that Grassengroom lost to Tunison yesterday, or whenever they played earlier this week, 3-0. I think that's completely crazy. So, Grassengroom, it is a new day. After all, things are fresh for Grassengroom. But having said that, I wonder if he's a little bit shook. Maybe not feeling super confident. Kenzie Maffey just barely snuck into the actual event. So I
That's
think
right.
that should give Grassengroom confidence. But ultimately, zip is not how you want to start.
No, that's correct, but he does have the seed advantage in this one. So they already did the
Yeah.
whole thing with the draft, by the way. We have this god draft system in case you're completely new to this event series. Let's show him. Let's show him.
Hang on us.
Our
Hey,
maiden has
let's
already
show.
beautifully set it up. You can see the gods that have been picked and unpicked there. Freyr versus Kronos for starters on Mount Olympus.
Indeed, at least I believe that's what they're picking. So that is a little bit of a wild start because usually we're starting on something really even keel, like a Giza, like a Blue Lagoon, sometimes Elysium, something like that. But Mount Olympus, that's Mount Olympus and Kronos. It's spicy. Every Kronos instance of Kronos I've seen on Mount Olympus, it's always really spicy. So we're starting off with a bang, man. It's gonna be cool.
Indeed, indeed. Well, certainly the 3-0s on both sides will have shaken the beehive. Let's see if they can still sting.
Good one.
I've told them to go and fight, so within a few minutes we should be in lobby and watching them.
Okay, cool. Yeah, they haven't quite started just yet, so we have a couple of minutes to chill out.
That
Honestly,
reminds me, I didn't turn on my lights. Let's do that real quick.
let's see that bright and shiny face.
Yeah, there we go.
Well,
like
okay,
5% better now.
10%. 10%. It helps.
And now the lights have power. Even better. Okay, what were you gonna say? That's way more interesting than this.
God drafts, man. Let's look at the God drafts.
Yes.
Grass going for Isis, no surprise there. Going for Freyr right away as his second pick. That's a little bit surprising. Freyr has been getting so much more attention than it has in the past.
But Grass also has been really liking it, personally. Like, you see him play it a lot on the ladder, which is, it's kind of surprising. Freyr is not really highly rated among the top players. Nor is he doing well in terms of statistics. Like, we're talking about the 40% win rate in ranked. And it's not doing much better in the tournaments. If you go to, let's say, AOM stats, which actually provides win rate data for tournaments like this, you will see that 40% roughly represented here in Wrath of the Gods as well.
Hmm.
40 is not great.
Even so, like, we've seen some players ban Freyr. And, in the hands of someone like Pegasus Rush, in the hands of someone like Mista, I mean, by all means, they can look any god, look OP. But at the same time, it seems like Soup as well, obviously, Soup. If you. Freyr plays so differently compared to the other Norse gods that it's kind of difficult to get Freyr. But if you start to get Freyr, it seems like the high level players can just be super powerful with him. So
Yeah. I mean,
let's see
certainly if you set up a nice late game, if you get all those technologies that he gets for a discount, they may take longer, but you can do them all at once. Therefore, as you gear up, certainly Freyr gains a lot of power over time.
The way you can kind of look at it is the way I look at it a little bit is almost like exactly almost like Hephaestus. When Hephaestus hits,
good comparison.
Well, it takes time to get all those armor upgrades in since they're all cheaper. So there's a little bit of preparation. So there's not an initial power spike once you reach Hephaestus or your enemy reaches Hephaestus. But, a couple minutes later, once all those armory upgrades just start streaming in, then boom, suddenly that Zeus army is it turns from, paper into solid granite, solid, rock in terms of stats and whatnot. And so it's almost like Freyr gets a little bit more of that type of a quote unquote power spike with each age. Slowly gets a little bit stronger.
It's also comparable with Gaia, who gets the eco upgrade discounts in age early and then therefore has a bigger economy. Therefore, everything feels cheaper. In accounting, essentially, just ends up like like you're paying everything at the discount, and you gain that power spike earlier. Freyr is much the same, just achieves it in a different format.
Yep.
But I think Iron Maiden, it's time. Time for the thing.
Now?
We are only 30 seconds out, and I believe we can show people what's going on Mount Olympus, right?
Alrighty, let's do it, man. Let's do it. We'll see you in game.
Welcome everyone to the main event. This is a group stage match here for Wrath of the Gods. Specifically the losers first round in group 1. Kenzie Mafi in the blue color is playing as Kronos.
Over in the whoa, I need to slow down my screen. Sorry, Knock. Over here in the red, we have the one, the only Grassengroom going with the one and the only Freyr. Very excited to see what he's going to be able to put together with Freyr here on Mount Olympus. Cool map as well, in my opinion.
Very cool. I really love these additional relics that the map offers, plus the little paths that you have to go on. And, in the super late game, maybe you can build a trade route with these things. They are the longest distances away from the TC after all. Gold mines looking rather secure back home, but one of the characteristics of the map is that there's just not a whole lot of hunt going around. Although in this case, it's not that bad.
Yeah, I think. I mean, if you're still looking at Grass's side in the red, I presume you're looking at the gazelles and the aurochs up just on the top side of his base. That's very decent, honestly. And if you look at it looks like Kenzie Mafi's Oracle there on the left side. It's going to probably, at the very least, see the Aurochs.
He's also got something like that on his side, so it's pretty mirrored in that way.
True. That's very true. If he scouts everything, he should know exactly what to pressure. And honestly, that Oracle's walking right through the Aurochs, walking right towards the gazelles and the pumpkins. So he should see everything. It's a little bit of a bummer for Grassengroom because that's a lot of valuable real estate up there, especially for a Norse player.
A quick question, Maiden. Do you want to do a flip on the scoreboard because it's not aligned with the players. Have you done it on your side?
Yeah. I got
Ah,
Kronos, Kenzie, left side,
I did
and
it
then right
as
side.
well. Sorry, everyone. Okay, we got a quick advance from our Kronos player into Leto, so expect the robots. And we've also
Oh,
got the tempo time shift forward, so this is gonna bully Grass a little bit. Let's see if he can get a quick enough advance to be safe, but so far, no tempo, man.
indeed. And I almost forgot to fast forward there, Naka. Don't forget to fast forward to try and make sure we avoid some freezes here.
Uh, I'm up to date, actually. Great.
Okay, what time are you at, real quick, just to check?
246, 7, 8.
Perfect. Okay, cool. Yeah, all right. So the Berserk of Grass and Groom just barely dropping that Temple Man, and his
Ay, ay,
Oracle's
ay.
right next to it. So A, we're gonna have those robots, those automatons in his base in what, 10 seconds, 5 seconds?
Mm-hmm.
So, dude,
It's
if
two of them because he's Kronos, so this is spooky.
I know. Okay, he's got another Berserk out, so that Temple's definitely going up. He's definitely gonna be able to actually advance, but still, that thing's gonna get deconstructed. He's gonna be in a little bit of pain here, man.
That's right. Now this is a deconstruct here would not actually, stop a myth unit or anything. Retold has changed how that works compared to the original game. You still get your myth unit once you rebuild the temple. But you're not making a Herser in this meantime, and that's annoying. But hey, the villagers and the dwarves have shanked a robot to death.
Indeed. I don't know if I like that, honestly, by Kenzie allowing that
Uh,
automaton to actually die. But still, he's looking good here, man. Let's see if those berserks can get the temple back up.
yes, the CC is blasting him, man. This isn't good.
There's another one coming in. There's another one coming in. That's 3. Temple's still not up, man. Temple's still not up. Is he gonna lose that berserk? Not quite. So close. Dude, that is so close. Look at those berserks, man. They're so low HP.
I can garrison micro them. Grass is a pretty good gamer, right? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! I cursed him.
There goes one. There goes one. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, that's so close. He's lost 2 automatons so far. Grass isn't even up just yet. Jeez.
Better not lose that temple. This is getting ugly. Uh-oh. Uh-oh!
Oh. No
You do lose
Herser. No Draugr. Nothing.
You do lose a portion of the resources, but hey, as long as he completes that later and the villagers, they can kitchen knife shank the robots, then everything should be fine. But is it actually?
I know. There's no more automatons coming into his base, so that's one thing. But holy smokes, if you're mining gold on that gold mine, look at that. It's like, oh, he's like, right in the middle of a robot cemetery there.
He's got 3 berserkers, 4 berserkers from the TC. My goodness. Okay,
Wow.
he means business. Anyway, gotta throw down some other building as well now so that you can go back to making villagers. Grass, we're not making villagers. It hurts.
Uh-oh. He's making a Herser though, but the problem is that, I mean, the automaton damage is already done, so his Herser is going to be valuable, but man, he needed that
Absolutely.
2 minutes ago.
And the most critical factor right now is that villager graph. If you look at it, 26 and 17. That's population
Wow.
count, of course, not individual villagers. The villagers are insanely good, so that would be crazy. But yeah, still with population, this is a huge lead for our Kronos.
Smoke. Holy smoke. Well, I mean, Grassengroom has survived, so bravo to him. Losing the temple sucked. Not getting his Herser out sucked. All of that idle time. He didn't lose any actual villagers, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think he lost any, even though he had
No,
idle TC time because of the Berserks, right? So he's alive. He's alive, but only just.
that's exactly the biggest deal, that he has had idle villagers and an idle TC. So definitely hurts.
Oh.
But this is nothing you can't recover from.
Yes,
I've seen
I
crazier
agree.
things.
I agree. The big question, though, Naka, is how long is that gold mine going to last in Grasgrim's base? He's auto queuing dwarves, and so I mean it's nice because that's what he can afford economically. But at the same time, that means that his gold is just going to be depleted that much faster. He's not going to have as much military in order to secure a second gold mine. And look at where his second gold mine is, right next to that counter barracks. Little sketchy. Actually, maybe it's not sketchy at all, Naka. I haven't even looked at what Kenzie's been doing. He took a second town center and he's going defensive now. So he's got his economic advantage and he's just going to take that and run, I guess.
Yep, the second TC with the Empower effect from the double manor, that got built pretty quick, right? So even the cost of the idle villagers there, so to say, is not very extreme at all. And Kenzie's back home with the buildings. There's no risk of losing those. It's gonna be fine. He's pumping very hard when it comes to those vills. Which should mean a quick heroic age.
Yeah, that's so. What do you think he's shooting for? Is he, I'm sure. In fact, I'm going to go over to his point of view really quickly. Can't remember how I do. There we go. If he go to his point of view really quickly. There we go. I think he sees. Okay, so he sees two of the possible gold mines that grass could be taken. There is one way up top that he could possibly take, but it might actually happen. Grass is walling it up. Anyway, so what's he going to do? Is he going to go defensive, build up his eco, build up his army, and eventually hit on that second gold mine? Is he going heroic? What do you foresee here?
Well, definitely could work on that vision a little bit right now, because most of the map is still shrouded in darkness for Kenzie. So being the player that has the initiative for the most part, I think it is up to him to make something happen. But Grass did put together a little army at least. I don't think this is particularly going to do a lot, but it's more than what Kenzie has for the moment.
Well, if you look, there's a big wall up right there, right behind that hunt, exactly where this army is going. If he sees those villagers, those citizens, those could be in some serious trouble. Going to possibly mitigate that second TC, Naka.
Ooh. Okay, that one villager is definitely toast. Can he get the other one? Nah, that's escaping. The housed villagers are also kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, that hard place being, a whole bunch of axes and swords.
Hard and sharp. Damn. They're gone.
Wow. Do you realize how big of a raid that was just now? Like, think about all the eco damage that Kenzie Mafi did early on. It's almost completely mitigated. Clearly, he's still in front. He has 2 town centers, and on and on and on. But still, it's, losing 4 citizens just like that on his exterior hunt. That's a big deal for Grassengrim to come back into this game and try and survive.
Yeah, like Kenzie's still fine, but that definitely hurt. He is going to feel this for a long time. He is going up heroic though, and that will give him the tools really to start dealing with this Norse army that we're seeing from Grass. Then again, you don't want to hard commit to a big attack directly to a TC because Golem Bursty will just mess you up. So I think what we can expect here is a bunch of Contarius. We already see the military barracks getting slapped down. And Horsko Burr, I guess.
Indeed. And speaking of that kind of obligates Freyr to go into Bragi, right? But as you see,
Does it?
Group's going for us. Kind of. If he's going up through, I guess they're not, actually, that's a good point. They're not Thea Contarius. Maybe not. Maybe not.
Yeah, they're not that scary. I mean, they're still really good units, but what if you just make your herdman? Isn't that enough?
I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking of the Thea Contarius rather than just the Hyperion Contarius, but still. Herdman can get sniped pretty hard by the Arcus, by Kairos, by something like, what are they called? Satyrs, so I think it's absolutely... But of course, Berserks can as well.
100%.
But still, I think that's a good point, man. They're not the Thea Contarius, so they're not quite as scary, ultimately. They're still strong units, so absolutely.
It's gonna be Arcus, so maybe it's not Contarius at all. Just Murmillo and Arcus. That could be a more direct way to fight the Norse army, but then all these throwing axes will mess up the Murmillo. I do think you want a few Contarius here.
Yeah, for sure. Nice little raid down there on that far left side, picking off an Oracle. You definitely want to pick off those many Oracles as you can against Chronos players. Nice little snag right there by Grass.
There's plenty of them scattered around the map now, so Kenzie has worked on that. The Bragi is coming in as you predicted. I don't think he had to, but it's not a bad choice by any means.
Well, at this point in time, a flaming weapons attack. I was talking about the sketchy gold positioning for Kenzie Mafi and
Mm.
or sorry, for Grass and Groom. But because Kenzie went defensive, he got that big raid, lost a bunch of citizens. At this point in time, maybe it's Grass and Groom who's going to be doing the gold starving with the flaming weapons attack.
It's entirely possible. I could see it. He even is getting this Asgardian Hill Fort by the forward town center location, which might secure the town center itself. Maybe he just waits for some of those armory upgrades to complete. They're dirt cheap after all. But hey, shouldn't you be making like multiple armories when they're this cheap?
That's what I do personally. At least I get a second one out, so you can have two popping in at the same time.
Maybe he has
But
other... Oh. He almost had enough resources for a moment there to go Mythic as the Hill Fort completes, but nah. More units should be a big push, like you said.
indeed, more units, more upgrades. Look at that global. I don't know if you have the global queue up, but holy smokes, we got upgrades and upgrades and upgrades and upgrades and units and upgrades. Oh me, oh my. I feel big flaming weapons coming.
Yeah, there's a good amount for Arcus. There's a handful Quintarius now as well, but the production from Kenzie just doesn't impress quite as much. He's down overall in military population. There's gonna be pigs.
It's
Better be ready.
Oh, that's indeed. This does not look like the type of army that's going to handle a flaming weapons attack. Although, having said that, Nako, remember, he has chaos. He went up through Hyperion. He has chaos, and so really, Grassengroom wants to try and force that chaos before he uses flaming weapons. Otherwise, his flaming weapons units, they could potentially just attack each other. That could be disastrous.
Yeah,
honestly.
so if you can target specifically the throwing axemen who have a huge bonus damage against, well, themselves, during flaming weapons, they will annihilate themselves. So,
Oh yeah.
gotta be careful with that. And I think we might be looking at such a situation. Oh, the wraparound is good. Is he gonna click the thing? Wow, he doesn't even need flaming weapons. What is this?
Those armory techs coming in, man. Everything is heavy. All those copper line upgrades come in right at the same time. The surround was amazing, and yeah, he doesn't even need a flaming weapons. Boom, gold star.
Well, the other golden mines are also walled in. Well, technically they broke through the north, but Grass can see that. He has the walls right there. I think he remembers anyway.
Well, he is getting attacked. The Arcus up there is attacking that one wall, so he should be notified.
Yeah. Fortified TC coming in for Grass. He's grabbing this front TC as well. Unfortunately, a lot of his units are really weak, so won't be very easy to push into another fight right now. He would just probably lose everything. Best to build up.
That's exactly what he's doing. Plus, again, he has that forward hill fort. He's not going for any Huskarls, which I don't really blame him. Nobody's impressed by Huskarls these days. Anyway, he could still be getting some of those bad boys out to just get the numbers. Like you said, he has a lot of weak units, so just getting the numbers, getting that full pop, and then just hitting gold mine number 2, get himself into a nice little gold star position. And here we go.
Ah, the palace is getting cancelled. That's brutal. Very unfortunate timing as well for Kenzie. None of the spider eggs worked even. It's to run away from the gold mine. Ouch.
Ouch, indeed. That's going to be how many hill forts? That's going to be 2 hill forts right in the face of Kenzie, but Kenzie's back with the vengeance, man. He's got heavy Arcus. Check it out.
None of them heroes, though, so these Draugr are gonna be a little bit annoying, but their numbers aren't that high just yet. Oh, Golem Bursty!
Oh, yeah, baby. Get him.
5 Arcus just disappeared. And counting.
Holy smokes. Dude, Golem Bursty is such a G. And the fact that he took the forward town center makes him an aggressive Golem Bursty, not defensive, man. This is terrifying for Kenzie. Are you kidding me?
Oh, his units are shuffling into it. He has to run from yet another gold mine, and there's a little pig. Don't speak to me or my dad ever again, he says.
When you said there's going to be pigs, did you remember it was going to be Golem Bursty?
Yeah, of course.
The Chonker's going to work, man. He's going to town. I wish we could see the KD of this guy. Holy smokes, he's killed so many units so far. Citizens, Arcus, everything. Holy crap. Whew.
Wow, the one raiding cavalry is blocking the citizens from escaping. Okay. Several other kills are coming through, and Vidar is clicked in. Mythic Age with a big boom is what Grass is going for. It's got so much economy now, catching up to that 100 limit shortly, which Kenzie actually wasn't able to get himself, but I'm sure he'll get there soon enough. He's not dead, right? But it's looking grim.
Well, he may not be dead, but he's about to be nuked here in about 60 seconds or so.
Oh wait, all the weak villagers with the berserk surrounding them. My goodness, they're gonna block them out. Oh, there's gonna be so many deaths here in the south. Yikes.
That's one too many raids that a Chronos player can handle, man. Holy smokes.
Grass is playing this
taking
really nicely, isn't he?
Oh man, well at the same time Kenzie's kind of giving it to him though. He's just allowing all of his eco down on that south side to be completely exposed. He's giving Grass and Groom this game. He's giving him the capability to come back and take this game, man.
Wow.
This is insane.
What eco, it's all gone. And then he's gonna have Vidar. All these Arcus are gonna disappear as well if he doesn't have room to split. And he most certainly does not have room to split in between these buildings. Grass is baiting him closer. It's like, come over, Kenzie. I've got a surprise for you. Oh no.
Chaos.
Oh no. He's doing it.
He's doing it.
Nuclear launch detected. Holy shit. It's all gone.
Yeah. Oh. Dude, what an explosive victory. Are you kidding me? A nuke right into the victory. That was beautiful.
Wow. Absolutely insane. That was a way to go out. This is actually, Maiden, this is something that we haven't been getting in the other series. Everybody would just quit. But Kenzie finally made it a clippable moment. Thank you, Kenzie. Shout out.
Exactly.
This is how we make content.
Yo, that's how you end a game, with a bang, dude. Literally. What a comeback from Grass and Groom. I think that I like what Kenzie did with all the automatons, right? He did a decent amount of damage early on. But the problem is that, like I said, when he lost those initial hunters down on that bottom side, that completely mitigated that second town center that he grabbed. And so it allowed Grass and Groom to make such a powerful comeback. And it really slowed down his heroic time. You remember, you were thinking of Contarius, but he ended up going into Arcus. I wonder if that raid really slowed down the power of his heroic time.
It did. You can see it between like 9 minutes and 11. It's almost a flat line in terms of the villager count, whereas it should have been going up. So he was like short 10 population because of that. A little more, actually.
Well, plus, look
it's up long term.
Exactly. Look at the all resources collected. Grass and Groom is still behind a little bit in economy, but it wasn't too bad. Not too bad at all.
Well, let's see if Kenzie can bring this back in the second game. A pretty pivotal moment to turn it around, both mentally speaking as well as, in terms of the actual score. It's important, so something to keep in mind.
Indeed. Well played. Nice game one. Starting with a bang.
Guys, today we're not combining our chats, but I still need to do it on my end between my own channel and MetaPlays, so I'm going to do that right now. Completely forgot to start it. On Iron Maiden, I'll need a few breaks between the series because I got some sponsorship ad reads to do. Obviously, don't want to subject your channel to that. Just a heads up.
Hey, man. Twice the value, I guess.
Yeah.
Hit me.
Now later between the series, we've got a HelloFresh thing. So. Yeah,
bro. Dude, I could do that. I could do that without even having any copy or anything in front of me. I'm a walking HelloFresh ad. I know. I'm not, as much as I hate to say it, I'm not even joking.
I mean, I've used them before a bunch of times. They're good. Which is why I take their sponsorships.
Seriously. Well, okay, so Grass and Groom takes out game number 1. So that puts him up 1-0. Is the scoreboard all updated? Looks like it is.
Yeah, it's
There we
beautiful.
have it. Excellent. Freyr against Kronos. Okay. So, what does... I don't think we have the next game just yet, do we? Do.
Searching. The problem
Poseidon
with
versus
these
Uranos.
lobby names is that, well, these lobby links is that after that, refreshing is not always possible. I have to restart my game. Yeah.
Huh. Beautiful. Well, we definitely, at least I'm, according to what Grass put in chat, we're going to have Poseidon against Uranos. I'm not sure of the map pick just yet, so we'll get there, but Poseidon against Uranos. Probably going to be an open map, honestly. If I'm thinking of playing either of those gods, I'm probably feeling comfortable on an open map. How about you?
Sorry, what was the matchup? Poseidon against
Uranos.
Uranus. Okay. Yeah, both of
At least it
them
should be.
excellent at raiding. It's more infantry based for Uranus, but hey, you make those catapulties, they're pretty fast boys. You go up through Oceanus, you get them weightless mace, and they can kind of keep up with the cav, even though Poseidon's is faster. But at least you can protect yourself well enough against raids if you keep them near the villager groups. So I don't think Uranus has a huge issue here. You can sky passage around as well, which is a pretty important aspect of Uranus. Just send out one villager, find a hunting spot for yourself, take everybody with you through the sky passage, save you so much walking time and economy in the process. I think that's great stuff. So both gods
I
are
agree.
rather solid.
I agree. Poseidon has fallen out of style a little bit. I'm actually looking at their draft. Nobody picked Hades. Nobody picked. Oh, we have Zeus on Kenzie's side. Nobody picked Hades. That is super surprising.
Yeah, we usually do see Hades at least for Kalagar purposes or something like that, but not this time, which is rather strange.
Well, it's even stranger when you see that, Grass picked Poseidon again instead of that Hades pick. I'm pretty surprised.
Oh wait, was there Kalagar in the set?
I don't know. I don't know.
I gotta find it. It's like a million years ago, so I have to scroll up in our chat.
He just posted the game, by the way.
Yes, I've got that. So map draft wise,
it is Elysium, by the way.
Oh, Kalaga was banned. That's why there's no Hades.
Yep, bro. There's plenty of other maps you could play Hades on.
I don't disagree. Yeah, you're right. I mean, a land map with Hades is still fantastic.
Oh, yeah, of course. In fact, Hades was, for a while, Hades was the most picked god. So, I don't know, man. With the free ballistics, just how archers work these days, Hades is strong, man. Like I understand the meta's shifting, the meta shifts, this and that and whatnot. There may be no Karalager, but still, there's plenty of maps to play Hades.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. I agree. I'm a big Hades fan myself. Like, just Greek late game, going for that is perfectly fine. And he's got some fun toys before that as well, like the heroic age in particular, with a bunch of Cyclops if you can keep them going, as well as just the ballistic Toxotes.
Well, dude,
it's a pretty strong mix.
Absolutely, but also, dude, minnows, man. Since Hades gets what is the bonus? How much cheaper are the myth units? Is it HP?
Yeah, it's like 20% HP on them. It's insane.
That's
so strong.
Thank you. Well, that with the archer backing makes it so freaking strong. Strong tox, ballistics from the get-go. Makes that armor comp so freaking strong. Alas, we're gonna see Poseidon against Uranos, so we're not getting it today.
Nah, we're just at least gonna chill for Hades for the next series.
Well, so having said all that, kind of to get back around to Poseidon, I think that most players would probably, I don't know, it depends on individual expert or individual player play style, but I think on paper, I wouldn't be surprised to see that a lot of people would give Uranos the advantage in this matchup these days. Bite of the Shark Murmillo, I mean, Elysium has plenty of hunt. You should be able to afford all your Murmillo infantry upgrades and numbers that you want. I think most people would advantage Oranos here.
Yeah, I like that, and Calagia just keeping them alive. But Iron Maiden, I think it's time we show these people Elysium, because we're just
All
20
right,
seconds out, and then we'll jump into the game, guys.
let's go.
Oh, look, it's Elysium. We're here in game 2, Kenzie Mafi playing as Oranos in the blue color.
Here in the top, slightly off-center to the right, we have Grassgrim going for a Poseidon up here in the red. Looking good, lots of hunt inside of his base, but a forward gold mine. We're talking about all those scary Murmillo, Naka. Do you think that maybe some Murmillo aggression can work out here against this pretty open-looking base of Grassgrim?
Potentially. I do think the hero stabilized the early game for Greek, so Atalanta can just be an absolute pain hunting down your oracles. You don't want to mess with her too much. It will take several more minnows to try to chase her. What you can do though is send around secondary raiding groups, which can then later find the villagers. So yes, that is spooky to have such a forward gold mine. Grass will have to take care of it and build around that. Somehow secure this uncomfortable spot.
Yeah, he should ultimately be fine. It's got a nice little, good pumpkins. Turkeys are fine. Got a nice gazelle patch up in the very top corner. Has he seen that, however? I believe he has seen it. Yep, he has. So plenty of food options. Hippias may not be the most food-heavy unit, but still should be fine.
Yeah, Scout did it with a pig, so classic.
Okay.
Oh, you just lost one. That's the risk of it. The Oracle picked it up.
Pig scouting. Hey man, it's beneficial, but with all those 3 oracles going hard, you got to be careful not to get a little bit too ambitious with your pig scouting.
You know, Poseidon will be advancing through Hermes here anyway, right? Like, there's a super high chance of that. And then you get Winged Messenger, 3 Pegasus. You will see the entire map without too much issue. I'm not worried for Grass's scouting, so overdoing
Well,
pigs
indeed.
is not needed.
At the very least, I'm perfectly comfortable and think it's a good idea to at least get the backside of your base. Oracles should not be in the backside of your base scouting just yet, so and it gives you line of sight of those, or visibility, knowledge, I guess, of the gazelles up top. So at the very least, get that top corner scouted. Anyway, speaking of Hermes, we are seeing Hermes. However, real quick, Naka, a little bit of theory crafting. Do you think that, and we see Prometheus coming in for Kenzie Mafi on the Aranos side?
Oh, wait, no,
Yeah.
no, Prometheus, what?
Oh,
Is this more
Prometheus.
boomy? Because like the whole
Possibly.
idea is that you get the hero citizens, right? And then you get Theft of Fire with a big economy, and it's a lot easier to do when you have 2 TCs.
That is true. And the town center over by that citizen that's building a sky passage right now is in a decent position. I guess maybe he's thinking of I don't know. I'm a little bit surprised. I guess I have that bias of old AOM, legacy AOM, like, oh, of course Uranus is going Prometheus. But no. Oceanus is the meta these days.
I'd be less surprised if it was Kronos doing it. But when Uranus does it, it's like, okay, you're not synergizing into your infantry. Uranus does get the Empyrean tech, and that makes all the infantry faster. So playing into that with further infantry buffs is just nice stick stacking.
Indeed. Military barracks, counter barracks coming in, by the way. We got a centaur right in the business. Probably going to do a little bit of damage, but nothing too scary. At least he shouldn't. There's this hero oracle. Should do just fine defending against that centaur, so no problemo. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. I wonder if Kenzie is what's up with that? Is he maybe, have some of that legacy bias going for Prometheus just out of habit possibly?
Maybe. You watch a little bit of Rappel or the Mista playing Oranos, and it will almost certainly always be uh, several Caladria just healing your boys up to full, and you just basically can't lose units.
Hmm. Well, apparently Kenzie has other ideas here. Lan and Theseus going pretty hard here, not causing a ton of damage, however. It seems like he's able to handle this fairly well, but still, he did have to move some of his citizens on the wood right there, so a little bit of some eco damage, but nothing too heavy.
Well, Grass is not going to let up, however. He's double pumping Hippeus now. It's adding a lot of meat to this battle.
Horse meat, is that?
Yes.
A lot of yes, horse meat, a lot of cavalry meat. Speaking of horse meat, there goes a terma.
Future
That's meat for the
sausages.
crows. Wow, okay. Well, honestly, if I'm in Grassgroom's position, making those Hippias not scared of those. Those Murmillo are not near as scary anymore because they cannot get the Bite of the Shark upgrade through Prometheus. That's an Oceanus thing. Anyways, he's looking pretty confident here, man. He's got Atlanta against the Promethean. There goes the Centaur, which hurts, but still, these Greek units looking pretty decent, especially with the heroes.
The Greek trade, so far, so good. Not much to worry about. Of course, the Catapulties are going to be annoying, especially if they get healed up by Valor. To fill these Hippeus, can't take it too well. But I think the damage is done. Like, Grass is safe back home. He's, reset the Atlantean unit count plenty of times now. It's really not too bad. Ooh,
Yep.
there's a bonk. Bonk goes down.
There's a bonk. We saw a bonk, everybody.
Wait, Centaurs for Grass? I'm a little bit surprised. Okay. He will be... Do you think that's gonna work here? If you just make a lot of Centaurs?
I mean, he's only got 2 on favor, so he's not necessarily going for a spam per se. If he was Zeus with 2 on favor, you can get a little bit more spam type of, action going, but with only 2 on favor, I'm not too surprised to see an additional centaur. It's decent, expecting catapulties and other infantry coming in. So it's decent, but it's not as strong with Poseidon compared to Zeus, of course.
I think we might have a kitchen knife fight over the hunt.
Oh, exciting. Bust out your bread, people. The butter knives are going to be going at it. Maybe not because of the horse meat is coming back in.
Horse.
How you like that, Naka?
Killing me, dude.
Anyway, exactly what Naka was talking about earlier. The sky passages just being so clutch. He took most of that hunt right there. A good amount of hunt right there. And he's able to go home safely, no problemo.
Yeah, but by rights, this did not belong to Kenzie in any way. But coming up, stealing it, denying a little bit of resources to the Greek player, it's not nothing.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
And then
Centaurs,
the
man.
sky passage itself is a distraction from other things, right? Like, you have to destroy this, otherwise they'll be back. But then it exposes the units to shenanigans like this. It's 3 damage.
Very true. Gotta be careful, especially with that what is it called? Catapulties in there, man. That thing is gonna shred the Hippias.
The Atlantean army is getting rather big at 38. Population to 21. They're looking good. Not something you want to attack under a town center with, but hey, if you can harass some of the resources, perhaps find those gold miners, find the wood people in the back. 4 Hippeus are not going to protect this.
Indeed. Well, so real quick to go back to my theory crafting that I wanted to throw something out at you, Naka, before we saw that we had Hermes and Prometheus coming in. It is what I think one thing that we have not yet seen and retold is the bonus of Ares to give you Hippospis in the classical age. Do you think that's viable in a situation like this, as we see a potentially big raid coming in here, actually?
I don't think it's unviable. It's very expensive though, so that's the tough part about it. But the villagers are getting caught. Can they actually garrison? Whoa, 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 whoa!
Wow.
4 of them just died, and several are hurt, by the way, behind this.
Just Aranos things, man. He's at this point in time, he's just yellowing his army under this town center fire, man. Oh, that was a good raid, though. 4 vills down just
Very
like that.
good.
That was a really great raid.
And that was without shockwave. Imagine how much more damage he can do if that's paired with a good shockwave.
That is a super good point. That was definitely shockwaveable, man, because there was like basically no defense there for Grass. That was exceptionally shockwaveable. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't use it. He could have picked off double the vills, maybe.
I guess he wants to catch a centaurs now that he knows that there's several coming. So if they're clumped up and he's got several heroes, that's punishable too. So maybe that's the idea here.
Very true. Very true. Got a little bit of harassment with Atlanta and the Hippias from the backside of Kenzie's base. It's gonna find, dude. This is gonna be another hunt patch getting smashed by Kenzie, reminiscent of Game 1 on Mount Olympus. Is he gonna garrison these guys? Whoosh.
Ooh.
Close.
Good micro though, saving everybody.
Whew. Cutting it close, Kenzie. Cutting it very close. Sheesh.
Chaos just about surviving at 4 hit points. Still don't have any regeneration tech for them. It's unfortunate. Will be needed at some point. A bunch of military academies getting made, and Aphrodite is coming in. Curse really does hurt these kind of small armies.
Indeed. I mean, Curse plus he's got those 4 centaurs, so he is going for more of a centaur spam than I actually. 5 centaurs actually knockout. He's going for more of a spam than I anticipated.
And still no upgrade. He's making number 6.
Dude, are you kidding me? He's stockpiled a whole bunch more vills on Favor. He's up to 6 at this point in time. I honestly, it's been a little bit since we've seen a centaur spam up at high level AOM. It seems like people like Poseidon really fell out of style.
Sure. It was a big thing like a few months back, but then it kind of just stopped.
Exactly. So it's almost refreshing. Almost. We'll see how brutal these special attacks
Too soon?
At this point. Possibly. Yeah. There's the Hippospis though, Naka. So hey, you don't necessarily need an expensive upgrade to go for him. You can't just go heroic as well. So there we go.
It is an upgrade.
And a centaur spam.
They do have more stats as you age up.
It is an upgrade indeed. That's a very good point.
Still looking for some sneaky kills here, maybe. But Grass is paying good attention. Nicely done.
Yeah, but that's a lot of gold vills nearby as well, and he does have the speed upgrade. Speaking of upgrades, he does have speed upgrade on his units, so those Aranos, this is more reminiscent of old school AOM or old school Aranos, getting nasty kills all over the place. Boom, boom, that's a couple dead vills, man.
No curse, no ceasefire. This could be a problem, actually, losing this many villagers, although he has been up to 2 DC. 60 Greek civilian population, that's not too bad.
Indeed. Heavy Hippospis and a centaur going hard on this army. Is it going to lose a centaur? Possibly. Boom.
With the Hippospis though wrecking all the Murmellos, I guess it was worth it. That is a highly cost-effective trade. It's just unfortunate to lose the villagers, but hey, Grass is up in age. He's up in Kenzie's base. And there's no army there to defend. What's he gonna do?
Well, he's going to go up through Hyperion. That's going to be pretty decent to Chaos on, maybe these Centaurs, Nemean Lion. That could be decent, give him a really clutch fight. He's going to need it for Curse in order to win, a potential next fight on a gold mine. Up top, we see a whole bunch of economy up there. Sky Passages for the win. Can he hold on to that eco, though?
All these
Okay.
centaurs are gonna go crazy on this army, but where's the attack move? Oh, where is it?
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Here come all the god powers. This is Age of Attack move, not Age of Walk into the enemy army anymore. Please, help.
More legacy buys, man. More legacy buys. No attack move in the old days, right?
Ooh. Raster
That was
Groom.
bad.
That was very bad. And it might have cost him his advantage, like he did lose a lot of health on these units. Now Kenzie is in a decent position with all these units out.
Plus Curse, man. Curse is such a big timing, and he had to use it, plus Ceasefire, to try and just save his army and not completely die. Speaking of completely dying, boom. These Centaurs might be completely dying! Sky Passage for the win again!
Yeah, man, and all this for what? For saving one button press. That's what it comes down to. It's... No. Shakes head.
Yes. Sky Passage for the win, though, man. Seriously, just transporting your army instantly over there. It's amazing.
Sky passages are amazing, and the unit composition actually from Kenzie is looking rather good as well. Plenty of Arcus in there, promote some to heroes, and those centaurs will very rapidly disappear. Just need something for the Hoplite Hippospis mix. Not as easy a thing to handle, but you pump some more Arcus, you should be okay.
Yeah, indeed. He's got to have a nice, solid front line, of course, to keep his Arcus secure or safe and whatnot. Well, at this point in time, he's still going for. Oh snap! We got an Artemis click up, by the way.
And a bunch of Nemean Lions.
Yes.
Really going nuts on the Myth units.
Is it worthwhile to get the Centaur upgrade at this point in time? He's basically been spamming them. Is it not worthwhile?
I mean, I guess he's afraid of losing them, maybe? But, yeah, I agree. What you said.
Usually, well, numbers are usually king over upgrades. However, once you actually get the numbers, that's typically when you want to actually go for the upgrades as well. So it seems like this is the perfect opportunity. But hey, whatever, he's not going for it. We have another Sky Passage on the right side, Naka, but there's a Villa stable there. So Groom, he's really thinking of this gold starve. He's not quite able to get it. There's 2 gold mines on the left that Kenzie still has.
It is really nice to have map control like that. I like his preparation overall. Just,
of course.
Let's not mess up the fights without attack move again, please, and it's all good.
Here we go. Nemean Lion's gonna go hard on this army, dude. Oh boy.
Those were some really good chain stunts. The infantry didn't get to fight at all, so, props to Grass to think of this. There were not enough heroes to deal with that. Good idea.
Indeed.
He's doing it again!
Oh.
Wow!
Oh.
They can't run, they can't hide. The Peltas are gonna absolutely pelt those Arcus.
That's like a Poseidon shockwave right there, man. Speaking of shockwave, we haven't seen a shockwave from the Aranos side. Instead, we're seeing it from the Nemean Lions side. And we got an earthquake.
Pegasus flying in just for this. We're not going to see the town center getting destroyed, but I think it was going to happen with 7 seconds of this left. And Grass is taking that second game for himself. Absolutely nuts.
Wow. Well played by Grass, man. Well played. Really nice timing with Artemis. It seems, Naka, it seems like we never really saw a huge army from either player until just barely. So it felt like Grass was able to do just enough defense and damage with a handful of Hippias, couple of Centaurs here and there, etc., etc. And it seems like with the second town center and enough map control to hunt pumpkins, etc., he was able to get a great Artemis time. 18 minutes? That's not too shabby against Aranos.
Agreed for sure. Like, hitting the timings was actually really solid for Grass. The 2TC, despite the super open map, by the way, the initial aggression leading up to the Centaur spam to actually protect himself against retaliation. I think everything really came together, minus that one fight.
100%. but he did have the ceasefire for, those happy little accidents.
Sure, sure. You can use your god powers and several other power spikes for several purposes, like saving yourself when you're actually in trouble. Ceasefire is one of the best at doing that.
Absolutely. 2-0 for Grassengrew, man. This is a best of 5, so Kenzie's gonna have to, bust out something in order to stay alive. Holy smokes.
Holy smokes, indeed. Let's see if we already have information about the next map, as the guys are setting this up, supposedly. They are ahead of us. Giza. So, going pretty standard. And God pick is still in progress.
Wow. Yeah, honestly, Naka, I think that Aranos is still, I mean, they're still, we're still figuring out game balance here in, what, 4 or 5, however many months into the release of Retold. However, if looking at Aranos now compared to back in old AOT days, I like Aranos now so much more because you have to get an upgrade
Mm,
for that speed boost. So those Aranos units, it takes just that much more time um, to get across the map and actually start putting pressure on the opponent. So in the past, Greek Poseidon against Aranos was often pretty brutal for Poseidon. Aranos typically, not all the time, but typically had the advantage there. But part of the reason is because there's no way you could go outside of your base. You're just completely stuck in your base. Retold has a little bit more resources, food resources inside of your base, etc., etc. But I think another part of that is the speed boost. You have to get the upgrade for Aranos to get that speed boost. I think it's so clutch
yeah, man.
because it slows down Aranos just enough so that if you're playing against Aranos, you have just an extra minute, an extra 2 minutes, an extra however many minutes to just establish yourself as well. And again, having that food inside your base. So
Yep.
it's so much more of an equally balanced situation.
Well, look, in the old game, you just had to completely rely on your economic boom and making it somehow to the heroic age where you can actually fight the army, and hoping that meanwhile your hoplites and hippicons survive or keep you alive, rather. Um,
Mm.
Tons of walling is what we've seen in the old game, but now it's a bit more back and forth. The Atlanteans have lost some of their free power spikes, so to say, but they gained power elsewhere, like in the god powers, like in the because they're so cheap to recast compared to yours, and also their myth units are better. Things like Caladria can slow you down, so they gained plenty in other ways, but they've lost a lot of their free stuff.
Exactly. At least the god power reuse. At least there's some counterplay in that you can raid, quote unquote, raid the oracles
Mm,
to try and limit or suppress that favor generation, right? So I would rather have the door open to counterplay instead of just an inherent bonus that is so OP, like
mm.
what that speed boost used to be. Um,
Yeah, like
anyway,
hiding it
anyway,
behind the tech is still, very potent, but at the same time, it doesn't feel oppressive from the very beginning, as you said. So I do think that was a very valid and justified design decision. I guess the question is, should they have done it to others? Because things like Zeus having fast hoplites that wreck your buildings, that's very innate and free at the same time. And then you got a hero health tech, which would probably be interesting to swap those. That,
yeah.
Zeus heroes are better to start with, but then the hoplites you have to upgrade or whatever. So I don't know if they should apply the same logic elsewhere or not. It's an interesting thing to think about and discuss.
I agree. We could, I mean, we could talk more about that, but let's look forward. Let's look forward to game number 3.
Yeah, I mean,
I
we've
think
got
that
Set versus Loki, right? So let's talk about that instead.
exactly, and ah, okay, okay, I'm maybe it's just me. It's Kenzie's gonna have a rough time
Hmm.
pushing us to a game 4. What do you think?
I don't know how you deal with the barracks army. If you can somehow make it to heroic, get the great flaming weapons in, then sure you'll be fine. But if Seth can start trading with your classical army, you're probably toast. It's a really rough matchup. What do you do against those axemen and slingers
I mean,
when
at
they're
least
backed up with
against
budgets? Yeah.
at least the throwing axemen, the Loki throwing axemen are just a teensy bit better than Thor, Odin, and Freyr because they have extra bonus damage against the units that they counter. So there is that silver lining, but it's only a silver lining. You're still gonna have a bad day against the watches.
Yes, sir.
Are
Well, we have just
you?
a bunch of seconds to go, so I think we're gonna hit up Giza.
Let's do it, man. I'll see you there.
Boom. All right, this is game 3. It's the last chance and the last life of Kenzie Mafi. Can he make it work? He's gonna try it with Loki.
Over here on the red side, top right, Grassengroom going to a set. Probably feeling comfortable once he sees that Loki selection from Kenzie Moffitt. He's probably feeling perfectly comfortable here. So I'm sure Grassengroom is smiling, looking for that 3-0. He's going to need it going into the next, if he ends up going into the next series against either Tunison or Misstep. So, yeah, he's probably smiling in my opinion. But at the same time, we are saying Naka how Set. It's just going to be really difficult for Loki to play against Set on a map like this. But if you go look at Kenzie's side of the map, I mean, maybe he can get himself a handful of goats. He's going to have decent enough food inside of his base. The throwing axemen are decent against the Egyptian spears and axes. He's not dead in the water here. It is
Hmm.
Giz after all, so he's not dead in the water.
Sure, it's not impossible by any means, right? You just need to not have a big engagement where you lose everything as Loki, essentially. You can have some skirmishes, but you have to go back to your healing spring to keep your boys alive. You need that heroic cage, you need that big hit with flaming weapons. But if you do trade in the classical age against slingers, targeting your throwing axes and axemen targeting your heroes down while any potential cavalry gets blasted by Vajets, that's not going to go well.
Yeah.
So that's what you have to avoid.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, it's in addition to that, the gold mines are what I'm looking at right now on the front side of Kenzie's base. It's got the one right smack dab in the center. It's got one on the kind of the bottom far side and then the top far side if you look at the mini map as well. But there one really nice thing I was mentioned the food situation inside of Kenzie's base. In general, in Retold, you have herdables, you have pumpkins slash berries, turkeys, starting hunt, etc. But at the same time, he also has zebras and rhinos down there on that bottom side. So I
It's a good spot.
presume grass. It's a great spot. Set has plenty of scouting options, so he should see that. But it is really far away from grass. So I think there's some nice potential for him to eventually take that, be it early, be it late, whatever. I think there's plenty of potential for him to take that and get that crucial heroic timing.
Yeah, as for our set player, Grass does not need to leave his base. If the villagers want steak, the priest says we have steak at home, brings home a whole rhino, and eat that anytime they like.
Rhino steak. Crud. Well, I mean, plus he's got such a crazy good zebra patch himself. I mean, that's close enough. That's just a little bit of walking distance right there.
Oh yeah,
No
that's fine.
problemo.
That's fine. It's just so convenient to not have to leave for your second hunt while you establish your initial army. Both for reasons of walking time convenience, but also for the security of the villagers, right?
Mhm.
Norse definitely can punish you pretty hard if you're not careful.
Absolutely. Double Rhino coming in, so you're absolutely right. We got Rhino stakes at home.
And then there's the whole
For a-
matter of the barracks. Wait a second, that barracks is not in range of the grass and groom. It's not in the range of this monument. I'm gonna cry.
Yeah, he's gonna have to drop a third monument, man, or get the
No.
real watch it spam going.
Yeah, third monument. That's the solution. Exactly. He's got this. It's fine. You don't need to have the monument pre-installed.
That is a big shame because that again that gives you the uh-oh. Am I confusing? Uh-oh.
Hmm?
It's gives you the cheaper units, right?
Cheaper. Yep, that's it.
Okay. I'm just
Like
start mixing up raw
5%
and set here.
cost.
Hey man,
He's not-
5% is 5%.
5%, $20 is $20, as they say. But yeah, there's no third barracks coming just yet, and certainly no third monument. So me sad right now. He's pumping the axes.
Axes and wadgets, man. What else does he need? I guess he can think about going for slingers as well. But hey, those wadgets are so crazy strong that man, no problem. Don't necessarily need them. And he's already feeling comfortable enough to start going aggressive here. 2 wadgets, priest, couple axes.
It's very
What are those,
understandable. The priest
hyenas?
can heal anyone that gets hurt, and he's made an extra priest anyhow. So
Yeah.
more Healy boys. There was an Ankofra for our Loki players, so maybe some trolls in the later stages could be possible in a classical age, or you just somehow make it to heroic and make battle boars. That's even better, but easier said than done.
Absolutely. Here's down on that bottom side of Hunt, by the way. I real quick want to check to see if Grass sees that. Does he see that?
The bottom
He
Hunt.
does not see the. He doesn't see the zebras. Actually, his spears are gonna.
Oh,
his
he
spears
just
gonna go there right now.
just found it. Nice.
Is he gonna shift his army over there,
Very possible.
dude?
What? Vision? Oh,
Vision.
he's trying to distract Kenzie, doesn't he?
There's a spear on the food.
Here it comes.
Yep.
Right in the middle of it all. Oh my god, Kenzie, you're in so much trouble, sir. That helps, but the villagers are already dead. Can't heal them back from that state.
And indeed. But here's the problem, though. He's completely surrounded now. It was a small army, a little bit late to go in aggressive, so he's going to lose 1 Wadget already. This is actually, it's not too bad for Kenzie here, Naka.
I
Not too bad
agree.
at all.
The raiding Cav and fighting under the protection of the healing spring, fight-wise, this was great. Cleaned everything up. Sick.
Plus the Wadgets, man. He killed. Ooh, if
Wait, he's
those
letting
Hersher
it
could
go?
definitely. Yeah, he should definitely pick that off. Keeping those Wadget numbers down, gonna be pretty clutch. Honestly, is that worth 3 villagers getting smoked on your hunt patch? Maybe, honestly.
Well, tell you what, Maiden. Grass should have had 3 monuments. Sorry, 3 barracks under monuments, which would have resulted in a lot more units. So, I think he's kind of gotten what he deserved here. This is not the build.
Indeed, maybe playing a little bit too confident here. Not really on point with some of those things like the monument placement and numbers and everything. He's floating crazy resources, so
Yeah,
he absolutely
and
could be spamming if he wanted to.
that's what happens when you go for these middle of the road strats. Like, you're still looking for a faster heroic while not pumping as many units, but you're still hyper aggressive. So yeah, you get punished because your aggression isn't all that, and your heroic is also not going to happen now because you're going to have to remake units. So you're losing on both fronts. Kind of have to commit to one thing or the other.
Indeed, he's committing to being raided right now. Sorry. Kenzie getting a couple of hits in.
Is that a commitment issue?
He has commitment issues. Indeed, he's only a teenager. Let him. He'll learn. Let
Fair
him a
enough,
break.
fair enough.
But honestly, that kind of middle of the road strategy, that losing that initial army and everything, already using both of his, classical and archaic god powers, that opens the door for Kenzie to push us to a fourth game, honestly.
I see it as more and more likely the further this goes, and the next god is going to be Sekhmet, which isn't an instant fix for this situation either. The villagers have to come home. They'll be eating pumpkins for a while, or turkey, which
I'd
is...
go for pumpkins.
I could go for pumpkins myself. Sounds
Particularly in the form of pie. Thank you very much.
good to me.
Big pumpkin pie fan, folks. Big fun pumpkin.
Another barracks coming up. Electrum bullets as well. Soon the slingers will follow. Just need something for the raiding cavalry situation as well.
Well, I mean, he is going through Ooh, 300 gold left over, 200 roughly in the bank. That is a good point.
Oh, the pharaoh
Gold
wasn't
situation.
empowering. He's idle. Oh no.
Grass is not on point right now, Naka. He's really given Kenzie the opportunity to come back into this series.
Mackenzie's doing his best. He's pre-queuing Bragi, which could mean that a big flaming weapons is coming soon TM, but at the moment he's using up all his food. So, whoa. Herseer.
Or not.
That's very expensive. Yeah, he's canceling.
Well, does he have... I mean, he's back onto those zebras, so he's got zebras and rhinos coming back in the food department, so that's really good in that regard. Plenty of goats left over, so his economy should be just fine. Aside from those initial 3 villas that he lost, the economy of Kenzie should be fine. But again, he's a little bit stuck, man. He's a little bit stuck, and he can't quite get heroic, man. So, he's kind of losing a little bit of a timing right now. He actually has 2 hunts patches, 1 forward, 1 back. Jeez.
Switchers are just not allowed to leave either. But at least there's spears to protect him. Grass is relatively prepared for what's to come. But what about the flaming weapons? This is what we were talking about the whole time, right? That it's the job of the Loki player to try to not lose too many units, but instead get a big army going, hit a hard timing with flaming weapons in the heroic age, and then it's all sunshine and rainbows and Pegasus unicorns from there.
And game 4s as well. I like the forward buildings. It's forcing Grass to fight against buildings instead of, fight on a gold mine, for example. So I'm liking it. That is a big army from Kenzie. All those throwing axemen with flaming weapons. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, when you get to such a large number, the axemen no longer work against throwing axes. They just can't wrap around them in a nice enough way, and the ranged advantage really starts coming in, picking off the guys one by one as they line up.
Go seconds away from Bragi, Naka. We're seconds away. There's no ancestors set. Often has ancestors, but still, here we go.
I would have thought that's the natural transition, but it's not here, and we're gonna see a big surround attempt already. The spears tried to crash into the cav, but is that really profitable for them? I don't think so.
Indeed. The amygdala is up. That's something for Grass. That's something. Heavy infantry coming in, so those throwing axemen gotta be OP. Battle boars. He's got to use it sooner rather than later, right?
Oh, the pharaoh gets... My goodness, what is gonna kill the battle boar then? It's so easy to pick off just 4 priests.
Watch it. They do divine damage, I guess. I don't know, man.
That's right. They do also double bonus against myth units, so even better.
Yeah. Yes. Slings of the Sun, add Electrum bullets, I believe are in for the slingers. Yep. Okay, but they're only medium. Naka.
Oh, they're doing a really good job of thinning out the throwing axemen count, and we've still not seen flaming weapons, so... Actually, I'm not sure I'm loving Kenzie's situation too much. Grass is putting up a good fight. Especially in this choke point, could be a good place to engage. But most of his guys aren't fighting. They're standing still. What is going on?
Yeah. What? What fight is this, man? This is not what you want as a Norse player. You want to be fighting out in the open. Are you kidding me? This is good for... I mean, it's not good for Grass, but still, he could be taking a much worse fight at the moment.
Positionally, that was great for Grass, but his army wasn't fighting for whatever reason. I guess it glitched out or something. Here comes the flaming weapons.
Yes.
And I think Grass might just immediately resign Iron Maiden. I don't see how he comes back. This is brutal.
Well, hang on. There's a citadel in. He's fighting under all the towers. The Migdal is still not destroyed.
You're right. Battle Boar has died. Maybe with repairs?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my god. Yo, Kenzie went too deep, man. He went for the win in the Citadel, but he did not have the unit numbers. He's going for the Migdal as well. Migdal's probably going to go down, but there's not a lot of army left over at all. He was up at 100 military population. Now he's almost equal with Grass. Are you kidding me?
We've talked about the middle of the road strats before. I think it also applies tactically to these battles. He chose to split into 2 locations and 1 neither location.
Absolutely right. Now the Migdal is barely surviving, but it's still up. The Slings of the Sun Slingers, Sekhmet Slingers, plus Electrum Bullets. The Pharaoh's back in the mix. Dude, Grass is alive, and I can't believe it.
Grass is still going strong. Populations are about the same between the 2 players, and it should be possible now to re-secure this gold mine. My goodness, what a turnaround in this match.
Dude, that was Kenzie's opportunity to push us to, boom, game 4, easy peasy, but nope. That was, in my opinion, that fight in the chokehold was such a blunder.
Yeah, man,
But
and don't forget...
the follow-up was worse.
And don't forget Grass's other miners. He's got 2 spots, and I don't think Kenzie knows.
Ooh, I didn't even know that either. Good eye. Wow.
If Kenzie rewatches this, he's gonna be kicking himself. Ouch.
Seriously. Having said that, Naka, Grass might be kicking himself as well. Look how low that 395 HP left in that Migdal. He has to repair that thing, man.
Okay,
1 villager,
yeah,
2 villagers,
sure.
I don't care. He has to repair that thing, man.
Anything and everything helps at this point. But hey, the camo count is starting to look alright. I'm certain that this can be dived. However, at 395 health, that's nothing.
But you would sacrifice your army, dude. The slingers are OP. Camels are super strong as well. Oh.
Running down his Norse army, and Kenzie isn't really fighting back. He doesn't have an answer to the camels right now, minus the 1 battle boar. Needs a bunch more of those. They are coming. Once he has them, maybe we're talking.
Maybe, dude. Maybe. He's got heavy. Ooh, with the spears. By the way, nice little raid there. I didn't catch that on the minimap. So Grass is feeling confident now, man.
Wait, where are these guys going? Oh, he's going for the far gold mine on the other side? But the camera's gonna see it. Oh no.
Does he see the... Well, yeah, I mean, Grass basically has the entire map scouted. Dude, what a weird game. Kenzie's pushing back in. You see what I'm saying? Ah, he's fighting under the Migdal. He shouldn't have to fight under the Migdal, but here we go. The slingers are going hard, man.
The entire blue army has disappeared. The slingers are cleaning up, and the camels are large enough in numbers to beat back the cav as well. Kenzie's running away. This is bad news. Now his villagers are exposed to raids, and it's gonna be a 3-0 in favor of Grass, despite the early game and mid game issues. Wow.
Oh my god, dude. Kenzie went from a certain game 4 into a giant disaster and a sweep 3-0. Holy crap.
And Kenzie, after the fact, in the chat says he forgot about how strong Citadel is. That's another factor. We didn't talk about that, but Citadel, it does give you extra villager training speed, right? So you're 25% faster with making villagers just for having the citadel. So long term, it really does pay off. Even though villagers have died, Grass actually was never behind in vills.
Well, I think what he's thinking though is that he expected with flaming weapons that he would be able to take it down.
Yes.
But here's the problem. That's not the win condition. The win condition was the gold starve, not the TC kill.
Yeah, and he almost had it. Like, it wasn't that far off, really. If the main base doesn't get dived, then maybe Grass just can never take a gold mine again.
Yeah.
Something to think about
Exactly.
for next time.
There ain't gonna be a next time, unfortunately, for Kenzie. He is
Well,
unfortunately
next
out of
tournament,
Wrath of the
right?
Gods. Well, yes, absolutely, absolutely. But next up, we have Grass against whoever Tunison against Mista. Not sure how that's going. We'll find out here in just a sec. But Grass moves on. He got smoked yesterday, 0-3 against Tunison. Not sure on the details of that, but you know, man, he's back with a vengeance today.
Tunison did wake up. He is alive. That's unfortunate, but the Mista did get the admin win in that series. He was also upset because he did skip some real life commitments. So sorry to Mista. But he's just already done with his day. And now he's stuck not being able to do the thing he wanted to do. Anyways, we're gonna see the decider match between Tunison and Grassengroom. And Mista at least gets paid better.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, seriously, it's not. It's not like it was all futile or useless, Mista. There is some value in in sticking around, making sure you show up. Anyway,
Yeah, so that
3-0.
whole process is now starting up, by the way, in the background. I'm gonna get them links. They are picking the maps, they're picking the gods. It's gonna be fun.
0-3. Naka, can you? Grass is playing Tunison like right now. Did they play their first round match yesterday? I know that there was a whole series of games that were played yesterday. I don't know exactly which ones were or were not
I don't know what
played,
day it
but
was. I'm so sorry. Because I was actually not at home yesterday. So, but Tunisia did defeat Grassengroom 3-0 last time in the group.
Spicy, spicy, spicy.
So it's a rematch. There might be a little bit of bitterness behind this. There might be a desire for vengeance. Let's see what the little man can do.
Which is the little man, Naka?
Grass is the young one.
Okay. Let me update my scoreboard, folks. They are just starting the draft right now, so we'll be able to get this bad boy live. There we go, 0-0. One more best of 5, correct, Naka? Yep, like it.
Yeah, the website is already updated as well, so bracket should be visible there in case anyone from Liquipedia is interested. I'm pretty sure those guys are updating things. Yeah, and thanks to Kenzie for showing up today. That was much appreciated for sure. It's great to see you participating, even though qualification was a bit iffy. Good luck next time.
Bro, dude, no, man. Kenzie snuck into the main event today. So
yeah,
he made it into the top 16. It might have been the skin of his teeth, a technicality, whatever. If you make it in, you make it in.
I'm saying it was short notice because we had a quitting player from the thing. So I just appreciate he made time for it.
Sure. Fair enough. But yeah, congrats to Kenzie. You know, hey, you take what you can get, eh?
And by the way, after this game between Tunison and Grass, we'll have more. We've got Chemo versus Soup coming up. And then hopefully that happens as intended. And then the loser semifinals there is AC versus Redo, which will happen simultaneously to all that. And then we've got the decider match coming up. So technically 3 more games at series at least today. Plenty coming up.
I'm excited about that, honestly. Soup and Chemo is going to be such a fun matchup to watch. So I've been really impressed by. We can talk about those matches later. Naka, we just barely wrapped up the draft, but I am very much so looking forward to that. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, eh?
Yes, indeed, we've got this other match coming right up, and we've already got the map information between the two. So Grass is picking Giza, Ghost Lake, Marsh. Tunison is picking Midgard, Olympus, and Elysium, with the bands being Blue Lagoon and Karlagar. There's one map left, the starting map. That's going to be Land Unknown.
Ooh,
And we've also got the god
that's
information on the screen already, so you guys can see that for yourself. The bands are Ran Freyr. No Freyr for Grass.
yeah, that's interesting, isn't it?
And the first
Like
god
I
pick is
said,
about to happen as well.
yeah. Well, so honestly, looking at Tunison's draft, it looks so strong. Set Isis, boom, boom, back to back. I think both of those. I mean, look, Grasses is heavy. He's got Norse, and then Chronos Zeus, right?
Hmm.
Tunison. Just looking at Tunison's, I think on paper, Tunison's draft is better. Set Isis, I'm not. I mean, Set is his first pick. I'm confident that he's, that he's going to be successful with Set. But still, Isis, Aranos being strong, Gaia economy. We talked plenty about Hades a little bit earlier. I think that on paper, Tunison's draft is stronger, but you have to apply the draft to the players, meaning like just because Isis is, super strong, that doesn't mean that me playing Isis is going to be super strong, right? So having said that, who do you think has the better draft between the two of them, according
I
to
do like
their
Tunison's
style?
because he got to pick some of his mains. So he's got like Oranos and Gaia in there. He's
Yeah.
denying one of Grass's mains, which is Freyr. Tunison's
Mm.
Isis is also rather solid, which by extension would mean that his set's gonna be fine. Haven't seen him play much Hades.
But plus on top of that, Naka, it's one thing like Set being good against Egyptian in general, being good against Norse. And so that Set, he has a 3 out of 5 chance to pick Set against one of Grass's Norse picks, right?
Yeah, it's great.
Um,
It's great to have it
it just
available
looks
here.
like it just looks like he has such a stronger draft. So with that in mind, and considering that when they played, we think it was yesterday, but I'm not 100% sure, it was 3-0 for Tunison. I kind of have my money on Tunison.
Hmm.
Grass just had a great series, by all means, but he looked shaky in his decision making in that last game against Kenzie, and we probably, arguably, should be in a fourth game right now.
Sure,
Anyway,
if Tunison can put together some solid, decisive play, I think Grass might be in a little bit of trouble here. But let's not underrate Grass. He can certainly deliver himself, but hopefully that series would have woken him up a little bit to, the little things that he needs to do.
exactly. Yeah, if he wants to, by all means, this is the lower bracket, so it's just he just has one more series for the day, and then he can move into tomorrow. He doesn't need to be the top in the group. That already went to Mista anyway.
Yeah. By the way, the
So just
matchup is going to be Odin versus Gaia for this one.
thank you, thank you.
And
Pop
I'll
it.
see if I can find the lobby. I think the guys might have
They
linked
they
it.
have they have been saying they need a couple of minutes. They need a
Oh,
quick.
okay.
So
Then, Maiden, would you mind if I do my quick HelloFresh ad read?
yes, go for it.
Yeah, I need to actually get the page for it up. So what I'll do is I'll be posting it in my chat, guys. We are sponsored by HelloFresh today. And there's the link and command. I'm gonna also put it in my YouTube. Okay, that should spawn all the links. Cool, got them all. Now, this is what that should look like. If you follow our link, you'll be not only supporting our project with that, but also taking a look at what's on offer here. HelloFresh is getting you guys not only high quality meals, but also a massive, massive discount and deal in this offer. So we're talking about extra free meals in addition to what you're ordering, breakfasts included essentially with one in each box. And I've used HelloFresh myself for a bit, and definitely it's one of the healthier options to have delivered to your home, as opposed to, let's say, fast food. They've got personalized meal plans. They've got all sorts of chef curated recipes, and whatever your dietary needs, they've got you covered. So let's say you're vegan or a vegetarian. Yep, they've got the options. Pretty tasty stuff. Can make it super quick. Everything's pre-prepared for you to just go and dive in. So yeah, using our link or code as seen in the chat, you'll be supporting our project as well and helping us do more esports stuff. Thank you very much for considering.
Okay. Naka.
Yes.
I'm not even joking about this. I'm not sponsored by HelloFresh, but I've used HelloFresh over the past. We first heard about them a couple of years ago. I've used HelloFresh several times, and I see they just posted the game URL, so I'm not going to ramble too long. But I'm not even joking. I am such a big proponent for HelloFresh. Maybe it's because I live in USA and our food quality is such garbage. But seriously, no, for real, dude. What they send to you is the actual food. It's not microwavable like meals. It's none of that garbage. It's the actual food. So you do have to have, usually, depending on what you choose, you have to have a couple of things like olive oil or salt and pepper, that type of stuff in your house to like actually prepare the food. But for the most part, 99% of the ingredients they actually send to you, you have to keep it refrigerated and everything like that. But what they do is they send you instructions and the whole recipe.
That's right.
And so if you go into my what's it called, pantry right now, we have a binder full of like this many recipes. It's like this laminated kind of not cardboard, but it's like this called construction paper. It's like a solid cardboardy type of laminated thing, every recipe, and it tells you all the ingredients, the amounts, the step-by-step instructions, and on and on and on. So not only do you get the actual food, you get the actual food. B, it's not microwave bullcrap. C, they give you the instructions for how to prepare it. D, you get to keep the recipes for the future. If you ever stop in the future, you get to keep the recipes and you can remake the ones because you got the recipes.
Yeah, well,
right
you
there,
just get the
right?
ingredients yourself. So it's like a learning
Exactly.
process of cooking itself, which I know there's definitely a lot of people that
Yes.
just feel they can't cook. I'm telling you, anyone can cook. It's literally just following a set of instructions, right? That's essentially what it is.
Yes.
You get a feel for it over time, so you'll be better as you practice. But it's just, you can learn anything basically in the world, and it's not just about cooking. You can learn anything. Period.
100%. So I'm a big proponent for that reason. Speaking of that, like because they're holding your hand through the step-by-step process, you're learning. Like anybody can learn any of exactly everything that Naka said, but you're literally becoming a better chef by simply like it's like they're training you. It's like they're teaching you how to cook. It's great, man. It's great. It's great. And again, I'm not sponsored by HelloFresh, but I'm not even joking. There's been some recipes and stuff that we've made where it's like, okay, we've replicated it plenty of times on our own. It's great. I'm a big proponent. Okay, I'll stop now.
No, thanks very much for sharing your thoughts. I appreciate it. But I have a problem. My game list has stopped refreshing, so I'm gonna maybe be late for this one. We might have to fast forward at the start. quick restart here.
No worries. No worries.
Hopefully we don't miss anything.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. Don't worry.
By the way,
We
land unknown,
can.
anything can happen. We have no idea what the map's gonna be. So these guys have picked gods that are good at exploring, actually. Gaia with the 3 oracles, of course, and Odin with the ravens eventually. They will uncover the map in no time.
That's true. At the same time, Odin with the Great Hunt, I think, is so clutch because you don't quite know what you're going to get economically either.
Right.
That's the thing. And so,
Great Hunt
Odin
is
is going to
kind of some extra security for you there.
exactly. So I like that pick. I definitely like that pick. Gaia, can have a strong eco on basically any map, so no problemo in that regard. So I'm not surprised on these 2 picks. I don't know if one has an advantage over the other. It kind of depends on the map, in my opinion. So we'll see ultimately. But yeah.
Okay, I am now able to join. And I think we can just play the map intro and just fast forward to the correct spot.
Sounds good.
Alright, see you
Ready
land
when you are.
unknown. We are here with Group 1's playoffs. Only one of these 2 players will be able to make it into the top 8, which is the single elimination stage. Blue color, Gaia, Tunison.
Red color, Grass and Groom, Odin.
You've got it.
Naka, real quick. I am going to rejoin the Discord call, so hang on just a sec.
Yeah, of course. Alright, Iron Maiden should be back momentarily. By the way, there's $12,000 in the line in this main event for Wrath of the Gods. Pretty big deal. 15,000 throughout the entire thing with the qualifiers counted. Rather big tournament. Now, this land unknown map, looking around, has characteristics of Alfheim, essentially, but with the cliffs getting conjoined. Acts as a huge natural barrier, makes walling super easy, and there is plenty of hunt around. So if we should see Great Hunt used, it can be definitely out there, so long as our Odin player can secure the hunting villagers. Should be no issue at all.
Hey, Naka.
Hello.
Hello. Could you rejoin the Discord call as well?
Oh, we're getting robot sounds, aren't we? Okay.
Yeah. All right.
How are we doing now?
Yeah, now we're talking.
Down with the robots.
Oh, shoot.
Pro-human politics here in this channel. Hashtag no AI. Anyway, got the temple coming up and we might see robots, but it's very unlikely. Tunison will most likely be going for good old Oceanus with Caladria, with Murmillo and Catapultes, trying to run down the early Norse stuff, and then ultimately going into the heroic age with Mass Contarius. Already got the citizen upgrades, of course. Gaia is really good at that stuff. Getting quite a bunch of income.
Indeed. How do you think this game is going to shape up? Because all of the hunt, it's a high hunt. Honestly, this map is not very unknown. It's not that crazy.
No,
Kind of
it's
feels like
super standard,
I don't know
isn't it?
Yeah, it feels yeah, I mean, ooh, it's giraffes and elephants instead of, ooh, like a different type of animal. But, if you look at kind of the features of the map, resources, good amount of hunt, good amount of
Mm.
gold, but everything is just exposed. So
It's super easy to wall here, which is great. But only on the sides. In front of the player's bases, it's kind of normal.
indeed. Oceanus is in. Quick time check. I'm at 408, 410, etc. I'm sure we haven't really been having any problems with time discrepancies here, Naka,
I'm a
but
few
this
seconds
is
ahead, so if you can hit the fast forward, that would be nice.
all right, cool.
We got the Girdle of Hippolyta for grass, by the way, which will make his range units a little higher HP. Ultimately doesn't mean much though. Double Murmillo training from our Gaia coming in. And no relics. What are the relics, by the way? Got Ptah's Scepter for cheaper farms. We've got the Ankh of Ra up north for favor income for free. And we've got Harmonious Necklace in the bottom for gold gather rates. The Harmonious Necklace is the good one here. That's just another economic upgrade for free.
Indeed. Honestly, it's all about the hunt, however. The little relics, the eco bonus of the relics, that's nice, but oh boy, would I rather have just a big fat patch of giraffes. Let's see if grass can keep these bad boys secure. Looking pretty good so far, honestly.
Wow, look at that
Not...
alpha with 400 food in it. It's a big boy.
Holy crap, I just noticed that. Are
So
you kidding
big.
me? That's a giraffe right there, folks.
Oh no, somebody scared it though, it's running. Oh well. Hey, the Murmillo are getting caught, that was sick. Well done, grass. Good job.
Got to keep those Murmillo numbers down. We got Bite of the Shark, which I believe just barely came in. If we check that, yes, it did. So we got Bite of the Shark, no medium just yet. But still, once those numbers get cooking, things get a little dicey. So let's see if grass can try and suppress those Murm numbers.
There's not many Terma either, so it's gonna be difficult to deal with the throwing axes because of that. He's trying, but grass is like, nah.
Indeed. Potential for a forest fire here as well, Maka. There's some army nearby, citizens in the Gaia Forest. Even a manor on that forward forest, actually. Actually, there's a lot of stuff on that forward forest. I wouldn't mind a forest fire there. See if you can try and open up that gold mine, honestly. There's potential
Sure.
there, dude.
I equally like burning the Gaia forests, just take away a god power from them. But of course they can just make another. Oh, the oracles haven't been bullied, so there's plenty of favor in the bank, and there it is. Forest fire actually hurting the units a little bit, but just grilling them somewhat.
Little barbecue, speaking of horse meat, right? And there goes the carnivora, nothing too scary. If grass can burn or bust through this counter barracks, he's close to being able to harass that gold mine. That's not really what I expected, honestly. Did you like that forest fire? Again, I think I would have preferred him forest firing the forward forest, not the Gaia forest necessarily, to really open up the front part of Tunison's base.
Well, it seemed to be that Grass was hoping to hurt the army more, but that never happened. So that's unfortunate. Yeah, I would have liked the front forest, and again, just trying to draw in the Atlantean army into that would have been harder, but it would have helped with burning down the counter barracks.
Exactly. That would help keep the Terma numbers down, the Throwing Axeman numbers a little bit safe, at least for a time. Grassengroom's building aggressively here, man. He's got another longhouse down. Does he have any great hulls? Or is he just going straight infantry out of the longhouses? 4 longhouses. 4 longhouses, jeez.
It's all about those berserks with Hamask. So as they lose health, they'll be gaining their attack speed as well. Oh, sorry, movement speed and damage. Not attack speed, but still, it's to the same effect. They'll be able to chase way better. And once again, some Murmillo pickoffs. This is nice.
Yeah. Tunison needs to be careful here, honestly. Once those bursts, I mean, if you look at the military population numbers, things are looking pretty comfortable for the Odin player. He's
Yeah.
eating the chonker giraffe, by the way, so he's got plenty more food to work with.
Nice. Don't try it at home.
Plenty of seriously, man, seriously. I think he's probably going to be able to keep this front part of his base secure, even going for a town center there. That's a little bit
Whoa.
unexpected, honestly.
It seems to me Grass likes doing this. Like he gets up to 120 something pop and he just grabs the second TC, even though he could make more houses. He's more interested in spending the money. What he's got going here though with the throwing Axeman in the back and the Murmillo disappearing, those Termite are going to be awfully exposed to the meta units momentarily. This is a decent trade again for Grass.
It absolutely is. There's 2 Kairos in the back for Tunison, getting some good hits on those Berserkers, but all the Murmillo numbers are just dead, man.
Whoa.
Dude.
What just happened?
Whoa. Holy crap.
Why would we go so all in as Tunison? I don't understand. What did he leave his base for?
I mean...
Or why did he not run away from this? Like, it wasn't going well, right?
Yeah.
I don't understand. Like, Gaia, it's all about that big economy, right? And then starting to actually make use of it in the heroic age. Meanwhile, just survive, just harass. But he went kind of all in, and I'm not sure I know why. Do you?
Well, he started the fight with 1 Caraballista. And I mean, if you look right now he has 3, which is beautiful, but all the rest of his army is completely dead. So I think that he maybe went like 30 seconds too early or something like that. He just went a little bit too early or a little bit too late. Wait. Yes, meaning there weren't enough Chiroballista to really do damage against those against the Berserks. Plus so he was too early. No. What am I saying? He what? Long
He
story
attacked
short,
too early, should have waited for more Chiroballista? Is that what
or
you're trying
gone
to say?
out earlier. Yes, that's exactly what I'm. Either wait for more Kairos or go earlier. Although that really wasn't viable either. So I think he just needed to wait for at least a couple more Chiroballista numbers to try and get the damage on those Berserks, man.
Yeah,
Or
I guess
Axeman, anything.
having lost the units early just makes it too difficult to actually take a big fight earlier. So probably waiting was the answer. Okay.
Well, you know that OP Gaia Eco? More like OP Chonker Giraffe. Check out the Eco timeline. Resources collected, man. Odin Eco OP, that's for sure.
5 meters tall, easily that one. Oh, you guys, sorry, you don't use that.
But
it's funny.
I can do
it's
math,
freedom
though.
units, but it's actually Imperial units. So, how do you reconcile that?
I reconcile that by doing math in my head. Okay. Anyways, nice kill-death ratio for Grass as well. So that's a good way to start off a series, man, especially when he lost 0-3 against Tunison earlier. So starting the series up 1-0, hey, man, that's what you got to do if you want to move on. So bravo to him.
All right, well, next up, it's another map getting picked. This time it's Elysium. And the gods are coming in.
Elysium, that feels like it has potential to be. If it were Soup playing, I would say Kronos 1,000%. Grass might be feeling the same, although he did go Poseidon in the previous matchup on Elysium. So I don't know what that necessarily means. Loki is also a very viable and in fact, basically anything. Zeus, Loki, Thor, Kronos. I think anything is viable for Grass on Elysium. Thor really the only one that stands out as maybe being a little too slow, possibly. But again, I feel like anything is viable on his
Yeah,
side.
we've seen that before as well. Thor doing well there. But it's
Yeah.
actually going to be a Zeus versus Oranos, which makes a lot of sense, you know. Oranos has mobility with the Sky Passages and later the Quintarius. Then Zeus has his fast hoplites. All makes
Mm.
sense.
Uh, Me personally, I think I would have gone for Loki Kronos again. Apparent Grass has had Crow. I guess he didn't have Kronos last time. Whatever. It's maybe I've watched too many soup games, but yeah, Loki probably would have been my first prediction. Kronos is a possible alternative, with Zeus and Thor kind of being okay, maybe as well. But I guess considering you went Poseidon in the previous matchup on Elysium, it makes perfect sense for him to go for Greek again. Maybe honestly this could go exactly the same way. Centaur numbers, start with some initial Hippias, Centaur numbers, transition to the infantry, etc., etc. It's a possible.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shoot, dude, they're like already into it a little bit. Oof.
I'm gonna have to join late again because of the lobby.
Okay, no problem.
One moment, we can almost start the map intro. Just need to let this thing refresh.
It all good. Ready when you are. Everybody in the chat, what do you guys think? Who has the advantage here? Zeus or Aranos? Sky Passage or Hoplite Speed? Centaur numbers or Shockwave? It's a good matchup in my opinion, Naka. I think it's a really good matchup.
I think it is, but I'm ready now. So let's
All right.
see Elysium and then fast forward, please.
Yep, here we go.
Got the man in the blue collar working his way back into an advantage. This is Fox Team's Tunison playing as Oranos.
Hand side, we got in the red Aces, and I forgot to mention Aces Grass playing Zeus. I forgot to mention, Naka. This is an interesting matchup here. Aces, aside from Grass and Tunison themselves having some history, but also two of the esports teams who have expanded into Age of Mythology. Aces coming in from Warcraft, Fox coming in from Age of Empires 2. So not only do we have the Grass versus Tunison bit of history, there's some American Brazilian blood running through both of these players' veins as well, which makes it even that much more interesting. But yeah, so a little
Are
bit
they
of
both like dual citizens, or how does that work? I know Grass is.
Grass. Well, I know Grass is half American, half Brazilian.
Mm-hmm.
I think Tunison. I don't know if Tunison is half or if he's just full Brazilian, but living in America. I don't know all the details, but they
Okay.
both got that Burr blood running through
Burr.
those veins. Yeah, blood go Burr, right? Anyway, esports teams going Burr as well. Again, Aces from Warcraft and Fox from Age of Empires. So this is a bit of a spicy matchup. Again, I think that Aranos against Zeus is pretty. I don't know if there's a clear advantage on Elysium. It's a really interesting matchup, though. Do you give either one an advantage?
Not in particular. I think Zeus can definitely hold his own. Those hoplites are terrifying going into the heroic age, where they are just super high in stats and get on top of your army fairly easily. But Oranos with his this is a really open map, right? With the super fast Quintarius, with the Caladria healing everything in the classical age, then bird spam, dryads. That's a lot of myth units for just 3 heroes to handle for a heroic age Greek. So I'm a little worried about that part. For Grass, also he's going up Hermes, which means his hoplites are not gonna be crazy with the Athena attacks.
True.
Definitely
To
sacrificing
me,
some of his power.
well, I mean, after all, Zeus can still. If we watched Grass earlier this morning, against Kenzie, and this is basically exactly what he did with Poseidon. But now he's just probably doing it with Zeus again, going for Hermes, probably Centaurs. That Centaurs, probably some Hippias. We'll see if he gets those bad boys out here in just a minute, as we're into classical now. We
Mm.
also have Prometheus coming in on the side of Tunison. So once again, our Oceanus bite of the shark action hath been thwarted.
It's
Apparently they
cancelled.
know something. Yeah, so yeah, exactly.
We're gonna have the Shirt of Cybele picked up, by the way, by Grass. That's the 2 golden lions. A very powerful little raiding tool, of all things. I see a lot of people using it militarily, like, unit versus unit battles. But what I would recommend is people send them after villagers. They can't use their bow attacks against these things, and they have 15
Ah,
damage per attack, so you can cause some real issues with these if you find some
for
stray
sure.
villagers.
Well, and it's free army. So considering Aranos has these sky passages or oracles all over the place, I think it's a great usage of these lions to just scout around. Have them separate from your own army, find villagers, find oracles, find sky passages, etc., etc. I think it's a great usage of them. Honestly, good idea.
Oh my god. Grass is not even joking. He's getting a second TC.
Wow! Wow! No, Hippias spent none of that. Really? I'm a little
Yep,
surprised here, man.
just 2 TC on the most open map in the game. No fear.
No fear at all. I wonder if he was thinking, "Hey, Tunison might have seen what I did against Kenzie in a little bit earlier. Got to switch things up. Can't reveal what I'm doing. Boom, going for the TC. He does have a really good back gazelle patch, which is awesome. He does have a nearby gazelle patch by
True.
that second town center. There's some potential here, but he is going to run the risk of getting overpowered. You're absolutely right.
Oh, we've got the both Artemis, which is gonna make range units cheaper, and the Pandora's box, making myth units cheaper in favor. So both of these for Tunison's temple right there. Expect a lot of Terma and Prometheans, and then villager bullying.
Honestly, that's pretty nice against Zeus. Aside from
Yes.
Terma, like that, that'll eventually thinking about potential hoplites, Kyra Ballista, Arcus,
Yes.
everything. I think that's great against Zeus.
Yeah, when you get discounts for free unit types, that's not nothing, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
Is Tunison and Atlantis main? Absolutely. Yes. Especially Oranos. Like in the early days of Retold, when people weren't picking up Oranos quite as much, but like everyone was spamming Gaia, he was like, the sky passages look pretty good to me, and he started popularizing the style of just having sky passages everywhere and hunting. So yeah, he's a bit of an Oranos main.
Even back in the old days, back in the AOT days, as we see some Terma. Speaking of Terma, he's lost about 4 or 5 Terma for free in this game so far, Naka. I don't know if you've picked up on a couple of the little skirmishes and raids here and there. He's been dropping these pretty more than he should, to say the least.
Been showing them, but no comments so far. I do think you're right to point it out. It hurts. It hurts. That's free damage for Grass, and he's already on 2 TCs, right? So economically, he's getting ahead. He can't be winning the military too. That's ridiculous. Shouldn't be happening.
Exactly, man. And Grass is hunting down on the bottom side. By the way, he's hunting on that in front of his town center. He's got the pumpkins next door to that as well. Still hasn't even touched that back gazelle patch. So the fact that he's going for mass centaurs and hoplites, his eco is set up perfectly for this. Tunison should be shaking at his boots, man. He can maybe stay on 1 TC, get a nice heroic timing, get those clutch heroic age units in to try and counter this. But if he stays in classical, I think eventually he's going to start having a pretty bad time.
You know, when grass keeps moving away his units, he dodges the arrows. So those Terma, most of the time, aren't doing anything. Even when the villagers run, like, see how many miss? Doing a good job of avoiding them. Very nicely done.
Indeed. Speaking of avoiding them, avoiding the special attack of the Centaur not going too well. Boom! Bolt on the Cairo. Hopefully we're at the same point in time, Naka.
Yes,
Big
we
fight
are.
coming in here.
Hey, the hoplites were doing some good bonus damage against the Termas until they got shockwave. Let's see if they can get back on them. And yep. All the Prometheans are melting and disappearing. The Terma are having a rough time too. Gotta run.
Run indeed. He's got the Promethean numbers, which is, I mean, that's all good and dandy. But Centaurs are going to be a pretty decent. Greek struggles with myth units, like you talked about. You know, we got 5 oracles for Tunison, so he's going for some decent, Promethean numbers, honestly. Maybe that's the idea about Centaurs,
not bad.
the Centaur numbers for grass, to try and use myth units to counter the myth units. Since he only has 2 heroes in the classical age, go for the heroes, the myth units to try and counter those potential Promethean numbers.
Well, the myth units counted the myth units too. He's right to do this. And you know what? The only advantage going for Tunison right now is that Grass is putting his entire economic advantage on favor. These 5 villagers, that's the 5 villagers he's leading by, they're all praying. So far, so good for Tunison, but he needs to do something very quickly.
Indeed. Do we have heroic coming in for either player? No, but we do have some aggression coming in by Tunison, trying to hit the wood line. Okay, you know, a little bit of some eco damage, nothing too scary. 2 town centers. He might get caught here, though, Knock, if he's not careful.
Got to be careful. Those hoplites are really fast, so they can get that surround that he so desperately needs. The villagers are coming in as well to tank and maybe to shank. Is that enough Prometheans to really hold the hoplites at bay? I'm not sure it is.
It's close. The tank and shank is coming in hot on those Kairos, though. That's so nice.
2 Cairo Ballista going down for the price of like 1 villager? Maybe 2? Tunison's lost his entire army, man. And for what?
Twice
for
in a
no
row.
economic damage. He reset the Greek army, yes. But the Centaurs are still here. The villagers are still here. Grass is mostly fine.
Oh, bro, Grass is chilling, man. How many Centaurs does he have? He's got 6 Centaurs. He's got, you know, he's still on his 2 town centers. He lost a couple of, like, 2 vills, 3 vills in that whole situation there. He's fine, man. No problemo. There is one thing, however. We got Hyperion just clicked in, clicked up, clicked in,
Wait.
whatever.
That was a swap from Thea.
It was. I saw that too.
Whoa.
Thea into
Blasphemy.
Exactly. Ahaha. You want those Contarius numbers for the open map? Is that what you're thinking?
That's the idea, because, you know, there's a second gold mine. If you can contest these villagers running around the forests, running around the gold mines, and hitting another area at the same time, getting Contarius heroes on the centaurs as well is just a surefire way to delete them.
Sure.
So that's what I'm missing really here.
I agree with you. I mean, chaos, you can always get value from chaos, absolutely. But, you know, you're going to need probably a little bit, because Grass is on 2 town centers, you're probably going to need something a little bit more than just a chaos. Try and finish off this game, aka, you know, really strong Contarius raids.
By the way, the centaurs getting upgraded and then getting the heroic age bonus as well. They're gonna have some stats, man.
We'll have some stats pretty soon. Apollo's coming in. I actually didn't catch that. Apollo's coming in on Grass's side. Apollo against Hyperion here. Interesting.
It's another free DPS there. Or damage, actually, not DPS. It's more like 2 DPS.
Okay. Where is it going to use that underworld, however? There's
Well,
a lot of gold.
There's a bunch of spots. Gotta be sure not to use it too close to a sky passage. Or block the way to the sky passage. That will work and get those gold miners. But doesn't have vision just yet. Needs a Pegasus to scout.
Well, it needs to be chaos as well. We got a little bit of a raid coming in, hitting those turkeys. You're such a turkey, Tunis. And yeah, nice little turkey raid right there. Gonna hit the favor probably right after. I think that Grass needs to be really careful about using Underworld because of chaos. And he's pushing in pretty heavily here, Naka. He's starting to, smell victory. It smells like gold.
Prometheans having to run. Satyrs might help hold this location, but again, those heavy hoplites like we talked about have the chunky stats at the moment. They're fast, they can get on top of this army. They might not be Athena hoplites with Sarissa and Aegis Shield, but still, it's something.
Sure, man, sure. Yo, we don't even need an Underworld. Grass sent a villager forward, and he's dropping a forward military building. Alrighty then.
Make a base in your base.
Exactly. We got Peltas up on the top gold mine as well. Things are gonna get dicey. He's gonna need to use these sky passages in order not to get gold starved. But again, the awkwardness for Tunison is that there's still a big question of where will the Underworld hit.
Where do we go from here, Iron Maiden? Because there's no other sky passage. There was nowhere to go. This is gonna get taken down. That means that Grass is controlling the map now.
Very much so. He's just gonna, honestly, I don't know. He's gonna have to rely heavily on a chaos, but there's actually a ceasefire to counter the chaos. There it is.
Oh, the splash damage! Grass and Group! He found the ceasefire button. Ooh.
Yo, check out the army though. It's damaged. It's damaged. Grass and Groom's army is damaged, but not terribly so, honestly. All those myth units, I think he's A-okay here.
Did he just turn all those Murmillo into heroes? Okay.
Did he?
Yes, but there are gonna be Hippospists, so this is not gonna work that well.
Find out. Getting the other gold mine, man.
He destroyed the sky passage, trapping several units here. Villagers are definitely dead. Grass is control over everything. He's getting a third town center. Man, this guy is dominant this time.
Yeah. Honestly, Grass lost yesterday or whenever 0-3 against Tunison. Now it looks like he's wanting to do the exact same thing to Tunison himself, get the 3-0 sweep. He started the day with a 3-0 sweep against Kenzie. Can he get it against Tunison?
I think it's safe to say that Grass might have been sleepy as well when he got started today against the opposition there.
Indeed, indeed. Naka. Things are getting spicy. We got citizens on the run. We got centaurs using their special. A town center coming in. Here we go. Do we have another chaos ready to be used? We don't. Maybe a shockwave, however, to try and keep him alive here.
Shockwave
he might
is
have
the
to
only
use
hope.
it.
The army is too big, Iron Maiden. It's 122 population versus 72. Even if the most perfect shockwave ever hits, even with the town center support, this Greek army is just owning the blue boys here.
That shockwave came in way too late. Victory coming in for Grass and Groom in game number 2. He means business, folks. He is on the ropes. This is the losers bracket we're talking about. It's double elim. Both of these guys are on the ropes, especially Tunison now, 0-2 in a best of 5. Grass is pulling everything out, man. He ain't messing around. Holy smokes.
Very important victory again for Grass. Just one more. Just one more. That is such an easy little thing to give you the mental edge, but it can also make you cocky, so you gotta be really careful with that. Tunison might go for the reverse sweep. He's certainly capable of doing so, but can he do it today is the real question.
Man, I know Tunison woke up a little bit late, so we had the admin loss against Mista. So honestly, he needs a coffee break or something, Naka, because these first two games, either A, Tunison needs to wake up, or B, Grass is, I don't know, he's the little engine, the little teenager that could. So he's been smoking Tunison so far. Tunison's got to do something to shake things up, man. Oh my goodness gracious! I don't know if you're in the post game or not. Kill death ratio is just delicious for the
I
kid.
had it up for a while, yeah. That was wild.
Holy Moses! Wow, brutal, 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 brutal.
Well, we've already got our next lobby up and running. And hopefully this time I can join it.
Do we have maps and God pick while I'm updating?
It's gonna be Midgard.
Okay.
And I'm getting the gods. 4 versus Hades, Grass being the 4.
Okay. For Hades.
I do have to restart my game though.
Yeah, that's probably not a bad idea. The Thor economy is sick on Midgard, but since both players can go for a fish boom, I think that it waters down, it dilutes the economic advantage that Thor can get because you have all of that food eco on both sides. Sure, you can maybe argue that Thor can do a better fish boom, but ultimately both players should have plenty of fish, and so I think that should mitigate that economy boost of Thor, assuming he's going to get the armory out, he's going to get the dwarfs out, etc., etc. I don't know. I'm not really up to date, Mirez. If you're out there, I'm not up to date on my Thor builds in terms of Midgard, so I don't know how early you can get those upgrades from your armory in order to get the free dwarves. You might have to wait until the later stages of Archaic, maybe into the Classical Age, before you start getting those free dwarves popping out. It's a little bit of a peculiar pick for me, Naka, for that reason.
Yeah, one thing you got going with this though is Heroic Age and then planting down a medium gold mine back home. So you don't have to worry too much about the gold starve, which is great. Midgard gives you a lot of food as well, on top of your massive land economy that you're gonna have thanks to the dwarves. That's a lot of food that you get to spend on Valkyries in particular. Which can be a fantastic tank against the Hades armies, but we'll see exactly what direction he takes it in. Either way, we are 30 seconds out. I think it's time for the Midgard intro.
Okay, hang on. Okay. Ready when you are.
Go. Man in the blue, he's gonna need a reverse sweep if he wants to stay in this tournament. Not an easy task. Gonna be playing as Hades is Tunison.
Indeed, and that map intro is exactly what we're potentially going to get here, Naka. Grass in the red, right-hand side. He's going for Thor. No armory just yet, but he does use his Dwarven Gold Mine immediately. So he's not going to try and lure in Boar, at least not yet, to eat those puppies. Again, I'm not up to date on my Thor builds on Midgard, so this is an interesting start, in my opinion. Anyway, Naka. Thor against Hades. We already talked about how the eco advantage of Thor is mitigated because you have to use your Dwarven armory later. You invest your resources in fish initially. Since the eco of Thor hits harder later, Does that mean that I don't know, what does that mean for the matchup? Is it an even matchup? Do you give Thor an eventual advantage and actually is pulling a boar in now?
I have to say I
What's your
haven't cast a lot of this matchup on
Yeah.
Retold, so 4 is just something you don't see very often on Midgard.
Yeah.
I really don't know who's gonna come out ahead in this, to be honest with you. I also predicted that he would save his his dwarven mine, sorry, for the heroic age, so that it delivers actually not 500 gold, but rather 3,000. Didn't do that. Also in the later ages, by the way, you get faster income from the mine, so it's doubly worth saving it. But yeah, he wanted
Yeah.
it now.
Well, with the boar, and it's actually a bummer for Grass that that boar decided to run away from his TC and decay out there. But anyway, because you have boar, and by the way, shout out to Mirez and the Deities of Death (DoD) YouTube channel. They've been uploaded tons of Thor build orders and just general games and content in general. So shout out to them real quick. But anyway, because you have the boar so close to the town center that you can lure in, it seems
Yes.
like maybe the dwarf economy is not necessarily the way to go for Thor initially, because like you said, you can save your dwarven gold mine. Yo, his gold mine is already running out now.
Yeah, it's gone. That's it.
What? This doesn't seem optimal to me. But again, I haven't been playing Thor on Retool. I've been messing around with Freyr, so I
Hmm.
find this very peculiar. Mirez is making a couple of comments in chat as well. He seems to be a bit perplexed as well, so not sure what Grass has up his sleeve, but it's got to be something. Got to be something.
Talking about Hades' options, though, that's, I think, a little bit more straightforward, right? Like, you just go up Athena, you have your beautiful restoration, which you're most likely going to use on a land fight. You're typically not engaging in any naval battles anymore in Retold. Basically, once you go heroic, you're going to have your Scylla, and that good girl can go over to the other side of the map and cause some trouble. You usually make several of them, but there's gonna be a Kraken to meet it.
Yeah, that's typically what you see because there's now in Retold you get all the different ships, all the military ships, right? So that's really complicated water battles in the classical age. But B, Midgard, there's so much sailing time around the
Oh yeah,
exterior of the water.
takes
So we
forever.
really yeah, indeed. So at the most, we'll see a kind of small water skirmishes in addition to some land army preparation. But again, you'll see early heroic times and the free water myth units, which really negate a lot of aggression in the classical age on water. So
Yeah,
not expecting a whole lot
which is why people
aside.
play it in such an economic boom style. You
Yeah.
treat your docks like they're town centers. You make like 3 or 4 of them, depending on what feels safe. And well, you gotta check what the other guy is doing. If they're going for a land army, you're gonna want to protect your villagers back home. But if not, then you're basically safe to make 4 docks. Make sure that the ships don't have to sail a million miles away. Just put down the dock next to them.
Indeed. Speaking of a million miles away, Grass is making a dock a million miles away from his own fish eco. Top left side, check that out. There are fishing ships there, so Tunison sees it right away. He's got another dock going up on that top corner as well. So I've noticed
Sneaky
this
boy.
Grass. He's very sneaky. He's usually been playing Isis on Midgard actually recently, and like to do a lot of really aggressive dock positions. I have not seen it with Norse just yet, so it's peculiar to me, and I don't think it's going to work. There's the Minotaur and Ajax to pick it off right away.
Yeah, and they can just bonk this dock right now. Sure, you can make a bunch of ships from that, but what's that really gonna do? I think if Tunison makes a singular siege ship, this shouldn't be an issue anymore.
Yeah.
Wait,
Or
why are
just nothing.
several vills coming up?
His
Rally.
he didn't fix his rally point exactly.
There's a bunch of idols back home as well. I think Tunison really is flustered by what's happening. It's a little bit shaky there.
Well, he's down 0-2, Naka, so in general, it seems like he's flustered this morning. Waking up late, not playing versus Mista, getting the admin loss. Speaking of a loss, might lose his Minotaur here as well, for crying out loud. Yeesh!
Ay, ay, ay.
Indeed.
Can't fight the Greek heroes, they're a little bit too tough, but hey, if you can make it back home and perhaps slap down your healing spring, then that should keep you safe-ish. Just gotta be careful with that V cursor in particular.
This isn't too bad. I'm not disliking what Grass is doing. He's just playing this kind of peculiarly in an odd fashion. Forward, really aggressive dock. He's got Herser all over the map. This is kind of awkward, and it's like you said, it's kind of throwing a little bit of a curveball for Tunison, which has value in and of itself. Whether or not it's going to do damage is a different question, but he's just kind of throwing curveballs to Tunison. I mean,
oh, look at that speed walking Herser. I love it. Try to catch up with the army.
Hall of Thanes without the Hall of Thanes, hey?
We have Hall of Thanes at home.
Yeah, we also have Sarissa at home, baby. At least we're about to. Those hops gonna be sick in a minute.
Hey, Grass is gonna have to build up a little bit here. He doesn't have what it takes to defend himself. Does have watchtowers. The town center, of course, can do a lot of coverage. But hey, the Solis are wrecking his TA. Not good. Not good at all.
In fact, he just barely dropped down a couple of great hauls, and so he has not been, Grass has not been slowly building those raiding cavalry numbers. And therefore, if Tunison is allowed, he's Hades, man. If he's allowed to get a solid chunk of talks, Grass is gonna, with Resto, Grass is gonna be in a world of pain, man. There is literally, if you look at the minimap real quick, there is one possible gold mine that he can take outside of his base, and that is not very good up on that top side by the TC. Like, if he takes enough fights, he can use his Dwarven gold mine inside of his base, but
I think that's the idea.
He's not close.
Because look,
he needs tons more favor, though.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of heroes auto-gathering right now, and taking a fight with flaming weapons in a bunch of moments will make it possible to get that favor.
A bunch of moments, we're gonna have Brocky coming in, folks. I've never heard that before.
Few moments, right?
Life.
Sorry.
A bunch
problems.
of moments. Yo, you've lived in UK for long enough. You can't use that excuse anymore. Anyways, with a few dwarves, he's moving out to that gold mine, man. So again, he hasn't banked up the favor just yet for another mine usage. But like you said, he can get a whole bunch of favor using flaming weapons, which is available now. I think Tunison might need to back off and either get heroic ASAP or get a big ol' army ASAP. One of the two. If he kind of sits in between, tries to go a little aggressive, but a little he might be in a world of pain with a flaming weapons at a big fat battleborn.
These hoplites and Tuxilies are definitely in the wrong spot. Don't want to be here. Gotta link up with the others, and then it's looking a whole lot better already. This is something that can push the Norse back. Even with flaming weapons, they're not gonna really want to do this.
Ah, you think so? I guess it's not Loki. No myth unit spawns.
Yeah, it's a little rough.
That's a good point. That's a good point, Naka. I was maybe thinking of some Loki action. Had that in mind. There's the resto. There's the flaming weapons. We might have the game here as well. Again, the Sarissa hops. Sick.
They're doing so well. Oh, 40% hack armor, man. It's super underrated, I think. People need to talk about that more. Just tanking all this, no problem.
Wow. Wow. Once he linked up his army, man. Wow.
That was beautifully done. And I think Grass is starting to be in a world of hurt here. What's he gonna do?
Well, he's got enough favor for a gold mine inside of his base. He's got 60 favor. He needs 50 to use a dwarven gold mine, but still, he might just lose his dwarves right here. Regardless, 28 villagers, 27 compared to 42 for Tunison, man. Ay, he may not be dead, but he's sure not feeling very alive at the same time.
Oh, by the way, what's cracking over here? Looks like the
cracking indeed.
fishing ships have been eaten up.
Yeah,
These are
and
all
by the way, that
garrisoned.
dock, that dock up on the top side is hilariously still alive, miraculously. Yeah, there is some fish pressure going on, which is good for Grass, but that's maybe not necessarily the his biggest concern at this point in time.
No, kind of needs to survive back home. That's a much bigger issue. And those Toxotes are just gonna go insane once the heroic age is hit, as ballistics is granted freely by Hades. Suddenly stop missing units as they move.
Yeah, curse plus curse, man.
Plus curse, yeah.
Aside from, well, Nemean line as well, which is going to be super crazy strong to stun, dude. Hades talks with and check it out, he's got 4 vills gathering favor. He's got 100. Yo, he's got 100 favor in the bank.
Ooh.
Tunison does.
So we've got like
Dude.
another cast of restoration, let's say.
Exactly.
Could be
exactly,
the
exactly.
choice. And spare cash for the Scylla to make an extra one.
100%. 100%. Excuse me.
Got the run from the free Scylla, by the way. The Kraken just is gonna be one-shot by this thing. Oh, getting a few free hits in, but then... Actually, a lot of free hits. Scylla's getting bonked, but still, 2 heads now.
2 heads are better than 1. Raiding cavalry coming in on that gold mine, Naka. There's a Nemean lion chasing. Those are heavy cav. Full copper. Ooh.
They can pick off the villagers, though, if they ignore the raiding, the Nemean lion, or maybe lure it away. But the town center is here to keep the villagers safe.
Clutch TC, clutch TC. How much gold is left in Grass and Groom's base? He's got about a... Whoa!
Ah, it's a Zom. Yes. It's my favorite thing.
The Zom.
Best sound
Zom
effect
is
in
good.
the game.
I kind of like the sound of the donkey citizens dying, man. That gives me...
It's really
that gives me a very...
close between these two.
very pleasurable. We got a question in the chat, Naka. We do have purse sign for both players. Indeed, both players got purse sign.
Oh yeah, that's
Clutch,
the first thing you
clutch.
should click in the heroic age.
Oh, you should pre-queue that bad boy in the
Yes.
classical age, man.
True. I'm not sure the CC will survive Iron Maiden. I mean, there's still restoration ready to go. This is...
I know.
Oh, and the curse!
Oh!
Let there be
Dude.
pigs!
Let there be pigs. The berserkers! Dude!
Oh, that's a lot of them. They get all stunned, but they're on top of the Toxotes. Can they actually melt this away? The hoplites are fighting raiding cav. The berserks are fighting Toxotes. It's all the wrong way around. But is it enough somehow? Probably not. Iron Maiden, I see berserkers dying left and right. This is brutal.
Cavalry dying left and right. 93 to 28 military pop. Yo, it was a good idea to transform everything into berserkers, but it's not enough! Tunison gets the victory, man. Oh, boy. We got ourselves a series, possibly. That was clutch for Tunison.
So, a lot of Tunison portraits. He won most of the categories, just not the relics. Maybe next time he can get that too.
With 1. Well done, Grass.
Yeah, Tunison just significantly ahead in the villager count. Minus the ships. But eventually he got around to that as well. So, well done there. Outgathered Grass quite a bit. Which isn't easy to do against 4, but there's a reason that Greek players are typically doing well on the water maps. Look at that kill death. My goodness.
Well, I mean, kill-death ratio, wow, is awesome for Tunison. Double resto, God. It's so strong, man. It is so strong. We were talking about the eco, man, a lot about the Thor economy being mitigated by fish, right? Look at the all resources collected timeline if you're still there in the post game. Eventually, it was Tunison who kind of gained a little bit of an economic advantage in the later stages of the game, which is very interesting. Of course, that's because of the land problems that Grass had, but all throughout the earlier part of the game, the first half of the game,
Yeah,
Hades eco was completely matched.
The moment this gap forms, it's the rate. Like the villagers just not
Yes.
gathering and running around the base trying to stay alive. That's what that is.
Yeah. Interesting.
Going back to the
Very,
sounds, what about the set animal conversion sound? I mean, yeah, I kind of like the thing as well. That's pretty good.
Or the hyena. Ugh! Also a good one. Also.
I like the ambient sounds they make as well, but I can't do that myself.
Give it a whirl. Give it a whirl.
There's no way I can do that.
Come on, Naka. A little whirl. A little whirl never hurt nobody.
Nah, it's difficult, that one.
All right, what is our matchup for game number 4?
Checking. Map-wise, we've got Ghost Lake. And then for the gods, it's Loki versus Isis.
And who has Loki for...
Ah, that's grass.
Got it. Loki against Isis on Ghost.
Could be interesting. So here's the thing. If it's a 2 gold mine Ghost Lake, then Loki is in serious trouble, right? Like Isis can build up so easily there. But if the gold mine is exposed, then a good heroic age timing can definitely give Isis a headache. You would have to get a great Ancestors Eclipse to either massively delay the Loki economy or to just combat flaming weapons straight up. But both are actually a little bit difficult to pull off, because if you do it in a way that doesn't damage the economy enough, the retaliation from flaming weapons is going to be insane. Difficult hold. But if there's 2 gold mines, then it's just a plain map advantage for Isis.
Indeed. I mean, there's this is a weird one. This is a really weird one, because Ancestors Eclipse, I think this is a little bit frustrating, maybe. Maybe this is just me, but I feel like it's maybe a little bit frustrating on the Loki side of things. It's just frustrating maybe to play against Isis in general, because Ancestors Eclipse is strong, man, and villagers are so weak that it's good to be used on your economy. That's an actual threat these days,
Yes.
kind of like the old vanilla days, actually. Anyway, so, you know, on the Loki side of or if you're playing against Isis, you need to scout and this and that and everything. But there's just so many options for Isis. I think that's partially why Zeus is a strong, any god, if it's really flexible, is really strong. If you're not predictable, if you're unpredictable, if you have a lot of possible strategies in your bag of tricks, there's a lot of value in that, because it forces your opponent to figure out what you're going to do. Setting aside meta and maps and yada yada yada, it forces your opponent to scout and figure out what you're going to do and then go for the counter. So I think it's a little bit tricky to play against Isis. There's maybe Barracks play, there's maybe Ancestors Eclipse, there's maybe 1 TC Fast Mythic, there's so many different directions that Isis can go.
Well, if anyone can figure out, I think it's grass. So let's see what the man can come up with. We've got just a few seconds to go. Let's see what's going on the lake with all the goats.
Let's go.
It is Goats Lake. And in the blue color, we've got our Isis player in the blue. This is Tunison.
Here in the red, maybe a little bit sketched out on that double gold mine spawn. We got Grass playing Loki. Who's happier? Although Naka, the Isis player, about the double gold mine spawn? Is Isis happier? Is Loki happier? Gotta be Isis. Right?
Isis is very happy. You don't have to go out on the map to make a Migdol stronghold. You can just make it at home. You already have 3 towers that you're gonna get in the classical age, and this will further bolster the defenses. This is fantastic for Isis. Then on top of that, you've got your monument nearby, so you can empower that in order to gain some AoE healing on everybody. So if you're having to defend your home base, this is a fortress right now. Grass is not gonna have any business getting in here, I think, for the longest time. Unless he's somehow sneakily managing to.
Well, Holothanes, getting those Herser in,
Yes,
they're sneaky little guys. There's plenty of potential there. But no, you're right that you're right about that. Being there is one thing, however, Naka. I think one area, and this is not just for Loki on Grass's side, but just anytime you're playing against Isis. Isis is so yes, there are lots of food options in your base, but Isis and Set are pretty darn reliant on hunt outside of their base in order to
sure.
really be scary strong. And so that's maybe one area of opportunity for Grass to put a little bit of pain on Tunison. He doesn't have the favorable map in the single gold mine spawn, but if you look at the food options for Tunison, he doesn't have a lot of goats, at least not yet, only 4 right now in his base. And the hunt options are a little exposed out on either side of his top side and bottom side of his base. So he does have the back Aurochs and Boar, if you can see that in the far right corner, which is something. Not sure if he scouted it, but something.
I'm sure he'll eventually see it. There's some stuff to go around here, but yeah, not too much. It's a good thing for him that chickens and berry bushes will be available later down the line. He'll need them.
Pumpkins and turkeys, thank you very much. Pumpkins and turkeys.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway. Well, yeah, speaking of goats, we got 12 already on the side of Grass, so that's Goats Lake. Gotta fight for those goats, man. So clutch.
Yeah, that's super nice for the long term, especially. He's putting in another boar, so doesn't even need to make an ox cart until quite a bit later. Well, these villagers can just keep gathering for now. How practical.
Oh, nice. Indeed. What are his food options after this, by the way? He's got pumpkins, turkeys, got Thanksgiving dinner back in there. Aurochs and a boar. Does he see those bad boys?
Ah, a goat just found them for Tunison.
Nice. Grass doesn't see a whole lot. He sees caribou upon that top side. Bottom side caribou as well. So he sees his options. He sees his options.
And his
Bass
goat will
coming in.
also scout this eventually. I think he's heading the right way at least.
Yeah, it should. But it'd be unlucky if.
We also got the Staff of Dionysus for Grass, so if he does get hit by an Ancestor's Eclipse, at least his villagers will be regenerating.
It's not too shabby, honestly.
Yeah, over time you get them back to full, so it's just about keeping them alive.
Well, okay. What was it looking like for Tunison? He's only got 7 on gold. I don't believe this is fast or sorry. It's classical play here. He's going for double barracks right away and double monument. So it looks like and he's getting the Sphinx upgrade. So he's going for Sphinx's axes.
So it would seem. Sphinxes take care of pretty much everything except Hersiers, and then, well, you get the axes for those.
Ooh. Speaking of villager upgrades, by the way, we just got another relic we got Sistrum of Bass just in for Grass, so cheaper and healing villagers, not too shabby. Not at all.
Very nice to have all these discounts. 43 food costs at the moment for the regular vills, and dwarves, what are they now? 51. Nice.
Indeed. I find it a little bit peculiar that Tunison's going for barracks play here. Again, the double gold in this situation, the double gold mine does also benefit Grass if Tunison invests heavily into the classical age, because Grass doesn't have to leave his base terribly soon either. He's already hunting up on the top side. He's gonna have army to protect his pumpkins and caribou in the short term. But if he gets kicked off of it eventually, if that happens, he can drop back into his base and chill on all those goat numbers. So I'm a little bit surprised to see Tunison going for such heavy barracks play. He doesn't have a ton of production, just I guess he's getting a third barracks up. But strategically, I think this is a little bit peculiar.
Well, Grass is getting a third relic. That hypes me up a little bit, but it's just Pierce armor for Myth units. Not the most exciting thing.
Yeah.
It doesn't help, except against chariots and buildings. Slingers, I guess, but we don't see those.
Probably not. Yeah, we might. There's no election bullets, no slings of the sun. We probably won't see it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just more likely to see chariots later down the line. Right now, I guess it's just a core army build up for any scenario where Grass decides to attack earlier, but I don't think that's coming.
Yeah.
So much investment into the Sphinx, by the way, but no actual raiding with them so far. What's the deal with that?
Yeah, I know. He's got the double monument. He's getting the Hiraka Sphinx upgrade right now. How many does he have on the map? I see 2 right away.
Yeah, it's
Does he
just
have
the 2.
more?
Is this for the Ancestors Eclipse drop?
He has pre-queued Nephthys. So he's not quite there. It's going to take some time. Is he still producing out of his racks? He's still producing out of his racks. So it would be interesting to have kind of a semi-fast heroic with Sphinxes and Axes and the Ancestors Eclipse in the base. So you have some army to counter the Herseer and on and on and on.
Yeah, and then the Sphinxes themselves go nuts in the process of Eclipse. You get the free Scorpion Man as well. That all these get to roam free and do some damage, especially to expose villagers like those pumpkin people.
The pumpkin people. Those sketchy pumpkin people. We got some pumpkin people, or what did you say earlier? Several pumpkin. Whatever. Anyway,
I said what I said.
Yeah, I said what I said. He's not going for like the really early ancestors though. He stopped production. Tunison is still producing, man. So he's got a good looking army right here. But what is he gonna do with it? Again, Grass doesn't have to go get a nice raid on the pumpkin people, actually.
Yeah, they're all gone. Okay. Hey, by the way, are we synced up on time? I'm at 8:50.
Oh, I was like, yeah. I'm catching up. I was like 7 or 8 seconds.
All good. We'll make it.
I think
it's good to spot it now and not like in the middle of a fight.
Yeah. Kind of like now. We got some aggression going. A spy getting used. Hopefully we're at the same time, Naka.
As far as I'm concerned, we're in the same universe. All these guys are gonna sit back and heal up, waiting for that flaming weapons to be available. Don't really want to fight without that, but also Tunison doesn't really want to fight without Ancestors Eclipse. So it's a game of chicken pretty much, or turkey, depending on what mode you have enabled.
Turkey, it better be turkey. Yeah, we got Nephthys coming in. We got medium infantry, medium spears, medium axes. We got copper weapons coming in. So here in about 20-30 seconds, we could see some action.
Pretty good micro, by the way, by both players, just posturing, but not really exposing anything. That's very important to do, but they are also kind of non-committal.
Oh, you don't want to, when you're aging up, you don't necessarily want to take a bad fight, throw away your army. That goes for either player.
No. I cursed
throwing away your army. Oh my, 3 Sphinxes. Oh.
I'm gonna cry. But not as hard as Tunison. Oh.
Yeah. Dude, what in the world was he looking at that point in time? In order to, he's building a Migdal inside of his base, so I could actually maybe foresee, he hasn't used Prosperity yet, so I could maybe see a Prosperity after this into a potential Mythic timing. Oh, maybe not!
Oh, here comes the flaming weapons. It's gonna eviscerate everything. There's no myth units here to support. There's enough Hersiers to take care of the minions as well. I just don't see any issue with this. For Grass, I think he's gonna melt this army Iron Maiden, and it might just be game over right here with the spawns.
Dude, we only got a Draugr so far. At least that's all I've seen, Naka, but it doesn't even matter. He has decimated the army, decimated Tunison. 3-1 for the kid.
It's
Not
all
quite the
gone.
full sweep. Yeah, dude, just in the last, 30 seconds, everything just 29 seconds, everything just completely gone. Boom, Sphinxes, bye-bye. Boom, army, see ya. Everything.
Yikes. That hurt. That hurt. That's really gonna be a problem for Tunison's mindset going forward. I hope he can recover, man. I hope he can recover, but not in this tournament because he's out today. Thanks for showing up. But yeah, Grass and Groom is going to be the one that makes it out of Group 1 with the Mista into the top 8. So huge congratulations to him. He deserves it.
He worked for it, man. He worked for it this morning. He fought for it.
46
He
to
definitely
8
fought for it.
kills.
Are you kidding me? Oh. And remember, the pumpkin people, there was a little bit of a raid on the pumpkin people, so those Sphinxes got, I think, like 2, maybe 3 kills on the
Yes.
pumpkin patch. So that means that in the final fight, roughly in that final fight, Tunison killed like a couple of units. And he just got smacked.
Yikes.
Oh, wow.
Well, that hurt.
Wow.
That hurt very much.
Indeed. But ultimately, bravo to Grass again. He earned it, man. He definitely earned it, and he goes into the, like you said, round of 8, spot number 2 under Mista. Where does that put us at now, Naka? What are we? What are we
now
looking
we're
at
going to be
now?
swapping over to the other group momentarily. So I'm just getting all that up 1 second.
Okay. Alrighty, everybody. That puts us at 3-1. Grass over Tunison.
That's right.
We
Okay,
gave
we've
you
got
the little summary.
Chemo versus Soup is coming up.
Chemo versus Soup is next.
Yes,
We're
guys,
jumping to group.
Here's the group. So that's
Three?
group 3. Match 13 is what we're gonna do next. Chemo versus Soup. Then meanwhile, AC the Great and Redo are gonna fight as well. And we'll be covering the decider match, but not match 14 itself. So 13 into 15 is our path today.
Are we sure?
I mean, I'd love to do everything at once, right? But just out
Can
of
they just wait?
out of respect for the players' time, I guess, that's what the schedule was.
Well, ultimately, we're gonna have some really nice matchups. Soup against Chemo. I'm super interested in this matchup to see who's gonna.
Hold up, is this
just what that's gonna be like?
Is this set up?
What?
Ah, we've got like a zoomed in screen. Nice.
What?
We've got like a scene for the bracket in a slideshow. So I'm showing that now.
Which one is that?
It's called. It's scene 7 for you.
Oh. Maybe this. I don't know.
Nah, it's all good.
Anyway, okay. So looking forward. Let me update the scoreboard and everything, Naka, to get Soup and Chemo's game up. Have they started drafting and whatnot just yet? Possibly. I don't know. I'm not sure. Anyway, so Soup against Chemo. I think, Naka, I'm particularly excited about this one because of how Soup has been playing recently. Both players, actually. I think that it's taken Chemo. There's been a handful of old AOT pros who have taken some time to acclimatize, you could say, to get with the times, to adjust to Retold, Ulysses, Matrews, Chemo, names like that are coming to mind for me. It's taken them some time to really get into the swing of things. Magic, Mista, Vortex, Recon, those guys really popping off thus far. But Chemo seems to have started to hit his stride. He won qualifier number 2, so that instantly put him into the main bracket. Soup has been, if anything, more successful in retold than he has been over the last couple of years. And over the last couple of weeks, Soup has played great. I've been really entertained by his games. So if Soup is able to show up today, he might be seated just a little bit lower than Chemo.
Mm-hmm.
But if Soup shows up today, this is going to be a banger, man. And Chemo's going to have his hands full for sure.
Yeah, and if he makes it out as first in his group out of group 3, if Soup wins this against Chemo, it's definitely a tall order. But then he would only have to go up against the second player from group 2, which is between Rappel and Afim at the moment, Super Afim. Yeah, whereas in the other case, he would be going up against Recon if he's like the second in the group.
Either way,
that's not easy, but
either way, it's like prep. I mean, it's we're in the group stage. We're going to be moving into the top 8. So no matter who you play against, it's going to be serious business. So pick your poison. Essentially, what it comes down to.
Plenty of poison to go around as well with these players. I mean, the Mista Kuvov, Magic, these guys are all still alive in the tournament. Ulysses, Zakalo, AC the Great, Redo, and Chemo Soup.
Mm-hmm. Big names there, man. Big names. I wish Vortex would have stuck around. He was really starting to hit a nice stride.
I'm not sure he's gone. Like he is playing an AoE4 tournament now, but whether he's playing in the next AOM tournament, that's totally up for grabs there. I think he will do it, to be honest.
Right. Well, he's an RTS, competitor, so I'm not going to count him out just yet. He definitely started to find plenty of success in AOM, so...
Yeah, we just got unlucky with the events overlapping, and he already pre-agreed to do that, so that's where he was.
Okay.
But then, once that's done, and we have our next event coming up, I think he will play.
Cool. Okay. I can get down with that.
Now, whether he will play the smaller tournaments, I'm not sure.
Well, we'll get there eventually. In the meantime, we got what's his back? Chemo Soup to look forward to. Again, my commentary is to kind of get some reaction from you. Is that Chemo won qualifier 2? He has the higher seed.
Yes.
He has the tenure, the victories behind him, but Retold is a different story. So Soup has been popping off, and Soup's been having lots of fun with just with everything, honestly, in Retold build orders and just all the new gimmicks that he can play around with. So I don't know. I think there's plenty of firepower and opportunity for Soup to just throw things at Chemo that I don't know how prepared he's going to be. Chemo, in my opinion, relies a lot on experience. And if Soup can kind of throw this, that, and the other at him, experience won't really... I don't know how valuable experience will be against stuff like that. So I don't know. What's your take on?
I think Chemo's results speak for himself, but in Retold, he has been on the struggle bus a little bit. He's recently found his stride. Will he be consistent is the next question. So we're about to find out. I guess Soup is going to be his big test. And it's just the first big test, right? There's the others as well coming right up. Map-wise, we already have our Blue Lagoon starting map, by the way. We've got bans on Land Unknown and Karlaugar. And Chemo has picked Giza, Ghost Lake, and Midgard. Soup has Marsh, Elysium, and Mount Olympus. So there is the one water map in there.
What was the first one again? Blue Lagoon?
Blue Lagoon, yeah.
Are we waiting for till 18 GMT, or are we starting now? Ask Virtual We're starting now. They're just getting the map picks and bans going. They're going to be moving into the god bans and picks and everything now.
Yeah, they can go whenever. So
Yeah,
we're
so
just waiting for it. As long as we're
fact,
here to
I got
cover it, they can start.
exactly. I got the bans and everything, or sorry, the god draft up right now, so they should be starting. They're starting right now. Soup. Chemo starts things off with a Loki ban.
Got a set ban from Soup. I'm
I think that
surprised
makes
that
sense.
Loki would get banned.
Who would you prefer get banned, or who would you assume would be banned by Chemo?
Uh, Probably 4.
Oh,
Because Soup is such a 4 boy sometimes.
yo, I mean, he's at this point in time, he's got a lot of. Soup's a big boy. He's got a lot of options in his several back pockets.
He could play anything, it's true.
Well, I mean, but Kronos jumps out. Any of the Norse ones, but probably Loki, Thor, would be the intuitive ones, and from my point of view, but also Kronos as a potential one as well. He's been playing lots of Kronos and been very successful.
Yeah, on Chemo side, him getting to lock in Ra, Kronos, and Gaia, those are his most practiced gods in Retold, to be honest. So I think he's gonna have a great time with that. Soup just needs to pick something to take those out.
Dude, Soup doesn't have Kronos or Loki.
He's having to pick Odin. I don't like it. Odin's alright, but he's not all that, you know. Having to pick Freyr as
Buddy.
well. Not a high win rate god. So I'd be really curious what he can do with that. Granted, Soup can go for a really strong late game with all the upgrades, but Chemo's kind of at home there.
I'm not gonna lie, Naka. I think that Soup's draft. I mean, he has Isis, which is good. Hades is not bad, and he likes Norse, Thor, Odin, and Freyr. That's not necessarily a bad draft, but if you look at Chemo's side, Soup doesn't have Kronos, which again he's a big Kronos player. But Chemo with Ra, Kronos, Gaia, like you said, being his top picks, and then Zeus and Uranus after that, it just looks like Chemo's draft is like exactly what he wanted. What else? What would make it better if Chemo had Isis possibly instead of I don't know, either Zeus or Uranus? That would probably be the only thing that would make it better. But for Soup, man,
Yeah,
why did he go for Hades first?
I have no idea. Wait, didn't they ban Kalagar? Why go Hades again? It's gonna be good for Midgard, but you know, Zeus is good on Midgard too.
Yeah, yeah, I suppose that's true. I don't know. I don't think that wrong chemo maiden says Uros. Oh, are there multiple chemos? Oh, there we go. There.
Oh, he makes a
Keen
new account
chemo.
every week on Discord. It's insane.
There we go. Keen chemo is from France. Now we got his clan. We got his what's it called? Clan. We got his country flag. Everything. All the good stuff.
The first matchup's gonna be Kronos versus Freyr, by the way.
Coming right up.
Now we've seen that before already. It definitely can go either way, but the early pressure that a good Kronos can put on with lethal shenanigans, or even just Prometheus, getting that temple deconstructed, preventing the heroes from being made. Then you got the Mythiots roaming around, adding some Chiral Ballista tournament to heroes if you've gone up with Prometheus. I think that's great.
Indeed. I've seen, I mean, we've seen some Lido abuse recently, but today actually, which is kind of a. It's completely. I think Lido abuse is interesting. It's completely deadly if it gets out of hand, but if you're, I think there is counterplay to it. Ah, I don't know.
Oh, wait. They didn't put any delay. Okay,
Oh,
I
so are
guess
we
we gotta
lagging?
go to we gotta go to Blue Lagoon.
Okay, hang on. They didn't give me they didn't give us the game URL right.
It's
So,
on it's one of the first lobbies.
oh yeah. Okay, so I guess we're jumping right in. Blue Lagoon, ready when you are, Naka.
Yep, I'm good. Go for it. Boom. Welcome everyone. We are in group 3 here in Wrath of the Gods. This is the winners match. So one of these guys is immediately going to qualify after the series to the top 8 playoffs. The other one will have to fight through a double elimination bracket. In the blue color, we've got Chemo playing as Kronos.
And over here in the red, we have Soup. There we go. Over here in the red, we have Soup going Freyr. Oh boy. I'm honestly, Naka, I'm very excited to see what Soup is going to bring to the table with Freyr. I'm excited. I'm just generally excited to watch Soup play. Honestly, I've been watching his games and casting his games, and he's just bringing a lot to me. So I'm very excited to see what he's going to do with Freyr. However, Kronos really complicates things, like you were talking about before the game started. I don't know.
Oh
Let's
my
see.
god, oh my god! Golem Bursty is gonna take down the time shifted temple.
Whoa! Naka, what? How are you so far ahead of me?
I fast forwarded.
I'm fast forwarding too! What minute are you at?
250.
Oh my god, dude. Okay, so Naka is...
I'm in space. In the future. Oh my god.
Hang on just a second. I'm way behind you and things are messy, so I'll be right back.
Yep. It's all good. This Golem Bursty has done the job, ladies and gentlemen. Chemo is most certainly not gonna be ahead here. Holy crap. What are we watching? I've never seen such a thing. That was the best possible outcome for Soup that he could have hoped for. He's counter-guarding Chemo. The temple is now trying to time shift forward again, but there's gonna be like 2 heroes. Plus the Berserk has found the second temple now as well. Sure, Chemo will immediately get his Prometheans, but Soup is already a quarter of the way to Uller. He'll be able to make another Herseer, which is now on the way. And all he needs to do is just chill under Town Center Fire. There's nothing the Prometheans can really reasonably do. Very easy to rebuild another temple. Although the second Herseer did get cancelled. That's I think a pretty big deal. Promethean getting deleted. And now Soup's just gonna build his temple again under the TC's cover. What's up for Chemo? Is he gonna try to... Oh boy, yeah, I think he's gonna try to get the town center here. Theft of Fire is getting researched. which is going to make it so that all these hero citizens are working even faster than their regular counterparts. You can see a massive gather rate difference here, 1.2 for the normal guys, 1.58 for the hero citizens. And that's just some berries.
Okay, Naka, what did I miss?
Everything.
I missed everything.
That was epic.
Second town center. I saw the Golan Bursty via fast forward. I had messy dogs running in from coming outside. Sorry about that.
Funny.
Whoa.
Chemo had a messy boar running around.
Yeah, exactly. That is cheeky, man, to use the Golden Bursty like that. You see, this is what I'm thinking of. Like, Soup is what can Soup do with Freyr? I don't know, maybe it's just me. I never think of using Golden Bursty so early, but man, did that end up paying off big time, right?
Well, meanwhile, the Herseer plus Berserk army is gonna be built. I keep calling them Ozarks, man. I just can't stop.
I keep calling them Berserkers, even though they're technically Berserks,
Right.
whatever. So, it changes. I don't like change. No, it changes.
Too old for this.
I know. Exactly. Anyways, second town center coming in for Soup pretty early. So we saw kind of a similar game earlier today with between Grass and Z. That went very differently in terms of, automaton abuse and Golan Bursty and on and on and on. Grass took the town center eventually, whereas Soup is going straight for a second town center. And he actually has a really killer giraffe patch behind that, which I totally dig. He's got zebras in front of it, which are takeable for sure. I think this is definitely decent for Soup.
Sadly, no giraffe alpha this time. We'll get to it when there's an Odin game. But hey, at least Chemo does find out that there is in fact food behind this, so he knows he doesn't really need to try to raid this right now. Just go heroic, just get Contagious, he'll be back.
And we do have the armory up and also the double military barrack, so it's like that's where he's headed, banking up tons of resources. Seems like that's exactly where he's headed.
5 minutes peace. That's been enough war so far.
Yeah, Chemo's traumatized from the big bad Golan Bursty, so now he's like, okay, fine, jeez. Taking it easy for a few.
Hey, Soup's doing the thing we were talking about with the double armory.
Is he?
It's gonna go twice as fast. Oh, and the Asgardian Hill Fort will be securing the front gold mine for the most part. It doesn't quite save you against archers trying to sit outside of the range of that. But it covers for the most part. Get a small wall and should be fine.
I think it's not too shabby at all. Soup's looking good here. He's gonna have Hyperion to deal with pretty darn soon though, so we'll see. Actually, what do we see? We saw Arcus surprisingly come in. He's gonna go. I mean, he's only got 2 million. Is that 3, 4? Okay, my bad. Are we gonna see Contarius? We may be gonna see Arcus because I'm looking at the food options of Chemo, and his hunt down on the bottom side just barely ran out. And he doesn't really have immediate hunt to go to right away. He's got rhinos on the top side. Not sure if he sees that, however.
Yeah,
he's on goats already.
Got some zebra nearby. That's an okay spot, but he's shifting to gold. So yeah, you might be right. This might be an Arcus move.
Gotta get those food numbers if you want some. Well, I mean, yeah, it looks like lots of wood. That's what I see. Lots of wood, lots of gold, a little bit of food. Kind of feels like an Arcus play rather than Contagious.
Agreed. I mean, Vasup just going full economy, man. Third TC's already up.
Wow.
It is Contarius. Okay, it might just be a small little group. Just to get a little bit of raiding done. And then he swaps to Arcus. Maybe. But But they can't keep doing this because it's too expensive.
Well, but on top of that, I mean, it's 3 town centers for Soup, plus A here is coming in as well. So Soup's going to be heroic here in just a minute or two. But with his Contarius, he's going to have to find a lot of damage economically because, you know, on 3 town centers, Soup is going to be, his eco is going to be burning away here in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, man, these poor Contarius getting wrecked. The moment they step out of the pace, they just end up in Soup's army.
Surprise!
It's not where they needed to be, but they are finding some villagers back there. There's no defenders.
Nice. This is good. This is good. Again, he's got to find damage wherever he can since he's down that town center.
Okay, Chemo's finally adding some Marcus. I don't think he's got any range unit upgrades just yet. Oh, he's got medium.
Okay. But what's he gonna do with it? That's the big question. Because Soup has got gold up on the top side, which I think Chemo should see, as Contarius are gonna run right by it here in just a sec. Ahir is in, he's got the other gold mine that's secured, so what are Arc is gonna give him? He needs some pushing power. I don't know if Chaos in a ranged unit army with some Contarius, I don't know if that's gonna give it to him. And speaking of a ranged unit army, we're gonna raid this Ego up on the top side. Very nice pick on the getting some vills up there.
Berserk's trying to defend. Chemo will be running out, but there's a much bigger army coming in now. Might be able to dive on this TC and get some more villager kills, but maybe not the best idea.
Well,
not with the others coming in.
There it is. Soup doesn't have all of his army here, Naka, so there we go. There's Aegir Tempest along with the Chaos.
Soup's army is pretty much gone, but meanwhile the Contarius are getting frozen and blasted from the sky. I'm not sure they are going to be very happy about that incoming damage, but they certainly killed the entire army of Soup. That's a start.
Soup has some idle units on the far right side though, Nako, just sitting over there. They would not, if he included those, it wouldn't have made a big difference in that fight, but wow, those Contarius tanked so much damage from the Tempest. Soup's in some big time trouble. Dude, I was saying how, oh, he needs some pushing power. If he has just a big uncontested Contarius army, that's pushing power, man.
Oh, did you see that micro in the town center? He just targeted the weak Contarius only to pick him off. Got 2 kills right there. Very nice.
Yeah. Bravo, Soup.
Such an important little skill, actually.
Yes. Get a micro your town center fire, your hill fort fire, tower fire, all the good stuff. Got a micro your wood choppers as well, Naka. Don't let those guys get blasted by heavy Contarius.
Uh-oh. And Chemo is firmly in control of this militarily speaking. It's a really good spot, but Soup does have a big army as well. It's just not one that can beat this at the moment.
Oh, where's he going, man? Soup's just saying, fine, have the town center. You know, waste your time up there. I'm going with the counter attack. He's only got 1 rock giant, which doesn't make it super scary, but he is going for the counter attack here. It's something. He's forcing Chemo to react to him, which is, you know, which is something. React Chemo will, man. He's running all the way across the entire map from that back town center. Way over here, back to where there's a hill fort getting dropped by Soup. Another rock giant, which is out. So clutch for these fights for Freyr in the heroic age, man.
He's doing a great job picking off these citizens that reduce Chemo's income substantially just now. No more gold, but he's got a big production queue and he's picking off a lot of Soup's army once more. Throwing axes can't hold their own against Contarius and Arcus, really.
Oh man, and that hill fort is denied. The whole army goes down. Dude, it's worth it. Okay, sure, Soup got a nice raid on the gold mine, but he lost all of his army and the hill fort right there. That's a blunder, dude. I think it's more important to take the fight with the army instead of kicking him off temporarily off of gold. That's dude, he's forcing Chemo to react, but
Ah, that's gonna be rough. At least he's got the TC to cover himself, and I guess somewhat in the range of the Asgardian hill fort. Not too many melee units, so Chemo can't break this. Soup can remake his army. Things are mostly fine.
I guess.
But that's
He's
expensive.
lost a little bit too much.
Yeah. Hey, there's another raid though on the gold mine. There's a lot of weak villagers here. But only one goes down. Chemo reacting kind of nicely.
There's a lot of idle Cantarius there that kind of bugged out. So those RC almost, they could have gotten some more kills there with a little bit of luck. Not luck for Soup, at least there.
Wait. Can Soup just go mythic here?
About. Yes, just about.
There's no food,
market
man.
work and he can.
Where food? He's making farms. Oh, yeah. Chemo might be earlier.
He almost blocked that palace. If Soup blocked that palace, that would have been so huge.
Yeah, because then Chemo wouldn't be able to go mythic himself. Oh, he's making another one.
Wow.
Yeah, so long as he gets the gold, he's fine. Wait, Soup's gonna
Yeah,
mine here?
Dude, look at these archers just gonna sit on the hill and snipe.
They have some really good upgrades, but no ballistics. Also has the Oller's bow relic for extra range. Scoot and shoot is the name of the game now, but the Huskar and the raiding cap getting on top of them are definitely a headache.
It's true, but the satyrs are pretty strong, man. They have the Gemini upgrade as well, so they're doing decent here against this army. And plus, there's a big pack of Cantarius over the right-hand side. Another Chaos getting used. Wow.
Yeah, and when you use Chaos as such a small army, by the way, they are going to essentially get a longer duration on the effect. Right, so they'll kill each other for longer.
Speaking of killing each other for longer, I don't know how much longer Soup can hang on here. It seems like he's just randomly sending units on one side of the map and then the other side of the map. He just gets cleaned up every time, dude. Implode is coming in as well. Atlas.
If he had gone Mythic, I think Soup would be in an okay position still, because at least he can blow up the army and he would have some follow-up. But I think his army is the one that's gonna get blown up here.
His
with
eco as
Atlas
well, man.
queuing up.
Well, Implode will just... dude, he doesn't even have an army to be deleted. Look, he's at 8 population, military population. There's no army to be imploded.
Yeah, and the Contarius have been just taking out the houses as well, so that needs to be remade at some point. Not gonna happen. Chemo just takes game 1.
Wow. Things are looking really good for Soup there with the Golden Bursty usage, with the 3 town centers, but his army was a little bit out of position. I don't think he expected Chemo to go to that topside town center, and so he had idle army. He used a weird Tempest, and ever since that weird Tempest usage, he's just on the back foot, just lost army after army after army. So well played by Chemo to take advantage of that.
Yeah, Chemo also had a TC for a very long time. Theft of Fire is a super powerful tech, and I think the all resources collected graph kind of shows its role it played in this game. I mean, at the end, we're looking at 2,000 extra resources for Chemo. Yeah, that showed itself, and Soup had to rebuild his army several times.
Exactly. Kill-death ratio. Wow. Double for Chemo. Double. That's the way to do it, folks. That's the way to do it.
Chemo just putting on the masterclass, other than the initial blunder with the time shift. You can't do that to to Freyr. Not that close to the base, at least.
Yeah, that's man, that was a good usage. That was a really good Golden Burst. I can't believe I missed it, man. Stupid. Ugh. They gotta add delay so that, we're more in sync at the beginning, dadgummit.
Yes, I'll message now.
Anyway, we got through it eventually, folks. We got through it eventually. So that puts us at 1-zip. Again, this is the winner. The winner bracket, not really a winner bracket. The winners finals, I guess you could call it, for Group 3. And so, excuse me, the loser of this drops down to the losers finals and plays against either Ace. Excuse me again, either AC the Great or Redo. So big names and big names either moving on or getting knocked out today. Lots.
Yes, indeed.
Speaking
So
of big
plenty of good games coming up today.
Yes. Plenty more series, plenty more games. All best of 5s, by the way. All best of 5s. I don't think we have maps and gods just yet for game number 2, so we'll get there soon enough. But again, Naka, I go back to what we were talking about with the draft in general. It just feels so much more solid for chemo,
Yeah. Like these are not just really good gods in the current meta, but also the comfortable gods for chemo. Like this is the stuff he plays all the time. And okay, sure, you took away Set. Yes, that's how annoying is that? But he's fine with the others, especially the triple Atlantean. I mean, in this Gaia meta, he's heavily explored that. So with that coming up, I think he's gonna have a really good time with both Gaia and Oranos when that time comes. We're going to Elysium, by the way. And the matchup is being picked. They don't have it yet. But yeah, I would expect just the back-to-back-to-back Atlantean spam on these land maps. There's no reason not to. It's simple,
Elysium.
it's easier, I guess, than the others, and he's comfortable with it.
I could see basically anything, honestly. We've seen players be successful with Raw.
There it is. He's doing Ra.
Is it Raw? Okay.
Yeah, Ra against Tor. So good prediction, Maiden. Good prediction. Well done.
Haha. Thank you. Well, I mean, but we've seen it's kind of the nice part about maps like Elysium, that it's not, with Kerlauger, for example. These days you kind of know what you're gonna get. Back in the old days, Mediterranean, you kind of know what you're gonna get. But with the map on Elysium, I've seen basically every god that's picked get chosen for Elysium except for maybe Freyr. Like we've seen Ranos, Zeus, Poseidon, I guess Ranos again. I've seen Kronos plenty. We've seen, I think Odin, Norse is definitely viable. Even Greek and whatnot. So I think a shout out to the map, designers of the map.
Yes, well, in the case of Elysium, one thing that can really play a huge role is camels. Camels are just super mobile. They will beat raiding cavalry, the only unit that can keep up with them. And then, as you go into the Mythic Age, you still get to raid more. You get Desert Wind from Osiris, for example. I think that there's such high potential there. In the Heroic Age, they get to regenerate thanks to Dark Waters. Then you've got your Locust Swarm available if you catch some villagers but don't quite get to kill them all by themselves. Then Locust plus Camel should be able to do the trick.
It'd be scary for sure. Thor, I want to say that Thor can maybe fight against all of that, but you don't have the same cheaper upgrades all throughout your armory like you used to have in the old days. So, you have an eco bonus with your armory upgrades. I don't know if that's enough of an eco bonus to match up with the potential rain usage of Raw. I think it's going to be farms terribly early, but still.
Yes.
I don't know. I think
it hits later, like the rain does hit later, but once it does, and if you keep continuously pumping that, then that's a game changer. in the heroic age, it would even allow you to set up like a quad market constant pump on on your caravans, but people don't do that because it takes too much population to get an effective trade route going. So what you do with that food is up for debate. You could use it for camels, as we discussed, or you could just pump mass infantry and instead go for Horus and get the upgrades there, because actually the upgrades from Horus now affect both Spearmen and Axemen. I think greatest of 50 was the one that didn't previously affect Axemen. Well, now it does, so those super barracks units are insane.
Either way, you're both talking about you've talked about Osiris and Horus.
Yes.
Either way, it sounds like you're really expecting a nice Mythic Age time for Chemo as Ra, which is probably going to be really tough for Thor to deal with without his own really strong power spike.
Yeah, of course Ra has his powerful classical age army as well, which is just hard to push into, but we've seen what happens if people overextend with the Grass and Groom game, so I think Chemo needs to be watching out there. Then again, Ra has the easy mass empowering for faster training. Might pay off, but we're just a few seconds out from the game starting. Shall we go to Elysium?
Alrighty, ready when you are not.
Boom. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Elysium in the blue color. This is our Ra player, Chemo.
Here in the red, we got more Norse action. Soup is going for Thor, going for an armory right away. Let's see if he can keep up with that Ra eco, man. This will be an interesting one.
He'll need the help. Right now, the Pharaoh is empowering the granary because, well, it's a higher gather rate than you would get from the monument. So what's worth doing here is, yes, the priest is going out to scout now, so swap over the Pharaoh after dropping off the food forcibly. That will mean that the higher empower effect is in effect for that. Very nicely done. Every little resource is accounted for here.
Indeed, Naka. What are we? Okay, so we're talking. You were talking about mythic potential here. Osiris, the benefits of Osiris, the benefits of how rain eventually leads into a nice mythic timing for Ra. But how do we get there in the short term? That's the big question. I'm looking at the second town center position of Chemo, which is really close to his gold mine. I think that's decent to take. There's gazelles in a gold mine pretty close to it, but they are exposed.
Don't think you take a second TC here. I think you just play
that's what I'm saying.
one
What do you
TC
do
per
instead?
All the monument empowering that you need is going to be here. So, yeah, slap down the free barracks, make a few widgets. Pressure the forward player, but don't, like, engage unnecessarily until you have a really good position. Look, when Ra is doing this, the train speed on the units is just so fast, you really don't have to worry about your reinforcements being there or not. They are going to be there. So I like this a lot here in terms of the matchup. Soup will have to come up with something special. He will have all the armory upgrades, so you can't underestimate his army once he has one. But it's going to be late because of the dwarf build order. The armory is going to take a lot of resources. He's having to run around and kill all these deer. Even some chickens needed to be killed. So this is like a lot of commitment, you know, to do this.
Let's see if it pays off. I mean, on the Thor side of things, what do you do as well? I guess 1 TC, stay 1 TC. Honestly, trying to fight against Wadgets and on and on and on. Trying to fight against that in the classical age is scary. If you stay classical too long, then camel's terrifying. So he's got a pretty decent gold mine position on that far left side. I could easily see Soup. By the way, we've got Ta coming in just now for chemo, so that's confirmed.
That's right, and the free villagers from would also give away that yes, it's the Veggie strategy.
Does he have another monument up? Not yet.
He might go easy with that, to be honest. Like, it might just be slingers.
Well, anyway, yeah, over on the Thor side, Soup's gonna have to figure this one out. I'm not too sure what Thor does here. Honestly, it's camels are Wadgets are strong, axes are lethal, and then camels are just brutal. So, on the Thor side of things, I'm not sure where we go here.
What's up?
Knock, I think we figured out what to do on the Thor side of things. You gold starve with flaming weapons, you get a nice semi-heroic good timing there. Gold starve with flaming weapons, and then you lose afterwards. So Soup's got his work cut out for him.
Speed run to the resign button, I see.
But you got to use flaming weapons first in order to go out in a blaze of glory.
Oh, of course.
That's the key.
Otherwise, you don't go to Valhalla. So, gotta entertain the gods.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's great. Chemo can still afford free badges, by the way, without a second monument. So the second monument is just an extra for later.
How bonkers is that, bro?
There's plenty of bonking involved in this.
It's very bonkers. Yeah, there we go. There, thank you. It's very bonkers. 3 Wadgets, dude, with the extra poison bonus damage that they do.
Here's the
Axes
thing.
are so brutal.
When you empower these monuments, it's not just the area that gets buffed, but the actual favor gathering rate. And then the monument empowers the other monument, which also gets you more favor. It's favor for days.
Yeah. Plus all the other eco benefit that you get as well. Everything getting empowered there. So it's just favor on top of resources. Good stuff. Speaking of good stuff, did you expect this? I mean, I guess with 3 Wadgets, what else are you going to do with 3 Wadgets aside from go aggressive? But when you were commenting earlier, it sounded like you weren't feeling confident in the aggression from the chemo side of things, but chemo's definitely feeling confident.
See, I don't think that you shouldn't be aggressive. I just think you got to be careful with how aggressive you get. Like, you don't want to dive the villagers here because, yeah, the army and the TC is just gonna mess you up. But carefully poking, keeping the guy in the base, that's aggression. That's enough, I think.
Sure. We might see a Wadget caught out of place here. Okay, maybe not. Soup's trying to... it's kind of weird what Soup's doing. Is he trying to cut off resources? Reinforcements.
That is good. I like that a lot. But is it gonna work? 1 Axeman kill so far is good.
He's got a whole lot of myth unit power. Poison power in the backside of his base, however. You were saying about, chemo going a little bit too hard, too aggressive, too this, too that. Has he gone too deep? He's really far away here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's looking for in that corner. There's some hunt, but just let the man have it, dude. You shouldn't risk all your Wadgets for this. Just let him have it. Hershey has a Harmonious Necklace Relic. Be gathering a little faster. What is that? What? That's the smallest shifting sands of all time. Okay, sir. Yeah, this is what I meant though, but if you overextend, you have to use a stupid shifting sands, and you never want to do that, right?
Well, what we've seen a lot of players do in the past is that they go aggressive with their Wadgets and axes and on and on. and they find villager kills, eco kills. But then eventually, there's enough defensive capability from their opponent, and eventually they end up shifting sands back into their base
Yeah.
so that their army doesn't die. But A, Chemo hasn't found any damage, and B, what was that shifting sands he didn't find again? Any damage. So I don't
And
know.
C,
It's
Soup has all the armory upgrades and medium infantry.
true.
So this is a spooky
True.
army.
I mean, it's a spooky army for both sides, bro, because of all those freaking widgets, man.
Yeah, even the heroes are impacted by the poison. Look at that Hersier just melt away. Yikes.
Literally. What also is spooky as we take this engagement, Naka? I hope we're at the same point in time, about 9 minutes.
Yes.
Widgets are melting, so are the Hersier, kind of? Wait, what?
The Hersier are bonking the snacks, and they are all gone. The axemen have been picked off by the throwing ones. And hey, the dwarves are just happily hunting out here. They were never bothered, so I think Chemo is in for a world of hurt. I think this is not what he should have done. He's working on second TC, but is it too late?
Dude, what was that?
I don't know.
What?
Soup is feeling so confident he just puts the healing spring in the middle of the map. Now that takes some balls, sir.
That's Chad play right there. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna heal myself right in the middle, no problemo. And he should, man. That was such a convincing win right there. I can't even. I mean, by the way, he's got the what's it called? The Hammer of Thunder. Yeah, the Hammer of Thunder upgrade.
Oh, he does that
So
too
the
now.
Hersier.
Nice.
Well, he's got that plus the full copper line of armory upgrades, plus the Hall of Thanes upgrade. So those Hersier were, they were just slicing and smashing those Wadgets into oblivion. That is not how this matchup is supposed to go. I tell you that much.
No, Chemo just found nothing and he lost everything. This is the opposite of what we expect.
Exactly. So at this point in time, let's see, we got Bragi that just got clicked by Soup. So he's on 1 TC. He just clicked up to Bragi. He's got throwing axemen for days. He's looking good in that regard. I personally would like to see a couple of great halls get dropped, maybe in the center of the map, just to open up the door to Godi, to cavalry, etc. And then, like Mirez was saying, flaming weapons on the gold mine, but the resignation button might be clicked by Chemo, not Soup. So here we go, man.
It's a fine
Let
strategy.
the gold hunting begin. I know.
Meanwhile, Mista is also roasting Chemo. I'll do Chemo a favor and not recite that, but I'm having a good laugh in the meantime.
Well, I want to know. What did he say? I want to know.
It was impressive. Not for the fact that Soup won, but because Chemo lost.
Ouch, man. Ouch. Are we going to see it again, however? Army maybe getting caught out once again. I hope we're at the same time. 11-20, whatever. Whew. That was close.
Well, there's flaming weapons coming in, so this is only going to get more difficult for Chemo. Certainly not the fight he wants to take, but I think Soup can force it. He's going to secure that second gold mine, isn't he? I guess there's the other one. But I'm fast forwarding. The players have left the game. Oh my god. Can we just slow down? I'm at 12 minutes. 04, 5, 6, 7.
Cool. Yeah, we're right about the same time.
Thank you.
I suppose we know how this is going to end, unfortunately, but I was going to say the exact same thing as you. We got a gold mine on the far left side. We got gold mine on the far right side. That does make it uncomfortable, a little bit difficult to pull off the final gold starve. But, having said that, if you delete the raw army once again and maybe get some veil kills with the flaming weapons, boom, that could be the game right there. See if he can actually pull it off. We actually have another gold mine, by the way, Naka, real quick, far right side. Kind of the right side gold mine unexpectedly getting taken by Chemo. A little sneakarooski.
Oh, what are they doing there? I didn't notice that for a while. Okay.
Right?
But the other guys have walled in. What's Chemo gonna do about that? He's not working on freeing them even.
Oh, buddy. He's going to be in trouble here pretty darn soon. That's a lot of villagers right there. 13.
Is Soup gonna find this? Like, his villager's going right past the mining camp. He could just make a berserk here.
On the right-hand side.
No?
Yeah, whatever.
Maybe later. It's fine. Let's go
Man.
for the big fight instead. He's right.
Yeah. Can Chemo free his army here? He's got Bills attacking the wooden wall really quickly. Can Soup actually get some kills? Heavy, wait, are those heavy? They're heavy! He's heroic! He is heroic, sorry. I had a brain fart there.
Oh, no worries.
Happens to the best
I
of
think
us.
he's
Here we
having a
go,
villager
knockout.
fart over here. Chemo is everything's dead and he's shifting sand out like 5 units.
What?
That's so bad. Oh no.
Right into other army as well.
Oh god. Okay, I think that's maybe a little bit too far gone now. 170, 60 population for Soup versus 122. Chemo's villagers dying left and right. Why are they outside? Oh my god. It's getting worse and worse. 58 civilians to 39. Yikes.
Oh my goodness, man. You would think that maybe the slingers, if they had sick upgrades, no electrum bullets, by the way. If they had electrum bullets, maybe he'd be able to sit. Actually, I mean, it does force. So, okay.
We did get the berserks in the end by the gold mine, so Soup was
We
making good
did.
use of that flaming weapons at least.
Okay, very nice, very nice. Well, he ends up getting the kills. I was gonna say that, maybe with the slingers, he could sit there and survive on a market for some time. That's pure infantry army from Soup. Yes, there's a couple of trolls as well, but maybe those slingers could, keep him alive for some time. I guess he doesn't agree with the gold mine getting caught on the right side, and boom, there we have it. 1, 2,
Yeah,
1.
well, you know, there was favor there to get out of the shift of that gold mine situation, wasn't there? Like 60 something, and it would have cost him 50 to get out, right? Like, yeah, the second cast is 50, so there was no reason
Mhm.
for Chemo to stay there once flaming weapons came down. You could have just left immediately. Didn't, got punished. The end.
Simple as that. Simple as eco advantage. I'm looking at the resources collected, all resources collected. Nice eco advantage all throughout that whole time for Soup. So Thor eco good. Okay, well, I think most people would agree that is not how that typically goes.
No, no, it doesn't. But hey, we got
Wow.
ourselves a series. It's a 1-to-1. We're going to game
Ourselves a
5 as
series.
the script has foretold, and then everybody's happy.
We'll see, man. First, we gotta get to game 3. What is that? Do we have maps and God pictures yet?
Probably. Let's see. Going Midgard, says Chemo, and he might be hosting already. As far as the gods go, we're looking at Zeus versus Odin there. Odin or Midgard? What? Wait, we might see mountain giants. Oh,
Interesting.
I'm excited.
Tantalizing. Intriguing. I like that. I like the potential of that, rather.
Yes. Yes, but like with 4, how the fish kind of negate the economic advantages that you get from the Dwarven army, with Odin, you got much the same problem that your hunting bonuses, it doesn't help you that much long term, because your fishing economy is what's going to take care of your food needs.
Yeah.
So
That's
in
very
that sense, it's a
true.
little unfortunate to go up against a powerhouse on water like Zeus, whereas your own Civ is just not going to be quite as intense there.
A good point, man. Haven't. That's a really good. So, I think ultimately, yeah,
I'm not
true.
saying they're bad on water though. Like Odin has tools, right? Forest fire can be annoying when you have several villagers getting moved around.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was just thinking about right now is that villagers are a little bit squishy. Well, they're a lot a bit squishier on Retold compared to the old days, so there's a whole lot more potential for there's a whole lot more potential for raids to be valuable and actually do damage against Zeus. So
Bork, bork. Hey, puppy.
busy household today, Naka. Sorry. Yes. Boys just got bath, so
Nice.
they want to idle time, boy.
You know, we were
Anyway, so
checking
they
out the new apartment yesterday that we're gonna rent with my wife, and there were so many dogs on like the train. This is people just going home for the winter break and just taking their dogs with them. Dogs everywhere.
uh-huh.
There was a tiny little one, like half the size of your ones, next to us, just constantly crying for the owner. It's just wanted his mommy back. Really cute.
Oh, you have a daddy, Toby. I love a man. Hopefully that's a good thing. Hopefully that's a good thing. Hopefully you guys were. Are you a dog? No.
I'm a cat person, but I do like the small dogs actually. So at some point when we can get our own house, we'll definitely do it, or a big apartment or whatever. They need some space, right? Don't quite have that right now.
They also cuddles.
True.
Okay, so having said that, I don't think we have a game. Do we have a room just yet?
I'm actually in the wait, right? But Kimo didn't share a link. So yeah, please find it. Then we'll fast forward.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go to AM stats and try and find it because my beautiful Retold isn't finding it for me.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Legend is asking if I'm gonna have cats and whether they will have lasers. Well, I guess we can get a laser pointer for them. But
Yo, that works for dogs too,
if
man.
you're talking about cat-mounted lasers, we probably are not gonna have that now. Also, they can't shoot them from their eyes or mouths. That's okay, only in my notifications on Twitch. Are you ready to go?
Are you? I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go.
Let's go to Midgard. All right, we are here. There's fishy business going on in the blue color. We've got Kimo playing as Zeus.
Another Norse pick for Soup. Let's see if he can keep that Norse roll going. Going with Odin. A little bit of a sketchy matchup here, but feeling confident enough. He saw the draft. He knows what he's walking to.
He's got a giant alpha boar. 600 food in it.
Dude, it's like a Golden Bursty wannabe. Yeah, look at that chunker. Yeah.
Hey, when he gets older, he wants to be a Golden Bursty as well.
When I grow up, I want to be a Golden Bursty. Well, you're in the wrong god, buddy. You're under Odin's watch currently. Anyway. Well, so Naka, you were talking about how the eco bonus, the hunt bonus, is completely mitigated by the fish, the fish eco. Zeus, such a powerhouse with that food eco backing, potential Athena, hoplite spam, etc., etc. There's a forward gold mine for Soup. Yes, there's a fortress there. Yes, there's a tower there. Yes, there's walling potential. But yes, that is Athena rushable. How are you feeling about the aggression from Kimo? We'd likely to see it. His scout almost sees that gold mine, by the way. Almost.
I don't see why not. Going back to the hunt, it's not completely nothing, right? Like, you still get the big chonker boar and you do get faster gather rates towards the classical age, so you can put your villagers on other resources earlier. Helps you with your advanced. It's not nothing, right? But it does go away over time when you stop hunting.
Mm-hmm.
And then going for the Greek strat, yeah, a little bit of pressure wouldn't hurt, but I also think that going up to 4 docks isn't the worst of ideas, and then just coming back later with a big army to actually fight Soup is probably the way to go. There's no big amount of damage that you can do that would offset 4 docks, is my thinking.
He's got pretty. If you're like Chemo's got a super killer fish, by the way. Like that dock that he
Oh,
just
yeah.
dropped a little bit, like past 3 o'clock. Boom, boom. There's 6 fish right in front of it. He's got pretty darn good fish. His first dock wasn't the best thing in the world, but he's got good fish. So I
It's quite
think I agree with
concentrated.
you. Yes, exactly. Yes, yes, yes. He definitely wants to make sure he keeps those bad boys safe. Absolutely. But I favor aggression here, man. I definitely favor aggression. It's just so difficult for Odin to try and handle that. It's just going to be tough. So Soup just clicked up, by the way, up through Freya. So he's going to have a little bit of some initiative in that regard, going up to heroic or classical age first. We don't even have a temple up yet.
That's the hunt advantage though. Like you get that really nice gather rate for the quick advance. You can get an early forest fire in perhaps, but you're not gonna do any damage with the Valkyrie. It's gonna get bolted.
Yep, true. I agree. I agree with the commenter, Zastozi says Chemo's not a typical rusher. I agree with that, Zastozi, but still, he's definitely the boomier type of player. But if he scouts it, it is what it is. Especially with such good fish behind it. At the very least, there's tons of potential for Soup to get gold starved on a second gold mine. So he might be able to keep his first one safe, sure, but that second one is going to be very difficult for him. He's going to need probably some type of frost or maybe some chonker mountain giant, some walker woods action, and secure the gold.
Ooh, those are some very brave and forward longhouses from Soup, by the way.
Yes. Yes.
So he's really not afraid of Chemo going aggressive.
Advanced a lot faster compared to Chemo, which again, I'm on a similar wavelength as you, the fish eco. The fish boom, rather, probably going to be worth it, favoring.
Why are we saving Bolt here? I don't understand.
No.
Could just keep hunting and strike this Valkyrie down. Sorry, what were you saying?
Just waiting for more of a timing attack. Get the boom going and wait for a timing attack instead of just going real low, balls to the wall aggression. Gold. Soup's one going balls to the wall aggressive here. He's got a Herser in the face of the Chemo already.
Oh, the villagers! 6 health, okay. Nearly went down to the forest fire. Nothing ever dies to forest fire, by the way. It's just...
Wah wah.
Wop, wop, wop.
Not anymore.
To be fair, in this tournament, I've once seen 6 villagers die to it.
Really?
Yep. Some early qualifier. It was crazy.
Well, so I've also seen 1 or 2 clips of a really good forest fire, but 99% of them are just really, wah, 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 whereas back in the day used to have some decent forest fires, but not these days, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're not particularly exciting. I mean, they only have a little bit of range, right? And the buildings don't really get destroyed either. Like that house under construction just freaking tanked it.
Exactly, dude, exactly. Speaking of tanking it, man, can this Minotaur maybe tank some Hersier hits? He's gonna have to. Ooh.
Soup's adding more production, wants a double Great Hall. I'm guessing that's gonna be about raiding Cav. Something for those facilities.
Gonna need something. He's playing super aggressively here. I was mentioning like, oh, his second gold mine. He's gonna need a frost, a heroic age god power, something like that to try and secure it. Maybe he's just gonna go, just face first into Chemo's, into Chemo's the brick wall of Zeus, and see if he can get some value here. Because I mean, I completely agree. He's building into the middle of the map. If he doesn't maintain that map control, all of his buildings will be shredded in an instant by those hoplites. So
Yeah, which
he's
is
gonna have to maintain
unacceptable.
it.
You can't have that
Exactly.
happen.
Exactly.
But as long as he maintains his control over the army advantage and has some pickoffs here and there, everything should be fine. His units do regenerate out of combat. Well, also in combat, but that's slower.
Odin bonus, indeed.
Ooh, the Greek boys are out of position. This temple might fall as a result. Or not.
So, or not indeed. For some reason, Chemo's army is out of position there. That was a little bit awkward. He's got his armory up as well. It doesn't look like he's planning on heroic, but
Oh yeah, there it comes.
It's in the back of his mind.
Dionysus is coming in.
Oh, it is. It is. I missed it then. Toby, get out of there.
We're gonna have
Dog.
a potential restoration bronze available. A deadly, deadly combination. Soup's only hope is to freeze it. The frost will outlast all that, but well, you have to have it.
Indeed, exactly. His food, ironically enough, we're talking about, the fish eco, the food eco, the hunt bonus, blah, blah, blah. Food eco isn't quite there for heroic just yet. He's made a good number of hers here, but seems like it could be losing some RC, unfortunately. What are you thinking, Naka?
My brain is small. I don't think very much.
I think that Bronze Resto's gonna be brutal. Soup's numbers are looking good, but are the numbers enough to counter that God Power combination? It's coming in just a minute. Also, he's got, look at the upgrades as well. Copper, for Chemo.
What I'm thinking about actually is that there's a lot of throwing axe here. The hoplites have to be ultra careful, and when you have that many Toxotes, it's very easy to overwhelm them once you have the raiding calf for it. So actually Chemo has to be really careful with moving out, and as long as Soup recognizes his opportunity for it, he needs to get a scan on the army composition. If he does that correctly, if he has a nice, let's say a frost on that army, if he can buy that much time, there's time to wall it in and then just absolutely crush it.
Oh, we got the frost right around the corner. Scotty just clicked up, so maybe you're right, but he will have frost for the big fight. Gold mine on the far right side, though. So it seems like we're just gonna wait. Gotta wait a couple of minutes. Wait for Bragi to hit. Things are about to get exciting, folks. Temple finally goes down, by the way, so grenade success. Finally got there.
Not gonna be any Hydras. There wasn't any favor for them anyway, to be fair, but thought that would be a nice addition right now.
Sure. They get bronzed after all.
They do. What about the Scylla? It's starting to get some work done on the fishing ships, but Soup's very nicely garrisoning. Where is his own... Oh, he's not heroic yet, right? Yeah, there's gonna be a Kraken soon.
Did you just have a brain fart too?
A big one.
I can smell it. Okay, anyway, moving into the heroic age, we got Scotty coming in here in just a second. And we have a decently safe gold mine over here for Chemo. It's got God Powers protecting that bad boy. Thundering Hooves coming in, by the way, Naka. So those RC, you were talking about this around on the talks. The RC are going to be that much faster. Bro, we might have a surround now.
Yeah, hoplites are not in position at all, and even if they were, that's so many throwing axemen, they are going to shred them hard. Joining the fight is the Frost Giant, but it's fighting the heroes. That's not the place he wants to be. Ouch.
Indeed. Thundering Hooves is almost in. Lots of... Dude, what is happening? Fortress is up, which is nice. Defending against this raid right here by Soup. It's a good raid by all means. It is a good raid.
Just bolted the Valkyrie, but there's another one, and she can take it all day against these kitchen knife people.
Indeed. So, I mean, it's a defended raid, I guess, but I mean, it did some damage. Chemo's gold is a little bit sketchy, but he's got plenty of vills there. He's also got plenty of talks chasing after those throwing axemen, man.
You're gonna be chasing for a while longer, but problem is for Soup, he's not actually making raiding cav. And the ones he did make just got picked off. Yikes. Let's go deal with this.
I run around, I guess. Chemo's not going after gold at all. He's just chasing after that big blob of throwing axemen, which I find a bit funny. You'd think that he would just be going straight.
Whoa. Excuse me, sir. How did you imagine this would work? We're getting a hill for it. But then he's gonna get bronze in restoration. Soup, what's the idea here?
What is the idea? Both players at similar population too, Naka. 146 to 156 currently. What is happening here?
Fast forward again. Sorry. Can you meet me at like 13:35?
Yeah.
Thank you. Somebody died.
Somebody died, and I think we have a clue as to who it's gonna be.
Well, Kimo just cast the bronze. He's more than fine to take this battle. The bronze Minotaur taking restoration. He's out healing the damage coming from the hearse here. And the Toxodi just killed everything. I guess that might just be it. Soup melted, man.
Is it? My game froze.
Oh, do you want the screen share?
No, is the game still playing?
Probably not for long.
Okay.
Probably not for long.
14-10.
Soup is doing a little bit of counter-attacking. He's got 2 TCs as well, but Chemo's getting that done as well, getting on top of Soup's production and then running after the gold mine. Just don't see a way out of this. With Chemo having 30 more population. What do you even do? Wait, he might lose all his villagers. Is Chemo gonna die? No way.
Not good. Now I need to pull up your stream.
Nah, Soup's gonna get gold starved, ladies and gentlemen. There's no hope. There's nowhere left to run. Nowhere left to hide.
Is it happening? Is it happening? Everybody on my side, we're all imagining the gold starve happen, right?
It's happening for sure. Soup's desperately trying to make more units, but he's down like 50 population. The Petrobolas is working on the buildings. At the same time, Fortress keeping the villagers safe. Chemo's comfortable. But he's not gathering a lot of fish. That's the one thing that's going for Soup.
Kraken taking out the fish and everything.
Either way, no gold, no hope. Could have sold resources. I don't think that was that bad, to be honest, with the villager count actually in favor of Soup. He had more fish. I think he's gonna kick himself for resigning here. I think if he sells resources, he's fine. Just no buildings, right? So you would have to remake the buildings. But economically, this was maybe doable.
Really?
Maybe.
Yeah, I see all the food he's got. Man, I finally got the stream up and like transitioned over and everything right as soon as it said Chemo victory.
Oh, great.
Perfect, right in the nick of time.
Yeah, we really need a fix for this.
Yeah.
Because we keep having this issue, right? Like it's not good.
Well, regardless, about the game, show me the stats, baby. I want to see those. I want to see those delicious stats.
Yeah, look at the military massacre that happened here with the God Power combo getting used by Chemo. It's just absolutely insane. Soup never recovered from that. But what was okay actually is the civilian count. Chemo was the one losing the vills. Soup was ahead by like 20 vills. When you count fishing ships, it's probably more than that because this was what was displayed in the game. So I actually like Soup's situation economically. He never got outgathered by Chemo. He just had to kill an army. That's the only job that he had at this point. Was it possible? Maybe. Maybe. Did he have favor at the end, actually? Oh, almost 60 favor. Holy. He could have made all the Valkyries in the world.
A couple of chonkers maybe, although
Hmm.
they'd probably die pretty quickly.
Yeah, they're not the end all be all, but you sell some resources on top of this, get your raiders in, get your throwing X-Men count up. Maybe there's hope.
Well, ultimately, well done to Chemo. I don't know, Naka. I wasn't feeling super confident about Soup's map draft, and a couple of his picks here, like Odin on Midgard. Maybe if this was the initial release with if this was the initial release with the really strong Walking Woods, okay, sure, maybe we're gonna see really cool heroic age timing and Walking Woods, stuff like that.
Sure.
But and the way this played out, feels like maybe Soup isn't quite on point. I don't know what you think, but things are feeling a little bit off here.
Yeah, he had a really nice set in game 2 with 4, but I don't know, the others just a little bit wishy-washy.
Yeah.
And he
Backs
definitely gave
against
up
the
too
wall,
soon.
right? Well, it's not like he could have survived, but that's not like he was in a winning or a good position.
No, the army, he needed to do something about that. That's not an easy thing to do. But for the next map, on Mars, we're gonna have Oranos versus Hades, with Chemo being the Oranos. Now, that's a matchup where you have, if you have enough defenses in terms of the layout of the map, if you've got good positions, then Hades can really shine in the later stages of the game.
Sure. There's often good resources.
Oh, I'm
so
sorry.
does
They're
he
already
go?
playing. They're already playing. I think we gotta go.
Shoot. Okay, I am ready.
Yep. Go to
But
fast forward. Go to Marsh. See you there.
okay.
Welcome back to more Age of Fast Forwardology. In the blue color, we've got Oranos playing as Chemo.
And we have Hades on the right side in the red playing as Soup, right.
That's right. Hey, Soup's doing a little bit of early prayer here. Getting the favor he needs for Vaults of Erebus. This is how you get rich. Confirmed.
Oh my. Yo, I am fast. My fast forward button is not as fast as your fast forward button. So I'm behind you, but we're catching up. Nobody breathe. Nobody, don't breathe too hard, everybody.
Eventually, it will just go back to normal speed, so just go as far as the game will let us.
Well, so having said that, it takes a little bit of time for Ranos to get some pressure on. We were talking earlier today about how you have to get an upgrade for a speed boost, and on and on and on. So, having said that, what does that mean for Soup potentially defending against some aggression, some initial harassment?
Oh yeah, his advance time is slightly slower because of the get rich quick scheme, but he did also get the Harmonious Necklace relic, which will help to offset that. Plus 10% gold gather rate, and he also has the Pandora's box for Mythian favor cost reductions. Maybe he can squeeze out like an extra Minotaur early on. Picking up a third relic even, the Ship of Fingernails for... Dude, this man is just free resources galore. 0.5 food per second. And second TC and supposedly Zom to protect all that. Nice.
Oh my... Are you serious? You're already... What minute are you at, for crying out loud?
5, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Zom. I'm having a Zom moment.
I'm having a relic moment.
Nice.
Yeah. We'll get there, everybody. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. Athena and Prometheus, by the way. Athena. Theft of Fire. I'm assuming it's a Backtown Center coming in.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you can take the forward one against the Rhino, still kill every villager, right? Especially with Shockwave available. Spooky.
Just check. There we go.
Well, maybe you could if you don't get Vaults of Erebus, but it's risky.
Yes.
And even like this, the Terma are murdering the villagers. It's not good.
He's got the Zom, remember, and you got Achilles early on. You got a Minotaur, Achilles, Ajax early on. You got the Zom. You got the Sentinels. There were boars at the time. Not at the time, but there's boars for this TC that you could lure into the actual town center. Anyway, it's neither here nor there. We are. What minute are you at, Naka?
I'm still fast forwarding, and it's almost 8 minutes.
Dude, are you kidding me?
I don't know when these guys started, but it doesn't seem like... Okay, it's finally stopped at 8 minutes. It's
Okay,
now...
They gotta add a little bit of spec delay.
I don't think they had spec delay. I think they just went in.
Noobs! It's always got to be Chemo with the problems, man. Chemo with the logistic problem.
Oh, well.
Anyway, oh well indeed. Well, continue on. I'll catch up when I can.
So once upon a time, Chemo also had a relic in his temple. It's the Eye of Horus. He's got 2 TC himself. So plenty of population space will be available here. Basically like having an extra house already. Not a manor, sir. Better. There's one more relic on the map. It's the Adamantine Shingles for stronger houses. But right now, Chemo is just killing the animals. What has come to this world? Well, Super is having none of it. He's getting technologically more advanced and maybe morally as well as he's going up through Apollo here.
Oh, wow.
Once he cranks out those Hippospists and whatever else he wants from the Heroic Age, I'm guessing some Peltast. Maybe just Tuxodes, to be honest. Because of ballistics, that would be very, very nice there. His defensive buildings are gonna be better. The Zoms are gonna start shooting units properly as well. It's a good setup for him to be heroic. He can use Underworld Passage. He's gonna have Restoration still.
Honestly, I think I like mixing in some Peltas because probably gonna have Arcus. They can counter the Terma. You already have Hippospis to counter infantry.
Yeah.
Yes, talks are good, but they technically get countered. So at least mixing in some Peltas, micro them down against
I
the
agree.
Terma. Personally,
Can't hurt. You just do a nice shift click in Retold. It works really well, so might as well. In the old game, that just didn't function correctly. They would just target whatever other unit was killed and walk to the location of the dead unit. So you couldn't shift click, basically. Now you can. Your units actually do what you want them to do.
there's plenty of bugs and whatnot in Retold, but at least that works.
That works. There's other bugs. If you want attack move, then, well, they might just stop and then do nothing.
It's trade-offs, not trade-offs.
Trade-off. Sent help.
Yeah. 3 town centers, by the way. Thea is probably already in for you on your side. Can we time check real quick? Just to check. Hopefully
11,
I'm close.
16, 17.
Oh, nice. We're there.
Oh.
Cool. About time.
Oh, the gold miners. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man.
Oh. The Minotaur knocks him back. That's so sick. And then he doesn't have a lot of ranged units, but he can still get some good hits.
Wow, that's 3 citizens dead immediately. And Chemo's not particularly going to have a power spike out of the Heroic Age. Not right away like you would with Hyperion. You have to work for it a little. But you do get the free Dryads. Should definitely order those. There we go.
However, this does give Soup an opportunity to take down that town center as well. It kind of puts
does.
Chemo in an awkward situation with that underworld, right?
I do wonder whether he can save that. I mean, the TC does have like 2400 HP. It's just his army is not all that. Maybe getting on top of the archers at least will be a bunch of pickoffs.
Go there. I mean, they're not Zeus hoplites, but still, they're
hoplites.
Hades hoplites are good too. They're hoplites nonetheless. Exactly. Can Chemo save it?
I don't think those citizens can get out of there, to be honest. They're surrounded, right? Whew. Getting knocked back by the Minotaur. Oh my god, that was the biggest knockback I've ever seen.
Indeed. Shockwave, maybe a little bit late getting used. Stinfberg getting targeted. This is looking good for Soup. He doesn't even use a restoration here, man. Are you serious?
Does he even need to? I guess that's what he's thinking about. His units are not that weak yet. He can keep going.
His underworld is still very alive as well.
Oh yeah. And look how large his army is. 89 population versus 52. He's ready for more.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Chemo's got the snipers out, those Arcus, so that really complicates things a little bit for Soup, but he's still in a really good position and still has restoration to be used.
Wow.
Whee.
He just killed 4 Arcus. These are, by the way, normal Arcus. No medium, no nothing. I guess he does have the armory line upgrades, but you kind of want your unit line upgrades as well.
Exactly. Medium, heavy, providing tons of value there. Hey man, Chemo's still on he's still on 2 town centers. The eco numbers are still similar. And he's got sky passages for gold options, so things are looking good for Soup, but Chemo is A-okay in my book.
Ah, there's the restoration. It's a good time to do it as well because the army was getting a little bit chewed up, but with Chemo running away and then his Mythians getting some healing, this is not too bad of a spot to be in. It's just that the Cantarius are fighting the Hoplites. Don't want that.
Yeah. He just wants the meat shield against the Arcus, though, but the problem is the Arcus are too close. The Peltas are able to target them. Not a very good fight here.
Yeah, Maiden, it looks to me that Chemo has fallen apart almost completely. There's no way his unit pump will succeed here. I guess one thing he can do still is set the rally points inside the building. Then he can maybe build up. But it's a stretch.
Exactly. He's got to do something here. Because, I mean, Soup doesn't actually he's just building, he's just building into the middle of the map, rather. He's not even using his underworld anymore. Kind of funny.
Yeah. Anything goes for Soup at this point. He could make a fortress right in Chemo's face, and I think it would go up just fine.
Sure. Soup still needs to be careful, though. He still needs to be careful trying to find value by taking down that forward TC, but Shockwave, Naka.
That was a really good one. Got the entire army, so many people stunned, a bunch picked off, but still Soup's army is just larger. The Arcus aren't really adding that much to the fight with the Peltas wrecking them, and all the Cantarius have died. Yikes.
Yikes indeed. Those Peltas are smashing him, man. A little bit of micro goes such a long way with those Peltas. They're so good now that they have so much range in Retold. 21 range. Crazy.
It's also a Hades special.
Yes,
Getting the +1 there.
Yeah.
And they're about to get Sunray, by the way, so even better.
Aegis Shield coming in, Sarissa coming in, Sunray coming in, all the unique upgrades coming in through Apollo and Athena. Chemo's still alive though, Naka. He's up at 100 citizen pop. Eco Pop, rather, whatever. Both players, really good population. Soups is better, however. What? Dude, speaking of a fortress, did you miss the fortress on the top side?
I guess Chemo's not allowed to mine gold anymore. This is absolutely devastating. I don't think Soup is gonna make siege here, but if he wants it in, he might as well.
Sure. What a game, what a game, this is maybe feeling like it's gonna push us to game 5. Soup needs to actually close out the game, however. He's in a good position, but he needs to close things out.
With all the hoplites gone, it's gonna be a little bit harder, but Soup should be ready to click up to Mythic. He does have the resources, he does have the fortress. Just need to actually do the click. He's got 3 town centers, his villas are max. Oh my god, he's stealing the 4th town center, and he's printing units.
Crazy, man. What would you go for, Artemis here? Just completely Earthquake the forward TC position and then just go straight at his base?
Yeah, I think that's great. Then, you know, you can take this as well. Then you have 5 town centers. Like, what more do you want? That's... Kimo has nothing else left to give.
Yeah. And he uses the Underworld after all to try and save that town center, man. Please tell me you're not too far ahead of me in the time.
18 minutes? Oh, 8.
Okay, cool. 4 to 2 town centers here. 4 to 5 TCs. No Mythic just yet, but he really needs to... He could, man. He could if he wanted to.
It's a good shockwave once again, hitting a ton of units, but just how do you deal with the Peltas, man? Would need Dryads for days. Soups making another fortress. He's gonna push in. I'm sure it's gonna be time for Patrobos. He's clicking in Artemis. He's getting Temple of Healing even, so he can heal the units in the middle of the fight. Soup's getting a little bit of everything. He's now using shift clicks.
Artemis is coming in too. Yeah, it seems like Chemo, he's been making a lot of Cantarius, but the Cantarius have not been targeting the Peltas. They've simply been a meat shield, and they've been getting meat grinded by the hoplites.
Yeah, it's so important to get them on the right targets. Like, the bonus damages in Retold have increased a lot. Cavalry having a 50% bonus against range units. Obviously want them on those, not infantry.
Sure. How much longer can Chemo try and survive here? He still has that gold mine on the bottom, but the villagers are finding it. Oh, no, he doesn't have the gold mine at the bottom. I think that's game. He ain't got no more gold, man.
Nowhere left to go, nowhere left to run. Even the kitchen knives are getting pulled out in this villager war. Just don't see what the man can do.
He's going to have to try his luck in game 5, presumably. Maybe he can snipe his way to victory with the heavy Arcas, finally getting those line upgrades. Took him long enough.
Soup seems to have forgotten to make units, but I'm sure once he remembers, yeah, there it is. He's fine.
Okay. He's got crazy resources.
Oh.
It seems like Earthquake's going to be the nail in the coffin here. Where would you Earthquake, Naka? It's coming in here in just a second. Probably take out the palace that's going up right now.
Anywhere. Do it on the Oracle in the corner. It doesn't even matter. Nah, he's gonna take it seriously. It's a tournament. Not a ladder match. Chemo deserves respect. But he's not gonna watch this base get destroyed by that. You know, would it have been destroyed though? Maybe not. But I think he would have lost at least to banish. And there's still no gold, so like, what are you gonna do? Our boy Soup would have gone into Chimeras after this. He has the food, he has the favor. Too hard to stop.
Hard to stop indeed, man. There we have it. Excuse me again, I'm losing my voice here, Naka. Soup ties it up 2-2, and we go to game number 5. Very nice.
Soup just winning all the categories. Did he win units lost even? Yeah. Wow.
Most death. He's a winner. He's a winner, folks.
Yep, we gotta catch up with these boys because reasons.
Okay.
Otherwise, still.
Have they already just
I don't want them to start too early again. There's actually no info this time. Huh.
Hallelujah. Almost. Rappel, I see you there in chat. Don't forget, add a delay, add a spec delay
Yes, please.
needed. Anyway, well, there we have it, Naka. Game 5 incoming.
As the script has foretold.
Yeah, we'll get the map and all the info up here in just a minute. But where does that leave us in terms of god picks? That leaves us with Gaia against Isis. Spicy.
Chemo loves that. Soup loves that. They're from both angles. I think this is a solid matchup that you can definitely do a lot with. I'm not too worried for either side. So basically for Chemo, as Gaia, this is all about the Cantarius, right? That's your magic unit. But for Soup, you've got so many healing options. You've got your potential path towards super camels. You're not Ra. Ra would have been even better for that, but hey, Isis is the next best thing when you're thinking about camels to counter Cantarius. I think it should be just fine.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the late game, it's quite favored in terms of where Isis can take things. Let's say you go up top and you just start printing units, right? With Valley of the Kings, that is highly resource efficient. Can Gaia really match that? Have you ever seen them succeed with something like that in the later stages? I honestly haven't played them. No anti-late game in my experience. Just never see it.
Yeah. I mean, maybe there's tools to play against it, but to counter the elephants straight up, or just anything, the Valley of the Kings, anything.
Because like the Argus got nerfed, the Lampades can't permanently chaos the elephants either. So what do? You just have to rely on your normal units, and they didn't really get buffed.
Well, yeah. I mean, you can obviously you're gonna go for camps and do your best there, trying to upgrade them as possible. But inflow timings. I can't remember. Did you say the map?
I didn't, because I don't know what it is.
Just check.
Chemo says he's hosting. He didn't say what map he's hosting. There's more than one map left, so... Really?
It's not
we'll find
that
out from the
difficult.
Lobbies.
We'll find out eventually, indeed. But it's at the same time, Naka, it's really not that hard, especially given the number of tournaments that... This is really not that. But, whatever it is what it is, we got good games. It's most important.
Yes. Little pain for max gain later. Ghost Lake is gonna be our map. And they've already started, hopefully with delay. Yes, with delay. Woo. Awesome.
Puts us at this scoreboard up to date, I believe. For act.
Nice one.
Yeah, okay, so now that we know the map and we have a little bit of spec delay here, a little bit of a countdown. We know the map. Gaia against Isis on Ghost Lake.
It's once again gonna come down to whether there's good gold mines. Sometimes Ghost Lake can be just really punishing with gold mines out in Narnia. Nothing at home really to fall back on. And sometimes there's just not a lot of food resources even. So in that sense, Ghost Lake can feel like a ghost town. But we'll see exactly what kind of spawn we get. It could be a double gold mine in the main base with plenty of hunt options, which is really heavenly for Isis. If it goes into the late stages, then, like we discussed, Isis is going to have a great time. But in Heroic, that Cantarius raid business can go a long way.
Well, yeah. I mean, the thing is, like you were calling the map Goat's Lake earlier on, so those oracles should be able to um, grab the majority of the goats
Yes.
on the map. So that's gonna complicate the food situation for ISIS.
Yeah.
Additionally, like you mentioned, the resources could be spread out all over the place. Boonies, Narnia, all over.
You can't put obelisks on this on the ice, so it's really hard for ISIS to find them. You could send out your Pharaoh, but that kind of sucks.
Yeah,
Lose out on the
yeah,
empowering. Anyways,
exactly.
only a few seconds left. Let's take a look at that map intro. Boom. So it's all come down to this. We are in a game 5. Only one of these guys will be victorious here, getting the better seed. The other one has to fight for elimination, or survival rather, in the bottom of the bracket. In the blue, this is Chemo playing as Gaia.
Hey, we got Soup going with ISIS. He should probably feel comfortable with ISIS. Double gold mine, boars, back pumpkins. He should feel comfortable enough with this. That
Yeah,
far
this
left
is a
side.
really good spawn, and there's a nearby caribou group with a town center next to and the gold mine behind that. This is great. So if
Well,
you're
plus
ISIS, you're
the
happy now.
top side, the back gold mine, or sorry, the other town center, the back town center. There's hunt, there's gold, there's pumpkins. This is a pretty resource rich spawn here,
Mm.
and it's not perfect. It's not some free boom type of a situation, but in terms of ISIS's concern for exposed resources, I'm sure he's once he scouts everything, he should just be peachy.
Yeah, agreed with all that. As far as the town center layout goes, it's pretty fair as well. Both of these guys have it pretty forward. Um, the gold mine situation is rather even as well. It's just that Chemo happens to have slightly more wallable gold mines, right? Like you can totally wall off between the forests. That's easy enough to do.
Sure,
For our ISIS, it's
sure.
a little bit more open. Other than that, not much to add. Uh, you know, are we? This could be one of the maps where if it really goes for an hour, which almost never happens, but it can, then we might run out of wood. Ghost Lake is always notorious with that.
Man, you're really thinking ahead, aren't you? Thinking about wood, running out of wood.
It's a
Indeed.
potential thing that could happen, but very unlikely that the game goes that long. But if it does, there's not enough wood here to play proper late game.
Well, but at the same time, there's really good town centers for trade routes. So, for example,
Yeah,
if
yeah.
Chemo gets that left side markets up. If we're talking serious late game, he's gonna have a great trade route. Both players should have a great trade route. Actually. So at the very least, they can trade for resources that they really need.
Gaia might not be able to empower the trade, but you can speed it up. You just put economic guilds all over, spread the lush, and the boys will run fast and regenerate.
Indeed. So having said that, where does ISIS go from here? You know, do you try and snag? He sees the caribou in the town center. Try and snag that? Are we thinking about classical age? He's got a 3 on wood right now. Oh, weird. Got 3 on wood right now.
3 on wood does mean that he's gonna want the upgrades from Bast, so he will want the Creo Sphinx, Hyraco Sphinx as well.
This is looking like town center territory here, Naka. Prosperity right away.
Okay.
He's got 12 on gold. Town center
I
putting out
agree.
there.
But then what's the wood for? Just the one Sphinx getting upgraded? I guess he might have some spare, because Sphinxes now cost gold.
I wonder if he is actually. I wonder if he's expecting, needing to the necessity of dropping some racks because regardless which town center he takes, either the forward one or the back one, both of them are pretty open, and the resources nearby are pretty open. So I wonder if he's got, he's got a couple of wood choppers in preparation for. Actually, there's the next monument, so maybe it is a Sphinx spam. Anyway, think maybe he's thinking about slingers. Is what I'm.
It's not impossible, but look at our Gaia player. Slingers are not going to help against the 2TC. And Soup wants the left side TC because he feels that the gold mine there is close enough. There's pumpkins, like you said. There's some hunt. It's not that bad.
Not at all. You can even lure that Aurochs next to the town center, so it's real safe.
I'm doing it right now. Oh, the leash range. It's too far. It's just too far.
Oh, that is so annoying. Ah.
Nearly got it, but it's not perfect.
It's not perfect, but that's, hey man, at least it's not out in the middle of nowhere.
We're talking about Age of Mythology players here. Their OCD is gonna be triggered.
Ha. Speaking of getting triggered, the Sphinx is triggering, what's it called? A conversion of the Murmillo into a hero. Getting a little bit of some pressure on that hunt. Double conversion into hero Murmillo action.
I will shoot this away. What happened to the first Caladria? I can't actually see it. Where is she?
Sure.
Did that get sacrificed into the base, or am I just blind?
She's in the ice right now. Look at the blue. At least for me, 6:30 about. She's on the ice.
Yeah, but that's the only one. There should be two, because he made one.
Oh, did he? Oh, he did?
Yeah. Where's?
Are you sure?
I 100% saw it in the production queue. But then I don't know what happened with the first one. Anyway.
Yeah.
It's not that expensive, but you don't want to lose them either.
Well, okay. So no, speaking of expensive, we got Heroic Age. Think maybe almost coming in for Soup. He's dropping his armory. Losing Vills here.
Oh. Plants are angry.
Plants are angry. Double villagers down. Pharaoh almost getting picked off this. Ooh, well.
Nice kill there. Where was the Caladria again? Oh man, this is what you have the burst heal for. Chemo's sacrificing a lot here for minimal damage.
Yeah, just one deer left over, one gazelle, one deer that he wasn't able to take. Not bad, not wonderful either. Heroic is in. So we got Nephthys coming in, no barracks, a couple of Sphinxes, neither of which are upgraded, but he's just banking up favor, double monument and 35 favor so far. Okay, I guess we're gonna chill, Naka. We're just gonna chill. I was gonna mention relics, by the way.
Oh, let's see.
There's an armory up for Chemo as well, so it looks like he's headed the Heroic Age as well. Soon, just clicked up through a Thea. Anyways, Ring of Nibelung, a little bit of a gold trickle, not too shabby, and building line of sight. Not the best relics out there, but hey man, it's a free bonus. Ooh, Soup's got a little bit of a better one, Girdle of Hippolyta.
Ooh, that's nice, especially for the now recently buffed chariots. So they can get a lot of health out of that. But since you're going up against Quintarius, you're probably not going to see too many immediately. It's more about the camels in the early game.
Indeed. Right now, it looks like we're maybe going to have an Ancestors Eclipse. Boom. There we go. The Sphinxes are zipping. There's a couple of Myrms out ready to counter it. What kind of damage can Soup get here? He's going to have to use a lot in order to try and, hurt the eco of Gaia.
Yeah, with Gaia having gotten So many upgrades already, and both on Chapman coming in. That's gonna be looking pretty hot momentarily. One Oracle gets taken down. It's not bad, but the villagers meanwhile back to work. No struggles there, really. One kill so far.
Yeah. He's idling some eco as well, but you know, at the same time, has this been worthwhile? He's just about to lose his Sphinx in the main base. His other Sphinx is still alive, but just barely. He did damage. He did some idle damage and killed a citizen, but that was not very impressive, Naka. In fact, if anything, it was impressive the defense. The immediate Ramillo defense by Chemo.
Well,
he was tracking
turns out we're not playing the heroic age. We're going up mythic.
Oh!
Hot has been clicked in.
Wow.
So,
Okay.
who needs units when you can just put down god powers and go to the next stage?
I suppose he's got gold in his base, so his gold is already secured. That's kind of, you know, in fact, it's going to be really secured with double Migdal coming up.
I dare Soup to do it again. Just go Wonder Age next.
Again. No, we got a lot of Cantarius upgrades coming in. Lance of Stone. I can't remember the name of the other one. Poseidon's Secret.
Yeah.
There we go.
That one makes
coming in.
All the horses cheaper.
Yep. Cantarius 5134. Very nice. They're going to be heavy as well here pretty darn soon. Chemo's looking at that gold mine over there, but there is gold in the base, like we said.
It's an unfortunate time to walk out there. But other than that, yeah, Soup's fine.
Okay. So what is Soup going to go for here, though, Naka? Camels do a pretty decent job against Cantarius, but he does have all those upgrades on those Cantarius, so... Is he going for Valley of the Kings? He's got double, what's it called? Double Migdal. Does he need Valley of the King?
Yeah, that's the idea, that he gets... Even though he could make units now, if he delays as much as possible, he can get them cheaper. Essentially a 2-for-1 deal.
Huh? Soup's going for the BOGO. He just missed Black Friday. He's going for... Okay, here's...
He was meteoring his own base! But it's fine because it deals minimal damage. He can kill the entire army with a meteor instead. Like I said, you just click the god power and go to the next stage. Wonder next.
Dude, I find that so weird to meteor units. Again, maybe that's my legacy bias. Of the meteor shots being so random. God.
It actually hits things, so that's a big deal in Retold, I think. I think everybody will agree.
It is a big deal. It is also, but he needs to repair that Migdal, by the way. What has he got coming in? He's going for lots of camels, looks like. Mainly just camels. Mainly just camels going against those Cantarius.
Yo! Is nobody using attack move in this tournament? What is going on? Chariots and Cav just walking past each other.
Hey, did he get Valley of the Kings? I didn't see. He does have conscript in.
Yeah, it's getting all those training speed upgrades because Valley of the Kings does nerf the training speed of the units.
Okay. Heavy camels as well. Chemo's economy is just flying, man. 82's eco pop. Eco upgrades as well. Bonker.
I like the addition of the Catapultis. What about you?
Yeah, of course.
It deals with every Migdal unit, right? So why not mix them in?
He's got to be careful with the chariots, though. The chariots are champion, rather. Camels are getting shredded pretty hard by those Catapultis, actually, Naka.
That's
Whoa!
Right. Think it's great, but there's still plenty of this left where Soup came from.
For sure. He lost the camels. That was probably a better trade for Chemo, ultimately. He killed a lot of camels there. They're Whole lot more expensive than a couple of catapultes. A couple of cheap Cantarius, eh? Still, at this point in time, Soup's got enough pressure. Oh, just kidding. I was gonna say he's got a lot of safe eco on the top side, but in come a couple of Cantarius. This is gonna be beautiful. Should get a lot of kills here if Soup doesn't pay attention, honestly. There's a lot of eco up here, completely unexposed. Soup is pushing in as well at the same time, Naka. Ooh,
Bird on bird
cool.
action. You rarely see the anti-air attack, but it looks different.
Oh my god, man, look at all these catapulties getting shredded by the archers, by the chariots.
It's the thing they're so good at. So great to see Soup amassing so many, especially with the relic he picked up earlier. They're so much harder to take down. And now the camels are going after the Cantarius. They're all gone. Chemo is in so much trouble, Maiden. What now? The Phoenix might even come back with that egg.
Aha. Indeed, indeed, indeed. It's close. I mean, he still has gold to work. Chemo still has a little bit of gold to work with in his base, but he is quickly running out. He's got a whole ton of production code. Yo, look, he's queued up 778. He needs to drop more buildings, and that's actually exactly what he's doing.
Yikes.
He's got...
Boyd is crying
indeed.
somewhere.
Aha. Game ain't over yet, though. He's up at basically the eco pop limit.
Gerb is back.
There it is. So cool looking. Hopefully on stream it comes through as cool. I'm sure yours probably looks way cool. Mr. Beast PC over there. Oh, it looks cool to me, everybody. Hopefully it looks cool to you on stream as well. Anyway. Huh. It's a good thing Chemo's got all that. Got such a good eco, man, because he needs all this production. He's been losing fights. I guess he's only lost a couple of fights. It's not the worst thing in the world. Getting raided over on the far left-hand side.
Hey, those Cantarius are actually doing some work to these chariots, but can they actually start attacking now? Thank you. Here we go. It's a really good surround on the priests. Chemo found the attack move button. This is great.
Nice.
We'll pick off the Phoenix as well. I think he's got a good chance here. Shouldn't keep going. That was a good trade. Go home. Get a bigger army, come back. But Soup, man, he's just been printing.
Seriously, even the camel's gonna get a round 2 against this army. There's a good amount of catapulties though. He also got the weightless mace upgrade. That's a special upgrade from for his catapulties. Doing extra damage against those camels, against everything, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely everything here. He's trying to get out elephants with Taskov Pedamak. It's coming soon. The Phoenix might respawn once again. That's the third Phoenix from one Phoenix. And then, you know, this army is generally just looking really nice. Chemo's upgrades are not through yet. No bronze, anything.
It hurts, man. That hurts. You would think with his crazy eco, he would, you know, be able to pause the military production just for a minute in order to get a couple of as many armory upgrades as possible. Look at his production, man. His production is nuts, but he still isn't mythic.
Yeah, it's full pop as well. Never tried to go for the third CC. Soup already has that. I think Soup is just gonna have a much better mythic age here, Maiden, and all the front line stuff for Chemo has evaporated once more. Is just Soup gonna run him down here?
It's close, man. It's close. He actually did just click up through Atlas. So we do have Implode coming in. That could be saving grace for Chemo.
This time there's no Arcus heroes to deal with the Phoenix. It will just over time deal massive damage to this army.
Ooh. He's converting one Arcus hero, but still it's going to take time to kill a whole Phoenix.
Cantarius numbers are dwindling. The chariots don't even need to micro at this point. They are just so numerically superior. and picking off every single unit of Chemo's is no longer an issue. The bronze upgrades are coming in. Atlas is not even halfway. This is a long list of things to do before he can implode this army. And even once that happens, then what? Soup can just make another one. Another army, that is.
I mean, indeed, Naka, but at the same time, he's only, Soup is only at 78 villagers. There's a couple of dryads over on the top left side on the gold mines up there that have been doing some eco damage to Soup, so Soup's receiving a little bit of eco damage. He's not at the full eco pop limit. Just lost a whole boatload of chariots right there. Oh my god, implode number 1. Before the implode.
We got the big implode later, but if there's a ton of elephants, they can kind of take it.
Indeed. Another Phoenix is out.
That said, you know, the Catapantis are dealing a number to the elephants. This is actually looking not so bad for Chemo as I had feared. Yes. Maybe he's got this under control.
Boy, by the skin of his teeth, honestly.
Oh yeah, guys, don't look at the military value. It's a bug with Valley of the Kings.
Same here, same here.
But that's fake news. It's not 5.6k.
That would be impressive. Valley of the Kings OP, right?
It's not that OP, I guess.
What is OP is the Gaia economy. I can't believe how much he's been able to keep up with the spam of Valley of the Kings, man. By the way, Knock, over on the far left side, we got some action. There's no third TC just in yet for Chemo, but we got some action. A couple of palaces over there, a couple of soup units.
Eventually the kitchen knights will do their job.
Ah.
So, implode when?
Well?
Soon? Maybe here?
Soon, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Where do you use it?
Houses at least?
Yeah.
Can't do it all the way here in the base because all the monuments are here.
Oh god, that's a good point. I forgot about the monuments, dude. What a close game here, Naka. I can't tell who's gonna win. Implode is such a big... He's using it. He's using it.
Big black hole is what it is. It's gonna suck everything in, including Chemo, but hey, he's made it out okay. Mostly. In a few pieces.
Hey,
it didn't even destroy.
Indeed.
Dude, this Migdol has lived through a meteor and an implode.
Man, those Egyptians really know how to build things, don't they?
The fast forward. Stop it.
Oh no.
Somebody's going down.
But he's going down indeed, and Naka over on the right-hand side. Soup's Migdol and everything has been cleaned up. He's been kicked off of that forward gold mine. On the left-hand side, Chemo is securing gold and taking his town center. Chemo's looking pretty good in this position, honestly. Raiding on the right side as well, maybe taking out the TC. His production is just nuts. Keeping up with the Valley of the Kings, for crying out loud.
Yeah, he's finally made enough buildings that it's starting to look like he can handle it. The Contarius on the gold mine are also doing work. By the way, I'm at 22 minutes 55. Just to let you know, the town center is probably gonna go down. Oh my god, it's dead. Can Soup make a comeback happen? He doesn't have resources right now. He's got a good enough economy behind this, but I mean, Chemo is just pumping a little bit harder.
Yeah.
Not sure he can keep up.
Soup is up at 90 plus villagers. He's down 20, 25, almost 30 villagers at this point in time. The raids, the implode, the raids on the gold mine, losing vills on the left-hand side. He has eco to work with, but still. Nice power spike here for Chemo, for sure.
Even the Argus is actually helping out. I think Soup is falling apart, Maiden. This is not looking so hot. The units from Chemo just keep trickling in. Funnily, we don't see a single fanatic or anything like that. But it's not going to be necessary because Chemo is victorious. Takes it 3-2. And Soup will have to go down to fight for his tournament life as Chemo just moves on to the top 8.
Indeed, Soup is down, but he ain't out just yet. Man, what a game. What a game, Naka.
Well, we
It was
sort
an
of got our
awesome
late
game.
game, but not the wood is gonna run out late game as predicted.
Not
Maybe
quite,
another
man.
time.
Not quite. Another time indeed. Hey, there's one more series for Soup. So we got, potentially 5 more games for.
You know, looking at this chart, I'm on the military units, and Soup already was having a tough time when Implode hit. So he started it with like
Yeah.
24 military units, and then he just had 10 after, and without any resources in the bank at the same time, it was just a perfect storm.
Yep. In fact, right at, what is that? Before Mythic came in, he was up at 48, the last big spike down before he couldn't recover. I believe that's when that was Implode 1.0, before the actual Implode. If you recall,
Yes,
he
yes.
he had a huge army, but then suddenly, I don't know what happened, but he just lost a bajillion.
Yeah, man, he went in so
Chariot.
deep, and Chemo just got a fantastic surround on him. It's hard to get out of situations like that, so the best thing you can do is not get into those situations in the first place. Chemo in the end outgathered him by almost 20,000 resources, so no wonder he could keep pumping. My goodness.
Are you kidding me?
20,000 resources. Yikes.
Wow. I want to go to the civilian unit timeline because, I mean, if you look through the middle of the game, if you pull that up real quick, Soup had a lot of idle civ production time. That makes, and so
Yeah,
once he eventually he got up to over 100 eco units, but it took him a long time. So I think that's kind of what told the story a little bit. He was looking so good. He was printing, the Valley of the Kings, printing Migdal units, blah 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 blah. But he didn't quite have the infrastructure to support it behind that, right? He
that's
was
right.
behind in those build numbers, and he just got outboomed like a monster. Hui.
Chemo is a monster. Even though he got outkilled 200 to 300 pretty much. I mean, the economy. It's all about the economy.
Yep. Guy Eco, and just a printer, just as much of a printer as the Valley of the Kings. Holy.
Alright, Iron Maiden, I'm gonna need a very short break before we enter the next series. Just gonna tell these guys to hold, please.
Yeah, let's give us a. In fact, it would be fair to Soup as well.
Yeah.
To give him 5-10 minute break, whatever they're most comfortable with. But anyway, Chemo moves on, top of the group. Everybody, and next up, do we know who we have for the next series? By the way,
Yeah, so it's Soup versus AC. Because
AC the
Redo
Great beat
apparently.
Redo.
Mm-hmm. By admin win. Redo no-showed the loser match. So, yep.
Okay. Well, everybody, I'm gonna update the bracket, and then Naka and I are gonna take a quick breather.
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
Yep, we'll see how the information goes. Once we're back from the break, we're gonna also do a little bit of a catch-up on all that, and talk a little bit about what they've picked and what the matchups are. Right.
Cool.
I'll do a quick HelloFresh shout out in my own stream, Maiden, so I'll see you in a few minutes then.
Okay, sure.
Yo, a quick question to answer as well in the chat. We've got Tiny4 asking, how many barracks do you need before Poseidon's Secrets refunds more resources per minute than Valley of the Kings gives you? Oh my god, well, you have to take out a calculator for that one, I'm sorry. But basically it's a 2-for-1, right? So you basically want to look for um those kinds of savings. It's never really like that though. What you gain from that is the ability to train several more than you otherwise would. Right, so it doesn't quite work the same. Valley of the Kings has the limit on just a single Migdal stronghold. So you want to basically get 5-ish barracks is, I think, what you want to do. You get 2-for-1 on camels. They are like 70 and 40 in cost, I think, if I recall correctly. So 110. And you need those kind of savings. Whereas Contarius are going to be 50 and 40, I think. So they cost 90 resources. Is that it? No. What's the Contarius cost? Was it 60 and 50 or something like that? Ooh, I'm gonna want to check this before I go on my break. Factory. Contarius is 60-40. I did remember correctly. That's 100. The tech saves you 15% of the cost. So that's 15 per Contarius saved. And you want 110, right? So 110 divided by 15 is 7.3. You need 8 barracks to outdo Valley of the Kings. There we go. Gamers, I'm gonna pop some HelloFresh links in the chat. Check that out if you want to support the channel / the MetaPlays project. Really much appreciate if you do. We are right now sponsored by HelloFresh for this duration of the stream. So I'm putting it in all the chats across YouTube and Twitch. Now that's done. And basically this is where it will take you. So this is an offer not just for the US, as you might be linked to the US at first, but also global. What it is you get free meals alongside your offer. So basically every box you get a free breakfast included if you choose to go ahead with this. Now HelloFresh does deliver this high quality food to you, to your doorstep. Very little effort for your shopping, and basically all the ingredients for your meals are pre-prepared, so you just have to put them together essentially according to the recipe, which is also provided. And basically this is a great little cooking exercise. So if you feel like you don't normally cook yourself but would like to try, then it's a really good way to get into it, because it's as easy as it gets, really. As someone that has done this, you don't need to commute, and plenty of choice is available, which is, you know, like I said, it's high quality to the point where it's chef curated. And if you're looking for some specific needs, let's say you're vegetarian, let's say you are pescatarian, whatever your needs are, they've got it covered. So yeah, feel free to check it out, and thank you for HelloFresh for sponsoring the stream today. Alright guys, with that said, I'm gonna need a short break, just so that I can make it through that last series in one spot. So I'll be right back. Links are in the chat, you can also use the codes. And I will see you in just a few minutes with Iron Maiden. Boy, boy. we are so back. That's crazy.
So back.
We are so back. That's crazy. We're gods. Oh my god.
Whoa.
All right, we've got some map picks for you to talk about. Soup versus AC coming right up. This is the elimination match, so somebody must get eliminated. Therefore, so far they are banning Kurlagar and Midgard, so I guess at least something did get eliminated. We really didn't see Kurlagar today, so I guess that might be a blessing depending on whether you like it or not, because it's always Hades versus Zeus. We've got Blue Lagoon as the first map. And
Yes.
here's the rest.
Oh, are you showing all the maps?
Yes, we've got Soup going for Giza, Elysium, and Ghost Lake. AC picking Olympus, Land Unknown, and Marsh.
Okay. It's been a while since we've seen Land Unknown. I know it's not the craziest. It doesn't produce the craziest maps, not like Mega Random or Actual Unknown from the old game.
Yeah.
But I would like to see it, man, just to test the generation a little bit more. You know what I mean?
You want the Giga Unknown map, basically.
Yeah.
Fair.
Not Mega Random, Giga Unknown.
The boys are also picking their gods, by the way, so I'm gonna just tell them now to go ahead.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna shift over to that to show the gods, by the way. Whoops, I forgot to unmute everything. My bad. We may or may not have been muted that whole time on my side.
Wow, what a noob. Okay, no
What a
worries.
noob indeed.
No worries, guys. You've seen the maps, and you know, it's just Blue Lagoon again. No Karlagar, no Midgard. Giza, Elysium, Ghost Lake, Mount Olympus, Land Unknown, Marsh. These are the maps we're gonna be looking at. And now for the gods, we've got the ban on Isis from Soup. AC going in with the 4 ban. The first gods are Loki and Ra in the picks, and then we've got also a Hades pick from AC. Soup responding to that with Odin and Freyr, followed by Set and Gaia for AC. And Soup lastly picking the 2 Attis left, Kronos and Oranos, and Zeus is left to AC.
Yeah, this by all means, this draft of Soup is a whole. It's almost like old Soup. It's almost like this feels like a draft of old Soup.
Yeah,
New
yeah,
Soup
like Legacy
feels...
Soup. Yeah.
Legacy Soup, man. Like circa 2023 Soup. Seriously though, like just the straight Norse picks, and then following it up with some Atlantean. He has been liking a lot of Egyptian, however. He has been liking a lot of Egyptian over the past, little while, so I wouldn't have been surprised to see that in the retold days. But anyway, yeah, this feels a lot more soupy. So I wonder if he's kind of his series against Kima was a little bit, in my opinion, it was a little bit kind of here and there. Like the final game, he came back and made it 2-2. The final game, he was close to getting the dub, didn't quite get there, but it was kind of hit and miss. So I wonder if this is a
could have gone anywhere,
like...
but yeah, you're right.
Well, so this, to me, this says comfort picks almost.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah. Soup size is like good, but it's not as polished as some of his other stuff, especially his Norse or Kronos. Since he has that available here, that's gonna be rather interesting to watch. Keep an eye on that, guys.
I'm excited for it. Actually, I believe you said we got Elysium as a possibility, so
yeah.
Cool. Real quick, Naka Mirez is asking what happened with Redo. Apparently Redo no-showed, so...
He didn't get a redo today.
Yeah. So lucky AC the Great, actually.
The thing is, we don't know what happened, so... Yep. He's just a hard-to-reach man. This isn't the first time. It's kind of a known element.
But anyway, so...
What can you do?
AC again... Yeah. Hey man, it's old news. It's old news at this point in time. We got Soup against AC. I don't think we have gods just yet, do we? We have Blue Lagoon as the pick, but I don't think we have god
Sorry.
picks.
See, I'm getting rusty now. Been
Could
away
be.
from my PC for like 5 minutes, and I forgot how to do this. We've got Odin versus Gaia.
Odin
On
Gaia.
Blue. Okay, I think Odin's fine for the most part, right? Like, you don't have to worry too much. It's a small enough map that you can make your counter attacks work. You can venture out and hunt a little bit easily enough. Get your value from your great hunt and more or less keep up with the Gaia economy. I think it's okay for Odin. Not that
Yeah.
terrifying, even though Gaia's eco will be crazy good.
Well, I don't know. I agree. I don't know. Man, it's almost like we haven't seen Odin for a while. Every game
Yeah.
was Odin and Hades and everything early on. Now it's like, oh shoot, I almost forgot about Odin. What do we? Yeah, I think Odin is a safe pick on Blue Lagoon. You always got that backup, great hunt, just in case there's some sketchy food.
Ah.
Called distribution. What's up?
I'm sorry, I'm stuck in a refresh loop again, so sometimes my lobbies just go completely unresponsive and just keep refreshing for all eternity. I'm restarting my game, hopefully. We're not gonna be late because of this.
They haven't started just yet. AC still needs to join the game, so
Okay.
we got a hot second to before we get the show.
Puppy chilling with
Anyway,
you this whole time.
yeah, they both of them. I don't know where Teddy went, but they both just took baths, and so they're mostly all dried, but kind of their undercarriage and their legs a little bit more difficult to dry.
Right.
Anyway, they're still like a little bit wet, kind of finish off drying a little bit throughout for a little while longer. So I'm sitting there holding one, and they're just like drenching my shirt, and then I put one down, and the next one gets up because they're.
You need
So I'm
like
over
a
here
puppy
like,
towel or something.
seriously, they got this curly hair, and it's this
Yeah.
dense curly hair.
Well, it keeps them
Tough to,
keeps the water away from their body. That's the whole idea.
indeed.
Better than getting a cold.
Anyway,
But I think we're in the game already, so it's time to go to the lagoon.
whoa! Did they not add a spec delay? Whee!
I guess not.
Alrighty, Blue Lagoon coming in. I'm ready when you are.
Me ready. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got another Wrath of the Gods group stage elimination match here at the main event. 12,000 bucks are on the line for this, but 15k for the total thing. In the blue color, this is our Odin player Soup.
Over here in the red, looking good with the green and the red. Very festive for Christmas time, eh? AC the Great, aka AC. Going with Gaia. Beautiful, lush. Love it. Looks cool.
Cutting down the trees like it's Christmas.
Ha ha ha. Yeah, not quite the right type of trees. Like
Not quite the
Christmas
right
trees,
ones, no.
oak Christmas trees. Yeah, it's worth. Never tried it. Don't knock it till you tried it, I suppose. Anyway, aside from that, we got a beautiful hunt patch. Elephants and a couple of gazelles on the backside of AC's base. That is just delicious. Absolutely. Not a lot of great hunt options after that, Naka. He does have gazelles as a decent option forward, but not as good as those elephants. I heard a great hunt over on the side of Soup. Where did he use it?
Assuming just on the Giga Giraffe again. That was an alpha, 600 food in there.
There he is. So
It's
funny, man.
huge.
All right. Giga Giraffe for the win, man.
So let's talk a little bit about this matchup. I think this is gonna be not too heavy in classical age combat, to be honest. For Gaia, you can just get your the citizens already have their upgrades, right? So they're gonna gather the resources pretty quick. You can just go heroic without too much trouble. Just have a few Murmillo ready to defend against Valkyrie raids and all that stuff. Should be good to go from there.
And what do you think he goes for? Go Thea for Cantarius? I know that
Oh
there's
yeah.
Herdman as a possibility for Odin, but historically Odin not super strong against cavalry, even if you do make Herdman after all.
Yeah, that's still the case. Like, those Cantarians just have the mobility advantage.
Yeah.
Poseidon's Secret gives them even more speed. Then, if you can spread your Lush at least on the retreat home, you can speed up your boys again, and they'll be healing on it as well. So, Gaia does have some really good options with the cavalry raiding. I like that a lot.
Well, so having said that, Naka, speaking of speeded up speed, we have
What?
Heimdall coming in for Soup. So you may want some cavalry action, but you're not gonna get it through Freya.
No,
He's going Heimdall.
that is true. So, I'm not sure what
Why?
the idea here is for Soup. He's just slapping down Great Halls for the moment. Is he gonna go for a second TC with Rixtula, which would then speed up the rate at which he can make unit? Oh yeah, it's exactly what he's doing. He's pre-queuing it already. 20% increased rate for buildings making stuff. Including technologies, not just units.
He's got to get there though. It's 20 favor, man. So he's got to get there. He's got some work to do. Literally, he's got some work to do before he can actually get there.
Yeah,
AC
2TC
is going
with
for the second.
North is just hard because you have to make all these military buildings first, right? Whereas AC, well, he just takes 2 of his existing villagers and there's the TC.
That TC is going up pretty darn quickly, by the way. Excuse me. And this is interesting because sure, Soup wants to go for the Rigstula action, but again, he needs to get the favor, which means he needs to attack. So, I mean, it's not like he's going to take out that forward town center anytime soon, but that nice gazelle patch, that's harassable, man. That's definitely harassable.
Yeah, just go around the
if,
map and kill some animals. It's honestly just that easy.
Yes, exactly. Find random stuff. Kill the animals, kill citizens eating the animals, etc., etc. We could see Rigstula soon enough.
Building a lot of stuff, though. Even an armory getting made. So if Soup is going TC, I don't think this is the way forward. But he's like not making anything from these buildings. What is going on? I'm so confused.
Well, hang on. He went Heimdall. He's got Undermine. Is he going for like a walk? He's not building anything, but is he going for like a Walking Woods attack? An Undermine and Walking Woods combo on this forward TC position would be just decimated straight up.
There's nothing to defend against it, so you're right. This is not a TC grab idea, that's for sure. Rixtula is just fake news to throw us off.
Does he know about the forward TC? He does know about the forward TC. He's also got the Golden Lions on the Gazelle patch. Oh, did the Golden Lions generate favor? They are his units, but they're not Norse units. Do they generate favor when they attack? Do you know?
It's a great question. I have no idea, and it's so hard to tell with the Hersier generating favor passively. I don't know.
It says number of favor gatherers, 3 or 4? 3
yeah,
or
that's
4,
the Hersier.
So he only has, I was going to say, how many Hersier does he have?
3.
Are there? Oh, he does? Ah, okay, well, there we go.
Yeah, so it's always really hard to tell who's generating the favor. By the way, really good stuff from AC, slapping down all these buildings, trying to reduce potential surface area to hit the building with, but I don't think we're right now talking about attacking that TC, but Njord is coming in, so soon enough we will. And Rixtula is getting queued up.
Cool, man. This is cool. This is really cool.
Oh, it's actually blocking Njord.
Is it really? Oh.
Yes. Does Rixtula actually improve age up times?
Ooh. I don't know.
I don't think so, right?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. Where's Loggy when you need him?
Tiny4 says yes.
Okay. It does, says Chaos agrees that it does.
Alright, alright.
Cool.
Thanks, chat.
So it makes up for itself a little bit at the very least. This is great building spam here by AC the Great, but is it going to be enough? By the time Njord hits, if Soup can attack immediately, he might not have enough army here. AC might not have enough army here to defend. He's got tons of production buildings, however, so it's going to be congested and complicated to try and put an attack together still.
He's also getting safeguard. Yes. We're going to see some hill fort getting slapped down here, maybe. Gotta wait for the mountain giant to arrive, so it makes sense. No, he's not waiting. Oh. He's not waiting. The trees are angry now.
Ha! So there's the Einherjar, or sorry, the Einherji. There's, what's it called? A Walking Woods Undermine, Einherji, Carnivora, everything. Nice. Dude, that TC's already halfway dead. 2/3 of the way dead. Are you kidding me?
Sorry, what TC?
Exactly.
It's gone. Is this gonna be enough though? Because so many villagers have been pumped out by this thing. Sure, 2 or 3 might die here, but that's a sacrifice AC is willing to make.
Yes. Well, look at the military difference in numbers, 69 against 14. Yes, there's a huge eco numbers advantage for AC, but there's a huge military number advantage. All the Walking Woods, I think, are still alive. Mountain Giant is still alive. Soup is just, I think he's not really producing anything behind it, but he should be. And all the production buildings are all forward, Naka. So
they all are here.
He's trying to rush, production buildings behind. So not only is he way behind in his actual military numbers, but he can barely produce as well.
It's a big boy. We've got the Jotun. Yeah. Oh my god, is he gonna make another? Yes! More Jotuns are coming.
Sick. Okay. AC secured a bunch of our economy around the map. He's on the elephant in the back. He's on the far right corner on gold. But still, that is a lively looking army right there, that's for sure.
Oh, the Einherjar is getting everybody boosted as well. Wow, it's so good.
So huge, man. That is so huge. What can AC do here, Naka? What can he do here? Just spam and pray? I don't know. Look at the military.
The only hope for Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Double Jotun is in! Oh boy. Gold mine ran out.
He's got some snuck out villagers on gold, but is that going to be enough? He will have to transfer at least the hunters. And then there's still the whole matter of surviving in the home base. These Jotuns are full health, sir. What to do?
His production is still not there, man. He lost all of his production forward. And he just does, he's got 2 buildings and boom.
Boom.
That is a statement and a half.
I mean, I've not seen this in a while. Early on in Retold's release, sure, people would do this because people were just inexperienced, but to see it in a tournament, in the 3rd S-tier esports tournament in this game, and still work, maybe Soup is up to something.
It's a treat, man. It's a treat. It's all about execution. I mean, here's the thing. It was greedy but for AC the Great to go for the forward town center.
It
I know
was, yeah.
we would have to look at the exact advance times, but if he saw the Heimdall advance, like he knew what the situation was. He had to have expected what was going to happen. He built all of his production buildings around the TC to protect it. He could have walled up more. He could have this. He could have that. I don't know, but it was a little greedy going for the forward TC, honestly.
I sure agree about that. Now let's see what our next game is gonna be. AC says the game actually crashed for him.
Game 2 crashed for him?
I'm not sure if it was game 2. No, game 1 crashed for him at the end, so he would have stayed a bit longer, but I think we all know what was gonna happen there.
Yeah. We're gonna call that... What are we gonna call that? We're gonna call that a win for Soup, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, he hadn't resigned just yet, but
I mean, there was no way out. There were no units. So how do you stop the 2 Jotuns from destroying the TC, right? It's not possible.
Yeah. I mean, he had economy, but he just didn't have military. He didn't have any production.
Yeah.
He just had those 2 buildings in the base. They would have gone down in a second.
Well, we've got information about the next match. It's going to be Marsh, and Soup is picking Freyr. AC is picking Set. Again, it's a pretty good matchup here. Marsh typically makes for an easy map to 2TC on if the water protects you adequately. And then Freyr can slap a fortress right on top as well to protect you even better. Or to the front of your base if it's got an exposed gold mine. Set, on the other hand, will be gearing up for either something similar and try to fight the Boom War, which he's actually not that good at. Alternatively, he can go after you with Shifting Sands as well as the big barracks army.
Yeah. Honestly, Shifting Sands is scary, man. Shifting Sands is scary, so even... just scary. I guess there's Goal and Bursty to use it to defend you, so I guess Soup just has to stay in his base early, build up. What do you go for as Freyr here, against Set? Set has so much potential with the shifting aggression.
I think if you're sticking near your TCs and you're not too exposed, then you shouldn't have too much trouble with that, but you never know what happens with Shifting Sands, right? If you're just a little bit in a wrong spot and you get surprised by it, then, well, what can you do? Hopefully your army is there.
Sure. Well, Freyr again said, I'd still feel pretty uncomfortable. It's Soup. He feels comfortable, everywhere with Freyr. He's a big Freyr fan. Still, like I said, Marsh is a good map, though, to play against, to play Norse on. I think it's a really good map.
Yep.
Really good hunt. Usually really good resources. Not all the time, however. We've seen some sketchy resource distribution. It's typically pretty common.
Hey, Baden, I think our Discord call is breaking up again. Shall we rejoin once again?
Okay.
Alright. We've got a problem. These guys are already 2 minutes in the game.
Oh, God.
They didn't send a link. So we do what we can. Oh, he did send a link. I'm sorry. Okay. Yep, let's draw Marsh.
Okay.
Boom.
Ready when you are.
This is Marsh. This is Soup. And this is Freyr.
This is Marsh. This is AC, and this is set in the red color, top left side of the map.
Also gotta go fast, so we're gonna commentate fast, like pretending that it's normal time, but you just split it up 1.5x. AC is getting his hunts killed at a pretty good pace. Everything's
Good stuff.
very close to the granary, very nice drop-off distances. Getting a temple made already right before Soup even gets on it, but of course Soup has been buying economic upgrades.
Speaking of playing fast, I'm just along for the ride here, Naka. Your PC can go a lot faster than mine, so I'm right behind you. I'm right behind you.
You'll catch right up, it's okay. Even got an early husbandry from Soup. And Uller's getting
Wow.
clicked in.
You know, one thing I can say that doesn't necessarily have anything to do just about the map. Right side gold mine, good. Left side gold mine, good. Hippos, good town center. Back hunt over here for Soup, so he's got
Ooh.
plenty of resources to work with. I know that he doesn't necessarily want to go outside his base right away, but still, plenty of resources to work with. Similar story for AC.
Picked up the harmonious necklace just now, so some more gather speed for gold. As for AC's got the Eye of Ornlu. Oh my god, he's buffing his Axeman with that thing.
Ivorn, that is so brutal for he's going up through top, and we got Uller for Soup. So honestly, with Axeman, they're already Wadget's Axeman is already brutal against Norse, but if you boost them with that much, with just relics and whatnot, it's just nuts. It's so beware, Soup, beware.
Interesting to see him use vision like this. And the triple boar is already coming over to harass the hero. Oh no, he's donating the boars.
Uh-huh.
Oh no. Okay, in Retold, you gotta be really careful with attacking using your animals because the other guy can eat them. Golden Bursty is gonna be cast as well to protect the Asgardian Hill Fort. There's not enough stuff here to actually destroy that, so I don't know. Against Freyr, I don't think you want to risk it because the Golden Burst is gonna eat you. Well, these heroes are in for a tough one.
If the boars were there, it would maybe be decent. He could have that much more hack damage against the hill fort, maybe be able to pick it off, but I don't know. Golden Bursty's a G.
Capital G, that's for sure. Well, every single unit shifted over here is gonna be picked off. Even the priests might not get away. Bit of a fail for AC. I'm not sure he can recover very easily from that. That's too much damage, man.
Yeah. How about those boars? He's got those boars right next to Soup's got the boars right next to his gold mine. Come on, Soup, you gotta go eat those just for the sake of, the sake of them being there. For the principle of the matter, you gotta eat those, right?
Agreed. Well, in a moment, the Asgardian Hill Fort should complete, and then this TC can be built after. And a few Oscar maybe, just for the training.
Well, I mean, there's a second town center also coming in for AC on that up on the top corner. He's got Aurochs or Water Buffalo right next to it. That's nice. He's also got the hippos nearby as well. So his TC is going to be in a lot faster, but his eco's not necessarily going to be better because again, Soup already got all those eco upgrades. His second town center is going to be right behind AC, so eco numbers won't be too different. So if I were in Soup's position here, I'd be a happy camper.
Mm-hmm. By the way, plenty relics left on the map, so while these guys boom, we can take a look. We've got Tearfing, that's the lifesteal relic for heroes. It's a 10% lifesteal. By the way, the priests are also going to stack there. Wait, when the priests do the conversion, that does not stack, right? I'm pretty sure it doesn't.
Oh, we got a raid actually going on, Naka. I'm hearing these attack sounds, not sure where they are coming from.
Oh,
Soup's got a little raid on the gold mine. He got a kill or two. I'm not sure how many, but he got a kill or two. Lost a couple of RC for it, though.
it's a decent trade for a villager if it's not going to be around for a super long time now. We got the Ankofra as well on the map still. That's free favor to pick up. And the Eye of Horus for TC population. The others are already in the temples. Including the Bridle of Pegasus.
Those are all pretty good relics. Like Harmonious Necklace is already gotten by Soup, and the other ones that are already around the map. These are legit. These are legit relics on it. Worth to get them, to prioritize them. So where do we go from here, Naka? More booming? Can you envision AC the Great going too aggressive with his little army? How many barracks does he have? He has 3 barracks and 2 monuments, so he can produce if he wanted to. But it's like
I
he's
think
banking up.
He's gonna want some slingers to just spend his other resources, but food-wise, he wants to go heroic. So better not buy any more Axeman Spearmen, but just squeeze out a few slings and then go heroic, I think is the name of the game. That's exactly what Soup is doing, just he can't make slingers, right? So he's instead getting his upgrades going, which is nice.
Indeed, he can make full copper. However, he's got boom, boom, boom. All 3 of them queued up. Broggy queued up. Slingers, you're on the money. Slingers for AC. He should be clicking up any second to heroic. Does he have an armory? Or he does have his armory up top corner.
Yeah, that's good.
There he goes. Segment. Okay.
Okay, Boomer.
And now we wait. Exactly.
Yeah, with Segment you get the Citadel, so even more production when it comes to your TCs.
Speaking of booming, look at everything that's queued up. We got lots of armory, electrum bullets, medium slingers, etc. coming in for AC the Great on his side. Over on Soup side, boom, 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 boom.
All the upgrades.
Queued up. All the upgrades queued up. Holy smokes. This is the trick, Naka. Like with... this is what I was talking about. This is like Hephaestus, right? It's like a mini Hephaestus, especially once you get to the heroic age. You can just get a million upgrades once you actually advance, but it takes so much time for them to hit. So it's like a delayed power spike almost. You know what I mean?
It's not free. You gotta make so many extra buildings just to be able to do it, and then it blocks you from making units. So yeah, there is a cost to this.
Exactly. Exactly. A little bit of some surprising gold pressure here by Soup, forcing some idle time. Facey's going to give it to him. Why not take it?
Yeah, that was good. Like the villagers just roaming around all this time. It's a big waste for AC. Can't protect them though, so fair enough to move the vills instead. Gotta be careful though with the front as well, because a flaming weapons fight right now could be devastating.
Indeed. I mean, if Soup waits just a little bit longer, he's going to have heavy everything, lots of armor upgrades. He could start moving in possibly. There we go. Oh, those researched a little bit faster than I thought they would, but anyway. Where's he going with those villagers, man? He's trying to drop a forward Migdal. Are you kidding me? With a flaming weapons potential?
Ooh,
maybe he's thinking that the RC... Right? Like the RC are out of position, not in order to not stop it from going up, but still, it's gonna get taken down right away, or at least it could. Soup could just turn around after taking that forward TC, turn around, flame of weapons that bad boy, take it out, go for a gold star or something.
Yeah, it could be nice to put it a bit further back and then wall it off as well. A little bit of buffer against flaming weapons, as you could just run behind that and let the Migdal do some work.
Exactly, man. Exactly. Like he's got super killer slingers. He's got electrum bullets. He's got slings of the sun. copper upgrades, etc. So he's like he has good upgrades on his units, really good upgrades on his units to try and fight straight up against Soup, who also has really good upgrades. But there's flaming weapons and no ancestors, no nothing for AC.
Well, I guess we are gonna see a second Migdol, so it's not all bad considering.
And he's gonna need it, man. He is gonna need it. Ooh, something. Soup made another hill fort, so he must want to go for Huskarl spam. And if you look, he's making a bunch of Huskarls. Really?
A little surprising, isn't it? Because of all the Axemen that have been around. But wait, he's actually trying to make elephants.
What?
Yeah. Well, here comes the flaming weapons, and I just don't know what AC is gonna do about it. This looks rough, dude.
Hey, there are two Migdols. There are two Migdols, so maybe he can do a bunch of garrison shenanigans and maybe hold the position a little bit. You know, a bunch of throwing. I guess I don't know. Garrison his units, get the villagers out of there.
I think if you're right now, okay. I was gonna say that with all this favor, you can now make Valor if you're Soup, but it's not gonna be necessary apparently. AC just kind of topples here.
Well, okay. It was very greedy, very cheeky to try and drop the forward Migdols. You know, you like the hey, you know, you could argue with no risk comes no reward. That didn't work very well, however.
No,
Did
that he kind of put all his chips on the number 69 and it didn't work. Oh well. Not nice. Not nice to die in that way. He's got another chance though. There's another life here for AC. Let's see if he can make use of that.
Let's see indeed. I mean, just looking, I'm taking a real quick breeze through the post game. His eco just exploded compared to the set eco, double the kill death ratio, and then some. Just a pretty honestly, the forward shifting sands, it just all from the beginning. He donated the boars, like you mentioned early on. The shifting sands didn't work out, and since then, you know, there's not quite a lot of firepower that AC was able to muster after that, since he took the town center.
Yeah, set is all about that aggression and momentum. If you kind of halt somewhere in the middle, if you throw away your army and can no longer generate that momentum, then all these fancy upgrades that come in for Freyr are just going to overtake you, and there's not much you can do about it. But
Yep.
I guess there were other power spikes left. It's just no ancestors, no mythic for a tornado, which could, by the way, have killed that entire army of Soups. Those were the options three that I could see from here, but didn't go for them.
Indeed. Honestly, I think I don't know. Maybe he was like over. I mean, he went segment and instantly he started swapping over into slingers. So I don't know. Maybe he overestimated the performance of slingers. He didn't quite have the army numbers, and going for elephants when you have double Migdol mock-up, when you have. You want a lot of slingers. He upgraded the slingers, and he had 3 barracks for those, and then he has double Migdol, and so going for elephants was not too weird in my opinion, because they can soak up so much damage at the front line, and then your slingers are just behind shredding. I think there was potential there, but Soup was in position to just hit hard with that flaming weapons right away. So if maybe there was an extra minute or two for AC, maybe he could have been a little bit more strong trying to handle that.
Yeah, I could
Quite
imagine
there.
that. Just, an unfortunate string of events all compounding the painful effects. It's not where Set wants to be. If you play catch up with Set, that's kind of the wrong direction. Now, for the next match, we've got Mount Olympus, and Soup is picking Oranos, and AC is picking Hades. So yeah, that should be pretty standard operations as well. As far as the matchup and map goes, nothing too crazy going on, but there's a lot of potential crazy relics And if you play into infantry for Oranos or archers for Hades, that can get quite snowbally. It's the only real node for the map, and that you don't have too much hunt.
Typically, or, and what is on the map is often too exposed to
That as
reliably
well.
take early on, right?
100%.
So having said that, maybe there's a little bit of an advantage for Aranos because you can risk going out to these exterior exposed hunt patches and other resources because you got those sky passes. So the risk isn't quite there, right?
Mm.
I don't know if the same could be said about Hades, however.
Yeah, with Hades, you don't super urgently need to leave the base. You're not gonna make that many food units until much later anyway. At that point, you can already transition into farms. But oh my god, they're playing. They're playing. I couldn't see it.
Where's the game, dude? Like, how far into the game are they?
They didn't share the link. It's really bad. But okay, we're fine. We're fine. Spectator delay is on this time, so you got 50 seconds to find the thing. And I don't
What's
mind
it called?
waiting longer either.
What's it called?
It's just Soup's game. If you filter by amount of time elapsed, then you can find it more easily. They're like 3 minutes in or something. I don't mean filter, I mean sort.
Come on, Super killing me. Yo, it's not pulling up. I'll try stats real quick. Let me know when you wanna when you're ready to.
No, nah, we're fine. Just let me know when you find it. And then we'll map intro up. It's gonna be a bit of a late join, guys, but no worries. You have seen the archaic gauge a million times already.
Alright. Spectate. Enabled. Okay, ready when you are.
Great, let's send these people to Mount Olympus.
Okay.
Boom. We're here again on Mount Olympus. This man is just one win away from making it into the top 8 for the playoffs of Wrath of the Gods. Soup in the blue color playing as Oranos.
Over here in the red, Naka, we have AC the Great, aka AC. He's going for Hades. This is it for him. His tournament life is on the line. He either makes a comeback now with the victory, makes this into a series, or he goes home happy with a little bit of walking around money in his pocket, dropping a temple right away. Looks like he's probably what is he going for? Vaults of Erebus? We'll find out soon enough as we're zipping through this zipping through the archaic age.
Yeah, it's pre-queen Waltz of Erebus, so there is that. 2 praying villagers, not 3. So they'll be there a little bit longer.
Real quick clarification, Naka, to a chatter. Chemo actually won Soup 3-2, and so this is Soup dropped down to the lower bracket, which is what we're casting right now. So the winner of this moves on in second place for the group. Chemo moves on already in first place for the group. So that's
yeah, Chemo got the better spot. That's right.
Exactly. I'm at 244, and it seems to go back to normal speed. Does that seem about right, Naka?
That is right. Yep.
All right, great.
50, 51. Yeah.
Yeah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
We
Okay, where
made
does
it.
that put us? I made it. We made it, folks. We made it.
Oh, the Oracle is getting shanked. Nice. AC has gone across the entire map to get this kill. Hope it was worth it.
Well, against Superman, you're sure to have several additional oracles. Yeah, he just had another one pop out of his pop out of his temple. I think he's not auto queuing him, but he's just spamming him right now. He
Ah,
wants to get those. He may not be playing Chronos, but he's definitely going for those Promethean numbers. He is Soup is definitely of the opinion that Greek struggles against Promethean spam early on. So again, he may not be Chronos, but he's clearly going to be going for that, regardless.
they're everywhere. Already 4 of them, even though he lost one. Yeah, he wants the favor. He believes in the Promethean. There's a lot of relics here. So while they go up, got the Chaos Obol for villager refunds when they die. We got the Anvil of Hephaestus for much cheaper armory techs. That's a great one. Chariot of Cybele up here for a bunch of Golden Lions. Ring of the Nibelung getting picked up for Ajax, for AC by Ajax. That's gonna be a 2.5 per second gather rate for gold at all times. Total.
Because he's got Vault of Erebus.
Of course, he's got Waltz of Erebus, yeah. Waltz is 2, then the Relic is 0.5. Then we got the Black Lotus for faster farming, and lastly, Hermes' Wing Sandals for hero speed.
And the second town center. So Soup's feeling confident enough
Oh.
to he's not feeling pressured at all, not at least no time soon. That is a pretty good caribou patch right over there near the town center, so I don't fault him for that, honestly. However, there is a Minotaur coming in. Do we have Achilles or Ajax coming in from behind?
It's
No
a
Ajax for sure.
good thing that these are our hero villagers, and the last one, well, Valor is ready. No fear.
Haha. The Minotaur sees it and he decides to get out of there anyway.
AC does
Both
the
players
same.
actually. Yeah, exactly. And Soup sees that. He should see that with his Oracle right there. See that bad boy. Both players know what each other are up to.
The clay people are raiding. One of them has gone down already. And the other one, well, here's Achilles. Good luck.
Minotaur getting a little bit of raid as well. I know that he's, there's hero citizens there, but still, he's finding some value.
Hey, at least he's idling a villager. It's something. Did Soup get Theft of Fire? Let's see. Not yet. I'm sure it's coming at some point. These oracles are generating favor in a crazy fashion already. And spending a bunch of that on Valors is definitely worth it. Get some more economy out of that bunch of vills. Is he gonna go up to 10 oracles already? Oh my god, he's making 2 more.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, man. I wouldn't be surprised. I've seen him do it plenty of times before. Speaking of that, we got that hero citizen, that valiant hero citizen actually got picked. He was a
Oh,
little bit
damn.
too far away. Ajax picked him off. Achilles coming in, so we got heroes abusing Soup over here on this food patch over here.
Big bully.
Nice. And just now, Naka, we got Terma and Mermillo just queued up. Not very many though, so Soup's not super interested in really going heavy into the into the military numbers. That hero Terma, as he was transitioning into a hero, was getting attacked. Unfortunate timing.
Yeah, you gotta put them in kind of safe spots these days with how long it takes to actually get to convert. Of course, Valor is still instant, it also fully heals, but at 5 favor it's starting to get expensive. But then again, when you have 75, you don't care too much. The income is 21 per minute at the moment, according to the tooltip. Only gonna get higher. Wait, the
Kills
heroes
an
are
Ajax.
bullying.
Yeah.
Oh, Valor, so good.
There is so good. I mean, the Minotaur's there, Ajax and Achilles still going hard, and he restores them with Restoration. Forces Soup back. Ooh, gets a citizen kill as well. How do you like that, Naka? Was that resto worthwhile?
It's nice to get the citizen kill. I wouldn't say the rest was a good... Nah, I don't think that's good. Like, you know, if you have a big army, a restoration can save you thousands of resources. But this saved him like, what, 500 maybe? And Minotaur was free.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure that counts. Nah, you can get the restoration that will produce you 5-6 times as many resources. I don't like it.
Well, he's going for some Oracle kills. We got Hero Oracle back here. Ooh. Picking off the Minotaur and a Scout. Jeez, that guy is a G as well. 7 Oracles, man, and 88 freaking favor. He's not quite going for the Prometheus numbers. Or is he?
Well, he's getting Alluvial Clay now. It feels like it's just a little late to the party, you know, because we're gonna go up against a Heroic Age Greek player, which is gonna mean 3 heroes. Also Curse, also Nemean Lions that stun them. I'm just not sure about the Prometheans at this point in the game.
Yeah, by all means. I mean, that's only 3 heroes, so if you have enough of an army, you can snipe those Greek heroes fairly easily. But you know, Terma and Murmillo to try and there's Curse. I think I agree with you. It's a little bit slow. However, let's see if AC's reaction time is a little bit slow as Soup is moving in for a raid on that gold mine. Great reaction time, actually. And boom, he may not even lose it. Are we gonna... Ooh, Shockwave?
No
Shockwave.
Curse?
No Curse? No Curse! Nubian Lion? Shockwave.
Curse.
Curse! Curse!
Hey, there's still a gold mine back home, by the way, so he was just out there on an expedition. This kind of works out, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, he got, 700 gold roughly out of that gold mine, so saves that much more back home. Oh, dude, he's got 2K back home. He's chilling. Whatever. No problem.
Can do this all day. Plus the free resources coming in are not irrelevant either.
True. Very true. Very true.
Oh!
Lots of heroes here. Whew.
I love the new sounds Ajax makes. It's just so funny. Oh!
I agree, but at the same time, the old Ajax, in my opinion, he sounds more badass.
Oh, yeah. Old Ajax was a Giga Chad. The new one is just funny.
Indeed. Another temple getting dropped for Soup, so he's really thinking about those Promethean numbers. In fact, he's queued up quite a few Prometheans. Check that out. 3 in the queue.
All
Aegis
the
Shield
Prometheans.
coming up. All the Prometheans, man. He's got them upgraded, etc., etc. And Curse was already used, so whatever he's going to be... Resto and Curse have both been used, so whatever fight he's going to be looking at in the near future, not going to be a big spike to kind of complicate things for him. Nice. Dude, holy smoke. That Nemean line is huge, Naka. I just died, sure, but that Nemean line, the roar is so huge. Chiron is as well. Chiron and Achilles going hard on those Prometheans. Dude,
Bro. They're taking the whole crew with them. What the hell? This is supposed to happen. Wow. The whole crew is gone. Soup is like, how about the 3rd temple?
Is he really? He really is!
It's better than 2. It's kind of like the Hobbits. What about second breakfast?
And what about Thed? Dude, but he's up to Thea, man. So is he gonna swap over to Stymphalian birds? Is he gonna keep going on his Promethean numbers? I don't get it.
I have no idea, man. Let's see. No, it's more Prometheans.
More Prometheans. Unbelievable. Look at this. 3 queued up, 4 queued up, 4 queued up.
He's queuing up 11.
He needs more temples, man. He needs more temples. Soup, let's go. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous, dude. Oh my god.
I guess when he said that Greek are struggling with myth units, this is what he was talking about.
So much so, he needs, a temple spam. Oh my god. Plus the dryads as well. Holy.
Yeah, and don't forget about Contarius. Those are a thing.
Mm.
Don't have Poseidon's Secret. We forgot about that. It's a 15 resource discount per, so definitely worth getting.
Yeah, I mean, how much favor does that cost? You'd think he would sacrifice 1 or 2 Prometheans to try and afford it.
30 favor. So, yeah, he would have to cancel
Yeah.
1 Promethean. Not a big deal at all.
Oi!
The fast forward again.
Uh-oh.
No.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Well, we do have a fortress up for AC, and he's got tons of resources. We could see a Mythic Age come in here, but there's a Promethean spike currently happening. Oh, look at that production. That is just weird.
Oh no, AC is just taking it as he runs away through the fortress. Yikes, several unit losses are coming through, with Soup just taking down buildings left and right. By the way, I'm at 1423 because of the speed spike.
Yeah, same.
Okay.
Miraculously.
Very good.
Holy crap, dude! Holy crap! Dryads and Prometheans and Contarius, oh my! And a shockwave somewhere? He doesn't even need it, maybe. Are you kidding me? What? Dude, look at this army!
The Greek army just does not stand a chance right now. They're, I don't know, Ajax and Heroes are trying, but they're not Giga Chat enough for this.
It's amazing! This is ridiculous, and we were questioning whether or not it was too late, man. What? No way!
I take it back. Make more make a 4th temple. What the hell are you doing, Soup?
Yeah. Seriously. Oh my god, man. But look at all the resources AC has. Everything except for gold, man. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
He wishes he could have a gold mine out there, but easier said than done, right? When you're getting bullied this hard. I'm not sure he can make it much longer. He's losing too many villas. Soup is on 100. He's on 71. AC's in trouble, man.
The fortress is down as well. The fortress is down. And, I mean, there's gold mines on the bottom, Naka, that he could swap over to, but Soup is looking to wall those off. Okay.
Yeah, the only way to deal with something like this is to have Nemean Lions and keep stunning the entire army, right? That's the only hope you have.
Yeah.
You need to hard commit to that because, well, as they say, myth units beat myth units. They're your second hero group. But Soup, man, he eliminates AC 3-0, moves on into the top 8. So congratulations to him, and thanks to AC for showing up today and trying to put a dent, but it's sometimes just too hard. Better luck next time. There's future tournaments after all.
Promethean spam, man. It's true. Greek struggles against myth units. The Promethean spam. I can't believe he actually made additional temples. He goes heroic, and then he goes for the Promethean heroic spam. Or heroic Promethean spam. What in the world?
He made 27 of them according to the stats, if it can be believed.
Really?
That seems about right.
27.
Yeah, that will do it.
Settlements captured 1 and 1. That must be additional settlements, I suppose.
Yes.
Anyway. Units killed is kind of funny. 68 and 111. Wow. All resources collected is pretty good for the Hades player. That at Vaults of Erebus and the Relic kind of helping out just a teensy bit. Usually, Ranos, Atlanteans can have a pretty killer economy. He kept up pretty well. Okay, so Naka, here's the thing, in my opinion. I think that AC in all three of these games, I think that I don't know if you would call it unlucky or whatever, but he was just a little bit off on his timing. What do I mean by that? I mean, like in the previous game, we already talked about the Migdals. He needed a little bit time for a little bit more army and elephants so that his slingers had a meat shield, blah, 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 blah. In this game, he had resources to go mythic, right? And so
Hmm.
it seems like that was maybe what he was going to do. I mean, he dropped the fortress, blah, 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 blah. He
Yeah,
could have
yeah.
invested 3k resources into army, which would have completely changed that fight, right?
I agree. Like if you have your heavy infantry and heavy archers and a
And a
bunch of
big
additional
army.
Nemean lions, then a second restoration, those kind of
Yeah,
things do turn things around.
yeah, exactly. So that's kind of what I'm saying. Either A, he was, it's a kind of a mixture of timing and decision making, The timing was just unfortunate that he didn't have a couple of extra minutes in Marsh game, now this game, in order to take advantage of Mythic or Army previously. So he was close. He was really close, but Soup just had the jump on him.
Yes, sir. Well, with that, we no longer have any games left to cover, as even in Group 4, if we had taken the losers match, then even that's done already. So Zakolo and Ulysses have played. Right now, Boyd is casting Kvolf versus Iron Magic together with Yodesla. And
Cool.
then Ulysses is waiting for the loser of that for the elimination match.
Cool.
So I think
Plenty more games to be played than X.
yes, so there's plenty still to watch today. You guys make sure to follow Iron Maiden, follow my channel as well as the MetaPlays channel where future tournaments from myself will be broadcast. Then you should go and watch some Boyd, I think, next up, because I'm wrapping up here.
Cool. Same. How about you go? I'll go raid your Desla. You go raid Boyd, and then we can kind of spread the love.
Spread it. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Cool.
Tomorrow, guys, we'll be back with the top 8 in some form of configuration. I'm not sure we talked about it yet, but we'll see what the config will be. And then top 8 matches all day tomorrow. Strap in. It's going to be brutal and fun and great.
Dude,
Best players of
$12,000.
AOM.
Well, best players, but also prize money is going to be doled out tomorrow, man, or is it at least going to be figured out? 12K, 12K. Those
Time
big
to make
numbers,
it
baby.
rain. These players have
Yeah.
done a lot of work for us now. So let's reward them. But one more day of hard work is required. One more day.
That's
Tomorrow.
right.
Don't miss it. Bring your friends. Show them how great
And your
AOM can
moms.
be.
Bring your moms.
Bring your moms. Yeah. Bring your mom's friends.
Exactly. All right, everybody. I'll queue up a raid. Naka, nice casting with you. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, you as
Peace.
well. Thank you very
Cool.
much. I've got one more ad read to
See you
do
later.
here, but see you around. Alright, gamers, there is one more thing left to do. Like I said, I have to do one more ad read for the HelloFresh sponsorship. So let me put in that command into the chat one last time for today. The whole sponsorship will be active, by the way, for the foreseeable 20-something days, 21 days left. So plenty of opportunity there to support if you would like to. I'm putting it in the YouTube chats as well. Oh, that's a double exclamation mark. That's not gonna work. There we go. Did I put it in the YouTube one? Yes. Okay, I've covered everything now. So yeah, we are at the moment sponsored by HelloFresh. So thank you very much for them doing so. Guys, if you take a look at the chat, I've put the links in there. Using our link, you're getting this special offer of having 10 free meals, essentially breakfasts, spread across each box that you order. Now, HelloFresh will deliver to your door this delicious and high quality food that you can just very easily prepare. All the ingredients are already prepared for you. So it's just a really simple recipe to follow. Anyone can do it. I believe in you, chat. I believe in you. They've got all sorts of meal plans, so whatever your dietary requirements are, let's say you have some allergies, no problem. I'm sure you can find something that suits your needs, whether you're a vegan, vegetarian, or pescatarian, or whatever. There will be options available. It's healthy food as well, just like I said, when I said high quality, that's what I was really trying to say. So yeah, once again, thank you to HelloFresh for sponsoring MetaPlays. If you guys use our link, you'll be supporting our project as well as our esports endeavors further, which there will be plenty of next year. I don't have an announcement just yet, but somewhere after my move in January, we'll be doing more stuff. So maybe we'll work with HelloFresh again at that time. Let's see if we can get the opportunity. I always love taking it because I love using HelloFresh myself. And yeah, guys, with that, I guess I'll be saying farewell. One more transition over to the cat. We'll be raiding Boyd, but perhaps you're not hungry and you want to support directly, you can do so as well. Of course, we've got the whole thing over on the MetaPlays page where you can subscribe directly. To that, it's like a Patreon with all sorts of perks, so you can take a look at that. Once again, I'll be popping some links in the chat, and you can take a look at that. You can subscribe and follow on Twitch and YouTube, of course. Very much appreciate if you do. And we'll be back tomorrow again with some great matches. So check out the side subscription link as well. And then that's gonna be it, guys. See you tomorrow.